Welcome back to MetaFanfic, the place where your favorite words get rewritten. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI-generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. If you love powerful what if stories, you are in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the bizarring world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. What if Harry Potter exposed Dumbledore's secret? Deal with Voldemort. Let's dive in.
Here is short summary. When Harry Potter uncovers a hidden pact between Albus Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort, everything he believed shatters. Branded a liar and hunted by both sides, Harry risks everything to expose the truth, before the wizarding world is sacrificed to a secret decades in the making. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The house at number 12, Grimmauld Place, had a way of breathing when it thought no one was listening. Not literally, though Harry wouldn't have put it past the place, but in the way the walls settled, the way dust motes drifted through shafts of grey London light, the way the curtains over Walburga Black's portrait twitched like a sleeping animal dreaming of screaming. Harry sat on the floor of Sirius's bedroom and felt the house breathe around him. He'd been here for 3 days. 3 days since the Order had grudgingly left him alone after his explosion at Moody, an actual, magical explosion, accidental, the kind he hadn't had since he was 11. A cabinet had shattered. Tonks had lost her eyebrows. Moody's magical eye had spun so fast it made a whirring sound, and the old Auror had simply nodded once and said, "Give the boy some space." So they'd given him space. Lupin checked on him once a day, knocking softly, leaving food outside the door like Harry was some feral creature that needed coaxing. Maybe he was. He certainly felt feral, raw and hollowed out, something vital scooped from his chest and replaced with a weight that made breathing feel like work. Sirius was dead. Every time the thought landed, it landed fresh, like he'd never thought it before. Sirius was dead. Sirius had fallen through the veil. Sirius was gone, and the last real family Harry had was a house that hated him and a portrait that screamed about blood traitors. He'd come to the bedroom because it smelled like Sirius. Leather and tobacco and that particular mustiness of old wizarding clothes. The room was preserved in the amber of Sirius's brief occupation, Gryffindor banners still stuck to the walls with permanent sticking charms, photographs of the marauders tacked at odd angles, a leather jacket thrown over a chair as if its owner had just stepped out and would be back any minute. Harry had gone through the drawers. He wasn't sure what he was looking for. Something. Anything. A note that said "Gotcha, I'm still alive," or maybe just a pair of socks that still held the shape of Sirius's feet. Some stupid, small proof that the man had existed in 3 dimensions and not just in the shrinking gallery of Harry's memory. What he found instead was a false bottom in the wardrobe. It wasn't hidden particularly well. Sirius had never been the meticulous type. A notice me not charm that had weakened with its caster's death, a simple wooden panel that shifted when Harry pressed it the wrong way while reaching for a box of old letters. The panel slid aside with a dry SC, and beneath it lay 2 objects in a hollowed-out space lined with black velvet. A small crystal vial filled with something that swirled like liquid silver. And a letter, sealed with wax stamped by the Black family crest, the shield with its chevron and swords, the motto "Toujours pure" pressed into dark red wax. Harry's name was written on the envelope in Sirius's careless, looping hand. He sat with both objects in his lap for a long time. The house breathed. Somewhere downstairs, Creature muttered to himself about mudbloods and traitors. The afternoon light moved across the floor in a slow golden tide. Harry broke the seal. The letter was written on heavy parchment, the kind that came from the Black family supply, expensive stuff, the sort that lasted centuries. Sirius's handwriting was hurried, the words pressed deep into the page as if he'd been bearing down hard with the quill. "Harry, if you're reading this, I'm dead. I know that's a rotten way to start a letter. I thought about being clever about it, easing into things, but you've had enough people being clever with you for one lifetime. So here it is, straight. I'm dead, and I never got the chance to tell you the truth in person. I tried. God, I tried. Every time we were alone, I'd open my mouth and the words would stick. Partly because the truth is so ugly I didn't know how to make you hear it without breaking something in you. Partly because I was afraid, not of what you'd do, but of what it would mean. If I told you and you believed me, then everything changes. Your whole life changes. And I kept thinking, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's an explanation. Maybe Dumbledore really does have a reason. But I'm not wrong, Harry. I know I'm not, because I stole the proof. The vial contains a memory. I took it from Dumbledore's private pensieve, not the one he keeps in his office for show, the real one, the one hidden behind the portrait of Everard on the 7th floor. I found it during the Christmas before last, when the Order was using the school for a meeting and I was going half mad being stuck in that house. I went looking for fire whiskey in Dumbledore's private rooms, don't judge me, I was desperate and found the pensieve instead. I wasn't going to look. But one of the memories was labeled with your mother's name, and I couldn't help myself. I thought it would be something sentimental, something about Lily I could keep. It wasn't sentimental. Harry, watch the memory. I know you'll probably have to nick a pensieve from somewhere to do it. There should be one in the Black family vault at Gringotts. My mother was vain enough to keep her own memories of being beautiful. Use that one. Watch the memory. Then get somewhere safe. Don't trust Dumbledore. I mean it. I know how that sounds coming from me. I know you think I'm reckless, hot-headed, that I see enemies where there aren't any. And maybe I am all of those things. But I am not wrong about this. Watch the memory, Harry. Then run. I love you, kid. I'm sorry I couldn't do more. Padfoot. Harry read the letter 3 times. His hands were shaking by the second reading and steady as stone by the third. Something had gone very still inside him, not calm, exactly. More like the stillness of a coiled spring. The stillness of something about to move very fast. He looked at the crystal vial. The memory inside it caught the light and threw tiny rainbows across his palm. Don't trust Dumbledore. The words should have shocked him. A year ago, they would have. But Harry had spent a year being ignored, sidelined, kept in the dark, manipulated into a battle at the Department of Mysteries that had gotten Sirius killed, and the shock absorbers of his faith in Albus Dumbledore had worn very, very thin. He tucked the letter into his jacket pocket and held the vial up to the light. He needed a pensieve. The Black family vault could wait. Harry remembered something, a heavy stone basin, ancient and rune-carved, that he'd seen Creature polishing obsessively in one of the drawing rooms on the 3rd floor. He'd thought it was decorative. An heirloom. He hadn't thought about it at all, really, because the house was full of dark objects and paying attention to all of them would drive anyone mad. He found it exactly where he remembered it, sitting on a cabinet between a cursed music box and a jar of something that he refused to examine closely. The basin was smaller than Dumbledore's, made of obsidian rather than stone, but the runes around the rim were the same, memory-catching charms, older than Hogwarts. Harry set the pensieve on the floor of Sirius's bedroom, uncorked the vial, and poured the memory in. The silver liquid pooled and swirled, forming shapes that dissolved and reformed. Harry leaned forward, took a breath, pressed his face into the memory. The pull was instant and familiar, the sensation of falling forward through cold water without getting wet, and then he was standing in a room he didn't recognize. It was a study, not Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. This was somewhere else, somewhere private. Dark wood paneling, heavy curtains drawn against what might have been daylight or darkness, a fire burning low in a massive stone hearth. The furniture was expensive, old, the kind of thing you found in pureblood manor houses. Bookshelves lined the walls, and the books on them hummed faintly with contained magic. 2 men sat across from each other at a small round table. Harry recognized Dumbledore immediately, even though the man was younger, decades younger. His beard was auburn, not white, cropped shorter than Harry had ever seen it. He wore deep blue robes and half-moon spectacles that were already his signature, and his eyes had that same penetrating quality, that sense of seeing through surfaces to the bone beneath. But there was something else in those eyes that Harry had never seen before. Calculation. Cold, mathematical, precise. The other man took Harry a moment longer. He was handsome, strikingly so, in a way that seemed almost architectural, as if someone had designed a face to be beautiful the way you'd design a building to be imposing. Dark hair, high cheekbones, pale skin. He couldn't have been more than 25, and he radiated a kind of magnetism that made Harry's skin crawl even through the insulation of a memory. Tom Riddle. Not yet Voldemort. Not yet the S-faced monster Harry knew. This was Riddle as he must have been in the years after Hogwarts, already powerful, already dangerous, but still wearing his human face. Still beautiful, still capable of charm. You understand my terms, Riddle said. His voice was quiet, measured, almost pleasant. The voice of a man who had never needed to raise it. I understand them, Dumbledore replied. He was holding a cup of tea, and he took a sip as if they were discussing the weather. And I think you've overestimated your position, Tom. You have followers, yes. Talented ones. But you don't have the numbers to challenge the ministry openly, and you certainly don't have the political capital to survive what I could do to your reputation with a single conversation with the right people. Riddle smiled. The expression transformed his face from merely handsome to something luminous, and Harry felt his stomach turn. You're right, Riddle said. At present, I lack the numbers. But you and I both know that's temporary. The pureblood families are tired, Dumbledore. They're tired of watching their culture erode, their traditions mocked, their children taught by half-bloods and muggle-borns who don't understand what they're inheriting. I don't need to recruit them. I just need to wait. A patient Dark Lord. How novel. I'm not a Dark Lord. Not yet. That's the point of this meeting, isn't it? Riddle leaned forward, and the firelight caught his eyes, dark, deep, already with a faint reddish undertone that might have been a trick of the light but wasn't. I'm offering you an alternative to the future we both see coming. War, Dumbledore. Real war, not skirmishes, not political maneuvering. The kind of war that breaks a civilization. You're the one threatening that war. I'm the one offering to prevent it. Under certain conditions. Silence. The fire popped and hissed. Dumbledore set down his teacup and folded his hands on the table. Tell me the conditions, he said. Something in Harry's chest constricted. He knew, he already knew, from Sirius's letter, from the tension in Dumbledore's voice, from the way the old man wasn't saying no, but hearing it, watching Dumbledore lean forward with interest rather than revulsion, was something else entirely. First, Riddle said, ticking off fingers that were still long and elegant and human, you will not move against me directly. No matter what I do, no matter what my followers do, you personally will not take the field against me. You are the only wizard in Britain who could challenge me, and we both know it. Remove yourself from the board, and the game becomes manageable. For you, for both of us, you get to stay clean. The beloved headmaster, above the fray. And I get to operate without looking over my shoulder for Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore said nothing. His face was unreadable. Second, Riddle continued, the old families are not to be touched. The Malfoys, the Blacks, the Lestranges, the Knots, the 28 sacred houses. They fund your school, Dumbledore. They sit on your board. You need them, and so do I. We agree that they're neutral territory. Protected, regardless of which side they appear to support. You're asking me to give your allies immunity. I'm asking you to protect your donors. Surely that's easy enough to rationalize. Another silence. Longer this time. Harry wanted to scream at the memory, wanted to grab Dumbledore by the shoulders and shake him. But this had already happened. This was the past, fixed and immutable, and all Harry could do was watch. And the third condition? Dumbledore asked. Riddle's smile faded. For the first time, something entirely serious moved behind his eyes. The prophecy. Harry went cold. There is no prophecy yet, Dumbledore said carefully. You're speaking of a possibility. I'm speaking of a certainty. You know the seers as well as I do. The signs are aligning, a child will be born who is marked as my equal. The prophecy will come, Dumbledore. We've both read the auguries. Prophecies can be interpreted. Don't do that with me. Riddle's voice had gone sharp, a blade sliding from a velvet sheath. We're being honest here. That's the entire point of this meeting. A child will be born who is destined to challenge me. You will ensure that child is never a threat. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. How? Dumbledore asked. Not I won't. Not that's monstrous. How? I don't care about the specifics. Raise the child weak. Suppress the child's magic if you have to, I know you have the ability. Place the child with people who will break their spirit. Make them dependent on you, grateful, controllable. When the time comes, you deliver them to me, and I end the prophecy permanently. Riddle paused. One child, Dumbledore. One child's happiness, weighed against a war that would kill thousands. You're asking me to raise a lamb for slaughter. I'm asking you to be pragmatic. It's what you're best at. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Harry watched the man who had shaped his entire life sit in a darkened study and weigh the life of a child he'd never met against a theoretical piece, and for a long, terrible moment, the outcome was uncertain. Then Dumbledore opened his eyes, and Harry saw the decision in them before the words came. If we do this, Dumbledore said quietly, it must be binding. An unbreakable arrangement. You can't simply agree and then break your word when it suits you. Naturally, I had Abraxas Malfoy commission the contract. Old magic, the binding kind that predates the ministry. Riddle produced a rolled parchment from inside his robes and laid it on the table. The parchment was covered in runes that pulsed faintly with red gold light. Blood sealed. Violation means death for either party. How reassuringly medieval, says the man who lives in a 1,000-year-old castle. Dumbledore picked up the contract and read it. Harry tried to read over his shoulder, but the runes blurred and shifted in the way that magically protected documents did. He caught fragments, phrases, shall not directly oppose, designated bloodlines exempt from, the prophesied one shall be rendered, binding unto death or mutual dissolution. Dumbledore set the contract down. He looked at Riddle across the table, and for one moment, just one, Harry saw something that looked almost like regret pass across the old wizard's face. Then Dumbledore drew a small silver knife from his robes, cut his palm, and pressed his bleeding hand to the parchment. Riddle did the same. Their blood met in the center of the contract, and the runes flared brilliant scarlet before settling into a steady, pulsing glow. The pact is sealed, Riddle said. Yes, Dumbledore replied. He looked at his bleeding hand. I suppose it is. The memory blurred, shifted, time was passing, the scene dissolving into another. Harry felt the pensieve pulling him along, and then he was standing in a different room. Dumbledore's actual office at Hogwarts this time, the familiar circular room with its whirring silver instruments and sleeping portraits. Dumbledore was older now, beard longer, more gray than auburn. He was alone, and he was writing. Harry moved closer and read over the man's shoulder. It was a letter. Petunia. The boy will be delivered to you on the evening of November 1st. You will take him in. This is not a request. The protections I will place on your home require the presence of Lily's blood, and your compliance ensures your family's safety from certain parties who might otherwise take an interest in you. The boy must not be treated kindly. I know this sounds monstrous, and I assure you I take no pleasure in it, but it is essential. He must arrive at Hogwarts believing he is unwanted, unworthy, and desperate for approval. He must not know what he is until I decide the time is right. He must not develop confidence in his own magical abilities. I have placed a series of bindings on his magical core that will limit his access to approximately 30% of his natural capacity. These bindings are self-maintaining and will strengthen as he grows. They are undetectable by standard diagnostic spells. In exchange for your cooperation, your family will be protected from all magical threats for as long as the boy resides under your roof. Additionally, a monthly stipend. The memory shattered. Not faded, shattered, as if Sirius had ripped himself out of the pensieve mid-viewing. The fragments of silver light spun around Harry, and then he was falling backward out of the obsidian basin, landing hard on the floor of Sirius's bedroom, staring at the ceiling, breathing like he'd run a marathon. 30%. He'd been operating at 30% of his magical power for his entire life. Every spell he'd cast, every battle he'd fought, every time he'd pushed himself to the edge and SCD beyond desperation and luck, all of it with 70% of his magic locked away inside him like water behind a dam. The Dursleys weren't just horrible people who happened to be his relatives. They were hired, chosen, instructed to break him. Every missed meal, every locked cupboard, every sneer and slap and you're worthless, boy, all of it by design. Dumbledore's design. Harry lay on the floor and stared at the ceiling and felt something shift inside him. Not break, shift, like tectonic plates. Moving, like the foundations of a building rearranging themselves into a different configuration entirely. The grief for Sirius was still there, still enormous, but it was being joined by something else now, something that rose from deeper in his chest and tasted like copper and smoke. Not anger. Anger was too small a word. Anger was what you felt when someone cut you off in traffic or said something rude at dinner. This was something structural, a fundamental realignment of every assumption he'd ever made about his life, his place in the world, and the people he'd trusted. Dumbledore had sold him. Before he was even born, Dumbledore had negotiated away his life, his power, his happiness, had promised to break him and deliver him for slaughter, in exchange for a political peace with a monster. And then Dumbledore had stood in his office at the end of every disastrous year and looked at Harry with those twinkling blue eyes and said things like, "I care about you too much and you are so brave and I'm sorry," while knowing, every single time, that he was the architect of every horror Harry had endured. The Philosopher's Stone hadn't been a test of courage. It had been a controlled exposure, Dumbledore letting Voldemort prod the weapon he was building to see if it flinched. The Chamber of Secrets. Had Dumbledore known about the diary? Had he let a 12-year-old face a basilisk because the lamb needed to learn to follow the shepherd? The Triwizard Tournament. Sirius. The Department of Mysteries. All of it. Every moment. Choreographed. Harry sat up. The room was dark now, he hadn't noticed the light dying. His hands were flat on the floor, and he could feel the magic in the house pressing against his palms like a second heartbeat. Grimmauld Place was old, saturated with centuries of Black family magic, and it responded to strong emotion the way a lake responded to a thrown stone. The bindings. He could feel them now that he knew to look. Not as a physical sensation, more like a tightness in a muscle he'd never realized was clenched. A constriction around his magical core that he'd lived with so long he'd mistaken it for the natural shape of himself. 30%. What did 100 feel like? The thought was like a match struck in a dark room. Something inside him flared, hot, bright, immediate. And for the first time in his life, Harry pushed against the constriction, the way you push against a door you've always assumed was locked. The bindings resisted. They were old, layered, built to grow stronger over time, Dumbledore's work, careful and thorough. They tightened in response to his push, sending a pulse of something that was almost pain through his chest. Harry pushed harder. Not with technique, not with finesse. With fury. Pure, concentrated, incandescent fury, at Dumbledore, at Voldemort, at the Dursleys, at every person who had looked at a baby and seen a chess piece. He poured everything into it. The cupboard under the stairs, Cedric's blank eyes, Sirius falling through the veil, the scar on his forehead that he'd never asked for, the prophecy that had been twisted into a cage. The bindings cracked. Not all at once, nothing clean or dramatic. They cracked the way ice cracks over a river in spring, slowly, and then suddenly, and then with a sound like the world splitting open. The first layer shattered, and Harry gasped as a wave of magic surged through him, warm, electric, enormous. It was like he'd been breathing through a straw his entire life and someone had ripped it away, and suddenly his lungs were full, really full, for the first time. The second layer broke. And the third. The pain was real now, bright and sharp, but Harry didn't stop. He pushed through it with the single-mindedness of someone who has just learned that they've been robbed and is breaking into their own house to take back what was stolen. The fourth layer was the hardest. It was woven into his magical core like thread through fabric, and tearing it free felt like tearing something out of himself. Harry screamed, actually screamed, a sound that rattled the windows and set Walburga Black's portrait shrieking downstairs. Blood ran from his nose, hot and coppery on his lips. The magic pouring off him was visible now, a shimmering heat haze distortion that made the room ripple like a mirage. He pulled. The binding stretched, resisted, and then snapped with a crack that wasn't a sound but a vibration, a bass note felt in the teeth and bones, and the magic that had been locked inside him for 15 years erupted outward in a concussive wave. Every window in Grimmauld Place blew out simultaneously. The portrait of Walburga Black, the one with the permanent sticking charm, the one that no one had been able to remove, ripped itself off the wall and flew across the hall, frame shattering against the opposite wall. Her screams cut off mid-syllable. Every light in the house flared to blinding intensity and then died. The floorboards under Harry's hands cracked. The pensieve hummed a single, resonant note and then went silent. And Harry felt himself for the first time. The full weight of his magic settled into him like a river returning to its bed after a dam breaks. It was vast. Not just powerful, vast, in the way the ocean was vast, in the way the sky was vast. He could feel the magic in every beam and stone of Grimmauld Place, could feel the wards around the property like a web of light, could feel the life forces of the organisms in the house, creature in the kitchen, frozen mid-mutter, a family of mice in the walls, a boggart in the attic that was suddenly very, very afraid. He raised his hand, and light poured from his palm without a wand, without an incantation, without any effort at all. Pure white light that filled the room and threw shadows so sharp they looked cut from paper. So this was what he was supposed to be. This was what Dumbledore had taken from him. Harry closed his fist, and the light went out. He stood up, legs shaking, blood still wet on his upper lip. The room was destroyed, furniture overturned, windows gone, cracks running through the walls like lightning frozen in plaster. He could hear car alarms going off outside, muffled by the muggle-repelling charms that were, he checked, still intact, though barely. Somewhere in the house, creature was wailing. Harry wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand and walked to the cracked mirror hanging on the back of Sirius's door. The face that looked back at him was his own, same green eyes, same scar, same unruly dark hair, but there was something different in the set of his jaw, the steadiness of his gaze. He looked older, not in years, but in the way that understanding ages a person. He was 16 years old. He had been sold before he was born, broken by design, suppressed, manipulated, and groomed for slaughter by the man the wizarding world called its greatest protector. And he was done. Not done in the way that meant giving up. Done in the way that meant the person he had been, the good soldier, the loyal student, the boy who trusted the headmaster and followed the plan, was finished. That person had been manufactured, assembled from trauma and dependency exactly the way Dumbledore intended. That person was a weapon pointed at Voldemort and designed to die on impact. Harry wasn't that person anymore. He moved through the house with new awareness. Every object, every ward, every enchantment in Grimmauld Place was visible to him now in a way it hadn't been before, not with his eyes, but with a sense he didn't have a name for. The house was a treasure trove. The Black family had been paranoid, wealthy, and deeply invested in magical knowledge that the Ministry classified as dark, and Hogwarts refused to teach. The library alone was worth a fortune in restricted knowledge. Harry went to Sirius's desk and found parchment and a quill. He sat down, thought for a moment, and then wrote 2 identical notes. Everything we know is a lie. Come to me. Tell no one. H. He folded each note, sealed them with a tap of his finger, wandless magic, easy as breathing now, and summoned Hedwig from the attic where she'd been roosting. The snowy owl swooped in through the broken window, ruffled but alert, and landed on his outstretched arm. 2 deliveries, girl. Hermione first, then Ron. Wait for their answers. Hedwig clicked her beak, took the notes in her talons, and launched herself into the night. Harry watched her go, a white shape dwindling against the dark London sky. Then he turned back to the house and began to work. The Order would know something had happened. The magical shockwave from his unbinding would have set off every monitoring charm Dumbledore had placed on the house, and Harry could feel those charms now, a lattice of detection spells woven into the wards, all reporting back to a single point. Dumbledore's office. Every burst of accidental magic, every emotional spike, every visitor and conversation, Dumbledore had been listening to everything that happened in this house. Harry reached out with his magic and crushed the monitoring charms like eggshells. One by one, they winked out, and he felt a corresponding series of tiny snaps that he imagined were causing quite a commotion at wherever they terminated. He had time, but not much. An hour, maybe 2, before someone came to investigate. He started with the library. 3rd floor, behind a door that had been sealed with blood wards keyed to the Black family line. Harry pressed his hand to the door. Sirius had made him a Black in blood, through the Godfather bond, and felt the wards recognize him with a warm pulse. The door opened into a room that was larger than it should have been, expansion charms layered so thick the air shimmered. Thousands of books, scrolls, grimoires bound in leather and metal and materials he didn't want to think about. Harry didn't have time to read them now, but he didn't need to. He summoned a trunk from one of the storage rooms, Black Family, naturally, with built-in expansion charms and featherlight enchantments, and began methodically pulling books from shelves. Everything on magical theory, everything on core magic, bindings, suppression, and enhancement. Everything on blood magic, ward crafting, and combat spellwork. Everything on Horcruxes. He paused at that section. There was an entire shelf dedicated to soul magic, the creation, destruction, and detection of soul anchors. The books were old, most of them in languages he'd need Hermione for, but the fact that they existed at all told him something important. The Black Family had known about Horcruxes. Not in theory, in practice. Which meant the knowledge was out there, available to anyone with access to the right library, and Dumbledore's insistence that Horcruxes were obscure, barely known magic was another lie in a cathedral of lies. Harry packed the books and moved on. The Black Family vault at Gringotts would have to wait, but there were valuables in the house itself, gold, artifacts, potions, ingredients that had been accumulating for centuries. Harry gathered what he could carry and added it to the trunk. He found a moleskin pouch in Sirius's desk, the kind that could only be opened by its owner, and transferred the most critical items into it: Sirius's letter, the memory vial, a stack of gold galleons, and a small book he'd found in the library titled Ancient Bindings and Their Dissolution that he intended to read cover to cover at the earliest opportunity. He was in the kitchen when Creature appeared. The house elf looked terrible, more terrible than usual, which was saying something. His eyes were enormous, his ears trembling, and he was wringing his pillowcase toga with both hands. "Master Harry broke the house," Creature croaked. "I did," Harry said. He was eating a sandwich he'd made himself. Creature's cooking was suspect at the best of times, and he didn't stop. "Sorry about the windows. I'll fix them before I go." "Go." Creature's eyes went wider. "Master is leaving." "Yes. But the old one, Dumbledore, he says Master must stay." "He says." Creature. Harry looked at the elf, and something in his expression made the ancient creature take a step back. "Dumbledore doesn't give orders in this house. This is the House of Black, and I am its master. You answer to me." "Understood." Creature stared at him. Something shifted in the elf's expression, a flicker of something that might have been surprise, or recognition, or the ghost of respect. "Yes, Master Harry," Creature said. And for the first time, the words didn't sound like an insult. "Good. I need you to do something for me. There are monitoring charms in this house, Dumbledore's. I've destroyed most of them, but there may be physical anchors, objects he placed here to serve as relay points. Find them. Destroy them. Can you do that?" Creature's lips peeled back from his teeth in something that was either a grimace or a grin. "Creature can find what doesn't belong in the House of Black. Do it. And Creature, if anyone from the Order comes here before I return, you tell them nothing. Not where I've gone, not what happened, nothing. If they push, you lie. If they threaten, you disappear. You're a Black Family elf. Act like one." Something changed in Creature then. His spine straightened. His chin came up. For just a moment, Harry caught a glimpse of what the elf might have been before decades of grief and madness had worn him down, a proud servant of a proud house. "As Master commands," Creature said, and vanished with a crack. Harry finished his sandwich, repaired the windows with a wave of his hand. The magic came so easily now, so naturally, like speaking a language he'd always known but had been forbidden to use, and gathered his trunk and his moleskin pouch. He needed a safe place. Somewhere off the grid, somewhere Dumbledore's tracking charms couldn't reach, somewhere with enough protections that he could think and plan without watching over his shoulder. Sirius, in his characteristically thorough approach to rebellion, had provided the answer. In the Black Family records, a set of leather-bound ledgers Harry had found in the library, there was a listing for a property that didn't appear on any other document: a cottage in the Scottish Highlands, purchased under a Fidelius charm in 1977 by one Orion Black and subsequently passed to his son Sirius. The secret keeper had been Sirius himself, and in his will, filed with the goblins, not the Ministry, he'd transferred the secret to Harry. The knowledge surfaced in Harry's mind like a bubble rising through water. The Black Family safe house is at Cairn Moor, 3 miles north of the village of Torridon, in the Scottish Highlands. Harry knew where to go. He stepped outside. Grimmauld Place was quiet, the square empty, the streetlights casting orange pools on wet pavement. The night air was cool and damp, and it smelled like rain and city and freedom. He could apparate. The knowledge was there, part of the flood of magical awareness that had come with the unbinding. He'd never been taught, wouldn't be taught until 6th year, supposedly, but the magic didn't care about curriculum schedules. Apparition was about willpower and spatial awareness and magical strength, and Harry had all three in abundance now. He turned on the spot, felt the familiar-unfamiliar compression of space, and vanished from Grimmauld Place with a crack that echoed off the empty houses. He appeared on a hillside. The Scottish Highlands at night were a different country from London, vast, dark, the sky overhead blazing with stars unhidden by city light. The air was cold and clean and tasted of heather. Mountains rose around him like sleeping giants, black shapes against a sky that was more blue than black this far north in summer. The cottage was 50 yards up the hill, nestled into a fold in the landscape as if it had grown there. Small, stone-built, with a slate roof and a chimney that wasn't smoking. It was invisible until you were practically on top of it, the Fidelius charm saw to that, and even then it looked like nothing special. Just an old Highland cottage, the kind that dotted these hills by the hundreds. But when Harry pushed open the door and stepped inside, the wards recognized him, and the cottage came alive. Lights flickered on, not electric, but oil lamps enchanted to burn indefinitely. A fire sprang up in the hearth with a womp of warm air. The interior was larger than the exterior suggested, of course it was, wizards and their expansion charms, with a main room that served as kitchen, dining area, and sitting room, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom with running water charmed to stay hot, and, Harry felt his heart kick, a basement that was warded and reinforced for magical practice. A training room. Sirius had built a training room. Harry set his trunk down and stood in the middle of the main room, listening to the fire crackle, feeling the ward settle around him like a protective embrace. For the first time since Sirius had fallen through the veil, he felt something that wasn't grief or rage. He felt safe. It was temporary, he knew. Safety was an illusion when you were being hunted by a Dark Lord and had just dropped off the radar of the most powerful wizard in Britain. But for tonight, for this one night, he was invisible, untraceable, and free. Harry sat down at the kitchen table, pulled out Sirius's letter, and read it one more time. "I love you, kid. I'm sorry I couldn't do more." "You did enough, Sirius," Harry said to the empty room. "You did exactly enough." He slept then, not long, not deeply, but enough. The cottage was warm, the bed was soft, and the wards hummed a steady, reassuring frequency that his newly sensitized magic could feel like a heartbeat. He dreamed of Sirius laughing, of his mother's voice saying his name, of a great black dog running through fields of heather under a sky full of stars. He woke before dawn to the sound of wings. Hedwig was at the window, looking immensely pleased with herself, 2 letters tied to her legs. Harry let her in, gave her water and the owl treats he'd packed, and opened the letters. Hermione's was first. "Harry, I don't know what's happened, but I can tell from your note that it's serious. I'm coming. I'll be ready by morning. I told my parents I'm going to a study group. They believed me because I'm always going to study groups, which is both convenient and slightly depressing. Where do I go?" Ron's was shorter. "Mate, if you say it's all a lie, I believe you. Mum is going to kill me but I don't care. Tell me where and when." Harry smiled. It was the first genuine smile he'd felt in weeks, and it hurt his face, unused muscles protesting the unfamiliar configuration. He wrote back to both of them, embedding the Fidelius secret in the letters with a technique. He'd found in one of the Black family texts you could share a Fidelius secret in writing if you were the secret keeper and intended the specific recipient to receive it, which Harry did. He included apparition coordinates for those who could apparate and portkey instructions for those who couldn't, another bit of magic he'd found in the library and executed in about 10 minutes, which should have been impossible for a 6th-year student and would be, he suspected, one of many impossible things he'd be doing in the coming days. He sent Hedwig off with the replies and made himself breakfast. Eggs, toast, tea. The kitchen was stocked with preserved food, another of Sirius's preparations. Harry ate slowly, methodically, tasting each bite. His body felt different this morning. Not just the magic, his senses were sharper, his thoughts clearer, the persistent low-level headache he'd had for as long as he could remember completely gone. He hadn't realized the bindings had affected his body as well as his magic. Suppressing 70% of a wizard's magical core apparently had physical side effects: dulled senses, reduced stamina, a kind of mental fog that Harry had always assumed was just him. Just how his brain worked. It wasn't. It had never been him. It had been Dumbledore, pressing him down, keeping him small. Harry washed his dishes, dried them with a flick of his hand, and went down to the training room. It was perfect. Stone-walled, reinforced with enough protective enchantments to contain a small explosion or a large spell, with a practice dummy in one corner that could be animated to fight back and a set of rune-carved circles on the floor for dueling. Sirius had outfitted it with everything a wizard could need to train seriously: targets, obstacle setups, even a small library of combat manuals on a shelf by the stairs. Harry drew his wand, Holly, Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, and felt it hum in his hand with a resonance it had never had before. The wand had always chosen him, had always worked for him, but now it sang. His magic poured through it like water through a fire hose, almost too much, the wand vibrating with the effort of channeling what he was feeding it. He pointed it at the practice dummy and cast a stunner. The dummy didn't just fall over. It exploded. The spell hit it like a cannonball, blasting it into chunks of enchanted wood that scattered across the room and embedded themselves in the stone walls. Harry stared at the debris for a long moment, then laughed, a short, sharp bark of a laugh that echoed off the walls. 30%. He'd been fighting Voldemort at 30%. He conjured a new dummy, set it to fight back, and began to practice. The magic came in waves. Some spells were simply more powerful versions of what he'd always cast: stunners that could demolish walls, shield charms that were nearly solid, disarming charms that could rip a wand from a hand at 50 paces. Others were new, spells he'd read about but never had the power to perform: conjuration of solid objects, large-scale transfiguration, elemental manipulation that sent arcs of fire and ice from his wand in patterns that lit up the training room like a fireworks show. And then there was the wandless magic. It came as naturally as the wanded variety. Harry raised his hand and the practice dummy flew across the room. He clenched his fist and a shield materialized in the air, visible as a disk of shimmering gold light. He opened his palm and fire bloomed from nothing, hovering above his skin without burning. This was what Dumbledore had suppressed. This was what they'd been afraid of, not Voldemort, but the prophecy child at full power. No wonder Dumbledore had made the deal. A wizard this powerful, raised with love and confidence, trained properly from childhood, that wizard wouldn't have been a weapon anyone could control. That wizard would have been a force of nature, answering to no one, impossible to manipulate, impossible to sacrifice. Dumbledore hadn't bound Harry's magic to protect him. He'd done it to protect the plan. To keep the lamb docile until the slaughter. Harry practiced until his body ached and his magic settled into something more manageable, not diminished, but integrated, like a muscle that had been stretched and was now finding its resting length. By mid-morning, he could cast at full power without destroying things accidentally, could switch between wanded and wandless magic fluidly, and had a working grasp of his new limits. He didn't appear to have many. He was upstairs, showered and changed and drinking his third cup of tea, when the front door opened and Hermione Granger walked in, bushy-haired and bright-eyed and already talking. "Harry James Potter, your letter nearly gave me a heart attack. Everything we know is a lie, is not an appropriate thing to write on a piece of parchment and send to someone at 2 in the morning without any context whatsoever. I've been imagining worst-case scenarios for the past 6 hours and let me tell you my imagination is..." She stopped. She was looking at him. Really looking. "Harry," she said, "what happened to you?" He knew what she was seeing. It wasn't just the confidence in his posture or the steadiness in his eyes, the physical changes of the unbinding were visible, if you knew what to look for. His shoulders were broader, his movements more fluid, his skin clearer. Magical suppression had been stunting him physically as well as magically, and the reversal was already showing. "Sit down, Hermione," Harry said. "We need to wait for Ron, and then I need to show you both something." "Show us what?" Something serious left me, something that changes everything. She opened her mouth, he could see the torrent of questions building behind her teeth, and then she closed it. She looked at his face, at whatever she saw there, and she sat down. Okay, she said quietly. I'll wait. Ron arrived 20 minutes later, stumbling out of the portkey landing zone in the front yard and barging through the door with the gracelessness that was uniquely his. He was wearing a Chudley Cannons t-shirt, mismatched socks, and an expression of fierce determination. I told Mum I was going to Fred and George's, he announced. She'll figure out I'm lying in about 3 hours, so whatever this is, make it quick. Or, he added, looking around the cottage, at least make it good. Nice place, by the way. Is there food? There's food, Harry said. Sit down. Ron sat. He looked at Harry. His eyes narrowed slightly. Ron was more perceptive than people gave him credit for, and he was picking up on the same changes Hermione had noticed. You look different, mate, Ron said. You look bigger. I am bigger. Sort of. I'll explain. Harry set the black family pensieve on the kitchen table between them. He placed Sirius's letter next to it, and the crystal vial next to that. Last night, I found these hidden in Sirius's room at Grimmauld Place. The letter is from Sirius. The vial is a memory Sirius stole from Dumbledore's private pensieve. Dumbledore has a private pensieve? Hermione asked. I thought the one in his office. As for show, the real one is hidden on the 7th floor. Sirius found it. Harry took a breath. The memory shows a meeting between Dumbledore and Voldemort. A meeting where they made a deal. The silence was absolute. Ron had gone pale. Hermione's eyes were very wide. I'm going to let you both watch the memory, Harry said. Don't talk until it's finished. You'll want to scream, actually, but wait until it's done. Then we'll talk. He poured the memory into the pensieve and watched his two best friends lean forward together, their faces touching the silver surface, their bodies going rigid as the memory pulled them in. Harry sat back and waited. He knew what they were seeing. He'd watched it 3 more times since last night, each viewing revealing details he'd missed before. The exact wording of the contract. The expression on Dumbledore's face as he cut his palm. The specific, clinical language of the letter to Petunia Dursley. Minutes passed. The fire crackled. Outside, a hawk screamed somewhere over the Highland Hills. Hermione came out of the memory first, gasping, her eyes wet. Ron followed a second later, and his face wasn't pale anymore, it was red, a deep, furious crimson that started at his neck and went all the way to his hairline. I'm going to kill him, Ron said. His voice was very calm, which was how you knew he meant it. I'm going to go to Hogwarts and I'm going to kill Albus Dumbledore. No, Harry said. You're not. Harry, I know. Believe me, I know. But killing him doesn't fix anything. It makes him a martyr and us murderers, and Voldemort wins by default. We need to be smarter than that. Hermione hadn't spoken. She was sitting very still, her hands flat on the table, staring at the pensieve with an expression Harry had never seen on her face before. It wasn't shock or grief or anger, or rather, it was all of those things, compressed into something denser and harder, the way carbon becomes diamond under pressure. Hermione, Harry said gently. 30%, she whispered. He left you 30% of your magic. That's, Harry, do you understand what that means? Every exam you've ever taken, every spell you've ever cast, every time you've fought for your life, you did that at 30%. Your grades, your performance, everything we've ever measured about you as a wizard, it's all wrong. It was all artificially suppressed. I know. The owls. Your defense against the dark arts owl, you got an outstanding at 30% power. Harry, at full strength, you might be. She trailed off, doing the math in her head, and Harry watched the blood drain from her face as the numbers added up. Oh my God. Yeah, he was afraid of you. Dumbledore was afraid of what you'd be. Both of them were. That's why the deal worked. Voldemort didn't want to fight me at full power either. Ron was gripping the edge of the table so hard his knuckles were white. The bastard. The absolute bastard. My mum, she trusts him. My whole family trusts him. Dad's entire career, he stopped. Something worse had occurred to him. Harry, if Dumbledore had a deal to protect certain families, the Sacred 28, and my family isn't on that list. Your family was never protected, Harry confirmed. None of the blood traitor families were. The deal specifically excluded them. So every time a Weasley has been in danger, Bill getting cursed, Dad getting attacked by the Dumbledore could have, he had leverage with Voldemort, he could have intervened. He chose not to. Breaking the deal wasn't worth it. Ron's jaw worked. He looked like he was going to be sick, or hit something, or both. Harry reached across the table and gripped his friend's shoulder. Ron, I need you with me. Not angry, with me. There'll be time to be furious later. Right now I need the Ron Weasley who sees the whole chessboard. Ron's eyes met his. Something steadied behind them, the tactician, the strategist, the chess player who saw patterns others missed. He took a deep breath, and when he exhaled, the wildness in his expression had been replaced by something colder and more dangerous. Okay, Ron said. What's the plan? Harry looked at both of them, his best friends, his chosen family, the two people in the world he trusted completely. We burn it all down, he said. Not with fire, with truth. We expose the pact, destroy Dumbledore's credibility, and take away Voldemort's safety net at the same time. Both of them have been operating under the assumption that the pact protects them. Dumbledore thinks he's safe from Voldemort. Voldemort thinks he's safe from me. We shatter both illusions simultaneously. And then, Hermione asked, and then we end the war. Not Dumbledore's way, not Voldemort's way. Our way, on our terms. Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Then she pulled a notebook from her bag, because Hermione Granger never went anywhere without a notebook, and opened it to a fresh page. Tell me everything, she said. From the beginning. Don't leave anything out. Harry started talking. The morning stretched toward afternoon, and the three of them, the boy who had been sold, the girl who had believed in the system, and the boy whose family had been left unprotected, began to plan. Outside, the Highland wind picked up, carrying the scent of heather and rain. Hedwig dozed on the windowsill, white feathers ruffled by the breeze. The fire burned steady in the hearth, and the wards around the cottage hummed their quiet song of protection. The war had changed. The players had changed. And for the first time in 16 years, Harry Potter was nobody's pawn. The game was about to become very, very different. Chapter 2, The Fracture. The first thing Hermione did was make a list. The second thing she did was throw the list away and make a better one. We have 3 problems, she said, pacing the length of the cottage's main room with the manic energy of someone whose entire worldview had been dismantled and rebuilt in the space of an afternoon. No, 4. 4 problems. The first is credibility. We have a stolen memory and a dead man's letter. Dumbledore will claim the memory is fabricated, the letter is forged, and we've been manipulated by dark magic left behind by Sirius. Sirius wouldn't, Ron started. I know that. You know that. But the wizarding public worships Dumbledore. He's been their hero for 50 years. We're 3 teenagers. If it comes down to our word against his, we lose. Harry was sitting at the kitchen table, turning his wand over in his fingers. His magic hummed quietly through the holly wood, a deep and constant resonance that he was still getting used to. So we don't make it about our word. We make it about evidence they can't deny. Exactly. Which brings me to problem 2, the pact itself. It's a blood-sealed magical contract. If it exists, if it's real, there will be a physical record somewhere. Magical contracts of that nature can't just be signed and forgotten. They anchor themselves to a location, a ley line, something. If we can find the physical contract, that's proof even Dumbledore can't talk his way out of. Where would it be? Ron asked. He was sitting on the floor with his back against the wall, legs stretched out, a half-eaten apple in one hand. His earlier fury had settled into something watchful and methodical, chess player Ron, the version of him that most people never got to see. I don't know yet. That's part of the problem. Hermione stopped pacing and turned to face them. Problem 3 is political. Even if we expose Dumbledore, we need someone on the institutional side who can act on it. The Ministry is compromised, we know Fudge was incompetent, and we don't know how deep Dumbledore's influence goes with whoever's replaced him. Amelia Bones, Harry said. Both of them looked at him. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She gave me a fair hearing at my trial last year when everyone else had already decided I was guilty. She asked real questions. She listened to answers. And she's not part of Dumbledore's circle. I've never seen her at an order meeting." Hermione's eyes lit up. She's also from a family that Voldemort targeted. Her brother, the Bones family, they were decimated in the First War. If Dumbledore had a deal that protected certain families and not others, then Amelia Bones has a personal reason to be very interested in what we have to show her, Harry finished. Ron bit his apple. That's 3 problems. What's 4? Voldemort. Hermione's expression darkened. The moment the pact is exposed publicly, it's void. Or at least, Voldemort will consider it void. Which means whatever restraint the pact was imposing on him, whatever targets were off limits, whatever rules of engagement he was following, all of that goes away. He'll escalate, Harry said. Immediately and violently. He'll want to prove that the pact's dissolution doesn't weaken him. He'll hit somewhere public, somewhere painful, to show that he doesn't need Dumbledore's cooperation to wage war. The room went quiet. The fire popped. Outside, clouds were rolling in from the west, darkening the Highland sky to a bruised purple-gray. "So we need to be ready for that, too," Harry said. He wasn't asking. "We need allies," Hermione said. "Real ones. Not Dumbledore's order, they're compromised by loyalty to him, at least initially. We need people who'll stand with us when the backlash comes." "The DA," Ron said. Harry nodded. He'd been thinking the same thing. Dumbledore's army, the defense group they'd formed the previous year, training in secret while Umbridge tried to turn Hogwarts into a prison. 28 students who'd learned to fight, who'd trusted Harry enough to break the rules, who'd stood with him at the Department of Mysteries when the chips were down. "Not all of them," Harry said carefully. "Some of them are too young, or too close to Dumbledore. But the core group, Neville, Luna, Ginny, the twins if we can get them. Dean, Seamus, the Pottle twins. People who've already proven they'll follow their own judgment. We need more than students, Harry." Hermione sat down heavily, and for the first time, she looked tired. "We're talking about taking on the 2 most powerful wizards in Britain simultaneously. Students can't. Students held the Department of Mysteries against 12 Death Eaters," Harry said. "We were 15, Hermione. We were untrained, outnumbered, and fighting at, well, I was fighting at 30% power, and the rest of you weren't much better off training-wise. And we survived. Barely. We survived. And now I'm not at 30%. Now we have time to prepare. And now we know what we're actually fighting against, which is more than we've ever known before." Hermione looked at him for a long moment. Then she pulled out her notebook again. "Fine. But we're doing this properly. Structured training, strategic planning, information control. No more rushing in blind." "Wouldn't dream of it," Harry said, and the ghost of a smile crossed his face. They spent the next 2 hours planning. Hermione charted timelines and contingencies while Ron sketched tactical scenarios on scraps of parchment. Harry contributed what he'd found in the Black Family Library, texts on combat magic, ward breaking, and a slim, terrifying volume on Horcruxes that made Hermione go very quiet and very pale. He made more than one, she whispered, reading a passage that described the theoretical process of soul splitting. "Harry, the book says the soul can be divided multiple times, but each division makes the creator less stable, less human. If Voldemort made several, he did. The memory, the pact, references, safeguards, Voldemort has in place to ensure his survival. And Dumbledore's letter to Petunia mentions that the protections on the house are tied to, hold on." Harry pulled the moleskin pouch from his neck and withdrew the letter. He scanned until he found the relevant passage. "The boy's survival is necessary as long as certain objects remain intact." He knew. Dumbledore knew about the Horcruxes from the beginning. And he kept them intact, Ron said slowly, working it out. Because the pact required both parties to be alive. If Voldemort died, really died, the pact would end, and Dumbledore would lose whatever protections it gave him. Hermione stared at Ron. Ron, that's exactly right. The pact is mutual. Dumbledore promised not to move against Voldemort, and Voldemort promised not to target Hogwarts or the protected families. If Voldemort dies, those protections vanish. Dumbledore would have to actually fight, actually lead, and everyone would see that he'd been holding back for decades. So destroying the Horcruxes doesn't just kill Voldemort, Harry said. It exposes Dumbledore. It collapses the whole system. Which means Dumbledore will try to stop us from destroying them. Hermione's voice had gone flat, clinical. He'll frame it as caution, as strategy. We need to understand them first, we need to plan carefully, but the real reason will be preservation of the pact. Then we don't give him the chance to stop us. Harry stood up and went to the window. The sky outside had gone fully dark, afternoon storm clouds closing in from every direction. He could feel the weather, actually feel it, the electrical charge building in the atmosphere, the magic inherent in a Highland thunderstorm. We find them. We destroy them. We don't ask permission, and we don't wait for anyone's approval. We need to know how many there are first, Hermione said. The Black Library has resources. And I have a feeling Sirius wasn't the only one who knew more than they let on. Harry turned from the window. Creature. The crack of apparition was immediate. Creature appeared in the middle of the kitchen, looking distinctly put upon but also, Harry noticed, cleaner than usual. He'd changed his pillowcase. Master Harry calls, Creature said, with a stiffness that was closer to formality than hostility. Creature, I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly. The locket, the one Regulus told you to destroy. Slytherin's locket. It's still in the house, isn't it? The effect on Creature was instantaneous. The elf's composure crumbled, his enormous eyes filling with tears that spilled down his wrinkled face. Creature tried, the elf wailed. Creature tried everything, fire, blades, curses, nothing worked. Creature failed Master Regulus. The locket is in the cabinet in the drawing room, and it whispers, and Creature cannot destroy it, cannot fulfill his master's last command. Creature. Harry knelt down so he was at eye level with the elf. You didn't fail. The locket can't be destroyed by normal means, it's protected by the darkest magic there is. Regulus didn't know that. But I can destroy it. And I will. I promise you, I will. Creature stared at him. The tears kept falling, but the wailing stopped. You would do this. For Master Regulus. For Regulus. And for you. Harry held the elf's gaze. Bring me the locket. Creature vanished and reappeared in under 3 seconds, holding a heavy gold locket at arm's length as if it were a live S. Harry could feel it before Creature even got close, a wrongness, a cold, oily psychic pressure that pulsed like a diseased heartbeat. His scar prickled, and he felt the fragment of Voldemort's soul inside the locket recoil from the proximity of another fragment, the one in Harry's own head. He took the locket from Creature's trembling hands. The metal was cold, unnaturally so, and the ornate S on its face seemed to shift and writhe under his gaze. That's a Horcrux, Hermione said from across the room. She hadn't moved, but her wand was in her hand. I can feel it from here. It's God, it's horrible. One down, Ron muttered. How many to go? We'll figure that out. But first, Harry set the locket on the table, and everyone unconsciously leaned away from it. We need something that can destroy it. Basilisk venom works. I killed the diary with a basilisk fang in 2nd year. But I don't have the sword of Gryffindor, Hermione said immediately. It absorbed basilisk venom when you killed the serpent in the chamber. Goblin-forged silver only takes in that which makes it stronger. The sword can destroy Horcruxes. The sword is at Hogwarts. In Dumbledore's office. Then we need an alternative. Hermione was already flipping through the Black family text on Horcruxes, her eyes scanning at the speed that had made her the top student in their year. Basilisk venom, fiendfire, or, here. The killing curse, cast with sufficient power and specific intent to target the soul fragment rather than the physical container. That's theoretical, the book says no one has ever had enough raw magical power to. She stopped. She looked at Harry. Oh, she said. Yeah, Harry said. He looked down at the locket. He could feel his magic responding to the Horcrux's presence, not attracted to it, but aware of it, the way your immune system was aware of a virus. His full, unbound power pressed against the dark artifact like sunlight against shadow. Can you do it? Ron asked. Only one way to find out. Harry picked up the locket in his left hand and raised his right. No wand, this felt like it needed to be direct, magic to magic, soul to soul. Harry, wait, Hermione started. He didn't wait. He poured his magic into the locket, not the killing curse, not any curse, but something rawer and more fundamental. Pure magical force, concentrated and directed at the soul fragment writhing inside the gold shell. He could feel it, Voldemort's torn piece of soul, ancient and malevolent, thrashing against the assault like a trapped animal. The locket screamed. An actual, audible scream, high and thin and agonized, that made Ron clap his hands over his ears and made Creature drop to his knees. The S on the face of the locket split open and black smoke poured out. Not smoke, something worse, something alive and hateful that clawed at Harry's hand with invisible fingers. Harry squeezed. Not physically, magically. He closed his power around the soul fragment like a fist and crushed. The scream peaked, cracked, and died. The locket went hot in his hand, burning hot, then warm, then cool, then simply metal. Just gold. Just a locket. The dark energy that had pulsed from it was gone, snuffed out like a candle in a hurricane. Harry set the locket on the table. It lay there, inert, harmless. The ornate S was cracked down the middle, the metal blackened around the split. Nobody spoke for a long moment. Well, Ron said eventually. That's one way to do it. Creature was staring at the destroyed Horcrux with an expression of such relief that Harry had to look away. The old elf's lips were moving silently, a prayer, maybe, or a message to a master who died decades ago. Creature, Harry said softly. It's done. Master Regulus's command, Creature whispered. Fulfilled. After so many years, Creature is free of it. The elf looked up at Harry, and the transformation in his expression was startling. The habitual hostility, the resentful compliance, all of it was gone, replaced by something that Harry could only describe as devotion. Creature serves the House of Black, the elf said, drawing himself up to his full height, which wasn't much. Creature serves Master Harry. Whatever Master Harry needs, Creature will provide. Thank you, Creature. Go back to Grimmauld Place and watch for visitors. If anyone from the Order comes, let me know immediately. Creature bowed, a real bow, deep and genuine, and vanished. Harry. Hermione's voice was strange, strained. What you just did, destroying a Horcrux with raw magic, that shouldn't be possible. The book says it would require magical power equivalent to. I know what the book says. Do you? Because I'm not sure you understand how significant, Harry, the book estimates the power requirement at roughly 50 times that of a normal wizard. If you just did that casually, with one hand, without even breaking a sweat. I did break a sweat. A little. This isn't funny. If Dumbledore suppressed 70% of your magic, and you were already an above-average wizard at 30%, then your actual full magical capacity is. She trailed off, doing arithmetic that clearly frightened her. Harry, you might be the most powerful wizard alive. More powerful than Dumbledore. More powerful than Voldemort. Good, Harry said. Because I'm going to need to fight both of them. The words hung in the air like a challenge. Ron cleared his throat. Right. So, one Horcrux down. Any idea how many more? Based on what I've read, Voldemort would have wanted a magically significant number. 7 is the most powerfully magical number. 7 pieces of soul would mean 6 Horcruxes plus the main soul fragment in his body. 6 Horcruxes. Ron looked ill. The man ripped his soul into 7 pieces. That's the theory. We've destroyed 2, the diary in second year and the locket just now. That leaves 4, plus Voldemort himself. Do we know what the others are? The Black family texts mention that Horcrux creators typically choose objects of significance, personal items, artifacts with magical history. Voldemort was obsessed with the Hogwarts founders. The locket was Slytherin's. I'd bet the others are connected to the founders too. Hufflepuff's cup, Hermione said, her notebook already open. It belonged to Hepzibah Smith. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. She was murdered, and the cup disappeared. If Voldemort took it, what else? Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw's diadem. It's been lost for centuries, but, lost, and, hidden by a dark wizard, aren't the same thing. Harry nodded. The ring. Sirius's notes. There were scraps of parchment in the library that I think are Sirius's research notes, mention a ring connected to the Gaunt family. Voldemort's maternal line. If he turned a family heirloom into a Horcrux. That's diary, locket, cup, diadem, ring. 5. What's the 6th? The question landed with a thud. Harry didn't answer immediately. He was thinking about the connection he'd always felt with Voldemort, the scar, the visions, the Parseltongue, the way his mind and Voldemort's seemed to brush against each other like hands in the dark. The scar prickled, as if in response to his thoughts. "We'll figure that out," he said, and something in his tone made Hermione look at him sharply but, for once, not push. The storm broke in the early evening. Rain hammered the cottage's slate roof, and wind howled across the Highland hills, bending the heather flat against the ground. Inside, the three of them worked by firelight, surrounded by books and parchment and the remnants of a meal Hermione had insisted on making because, as she put it, we can't plan a revolution on empty stomachs. Ron had drawn a map of what they knew, a web of connections linking Dumbledore, Voldemort, the Horcruxes, the Pact, and the key players on both sides. He was good at this, Harry realized. Really good. Ron saw systems the way other people saw colors, intuitively, naturally, the pieces snapping into place before he could explain why. "The order is the key," Ron said, tapping a cluster of names on his map. "Dumbledore's power doesn't come from his magic. I mean, it does, partly, but his real strength is the network. The Order of the Phoenix. Everyone in it trusts him, fights for him, would die for him. If we expose the pact without addressing the Order first, they'll close ranks. They'll defend him out of loyalty, and we'll look like traitors. So we need to turn some of them before we go public," Harry said. "Exactly. And we need to pick the right ones. People who might already have doubts. People who've been hurt by the pact without knowing it." "Remus," Harry said immediately. The name fell into the room like a stone into water. "He lost everything," Harry continued. "James and Lily, then Sirius, then 12 years believing Sirius was a traitor. His whole life was shaped by the war, and if Dumbledore could have prevented or ended that war at any point. Do you think he'll believe it?" Hermione asked. "He's been loyal to Dumbledore for decades. He was loyal to my parents first. And to Sirius. Dumbledore got them all killed, directly or indirectly. If anyone will be angry enough to listen, it's Remus. He's also the only adult we trust who isn't compromised," Ron pointed out. "We need someone over 17 for the legal stuff, accessing records, making official complaints, all the ministry bureaucracy that doesn't care about underage wizards. Can we get him here without the Order knowing?" "I can get a message to him," Harry said. "Sirius used to communicate with him through a pair of enchanted journals, write in one, it appears in the other. I found Sirius's copy in the bedroom. If Remus still has his." He went to the trunk and dug through the collection of items he'd taken from Grimmauld Place until he found it. A battered leather journal with the Marauder's map insignia embossed on the cover, a tiny paw print, barely visible. Harry opened it to the first blank page, pulled out a quill, and wrote. "Moony, it's Harry. I have Padfoot's journal. I need to see you urgently. Come alone. Tell no one, especially not Dumbledore. I know how that sounds. I have proof of something that changes everything. Please trust me." He added the apparition coordinates for the cottage and the Fidelius secret, embedding it in the text the same way he'd done for Hermione and Ron. Then he closed the journal and set it on the table. "Now we wait," he said. They didn't have to wait long. 40 minutes later, while Hermione was deep in a black family text on magical contracts and Ron was dozing in front of the fire, the journal glowed faintly. Harry opened it. Remus's handwriting, neat, precise, the penmanship of a man who'd taught himself discipline as a defense against chaos. "Harry, I'm coming. Give me 10 minutes. There are things I need to tell you too." Harry read the last line twice. Then he woke Ron, told Hermione to clear the table, and went to open the front door. The storm had eased to a steady drizzle. Remus Lupin appeared at the edge of the Fidelius boundary with a crack of apparition, stumbled slightly on the wet hillside, and walked up to the cottage with the determined stride of a man who had made a decision and was afraid to slow down in case he changed his mind. He looked terrible, worse than Harry had ever seen him, and Harry had seen him after full moons. His face was gaunt, his eyes shadowed, his robes hanging loose on a frame that had lost weight it couldn't afford to lose. Sirius's death had hollowed him out the same way it had hollowed Harry, but Remus didn't have the resilience of youth. He looked like a man running on fumes. "Harry," Remus said, stepping through the door. His eyes swept the room, Hermione at the table, Ron by the fire, the books and parchments and the destroyed locket still sitting where Harry had left it. Then his gaze came back to Harry, and he stopped. The same reaction Hermione and Ron had. The double take, the narrowed eyes, the wordless recognition that something fundamental had changed. "You look," Remus began. "Different, yeah, I know. Sit down, Remus. I need to show you something, and then you're going to tell me the things you need to tell me, and then we're going to figure out what happens next." Remus sat. Harry noticed that his hands were shaking slightly, not from cold, not from weakness. From something else. Harry set the pensieve in front of him and poured the memory in. "This is a memory Sirius stole from Dumbledore's private pensieve. It shows a meeting between Dumbledore and Tom Riddle, decades ago. Watch it. Don't come out until it's finished." Remus looked at the swirling silver surface. Looked at Harry. Something in the werewolf's expression shifted, a wall cracking, a dam starting to give. "I was afraid of this," Remus whispered. "You knew. I suspected. I never had proof. But there were things, inconsistencies, moments that didn't add up, decisions Dumbledore made that only made sense if he was operating under some kind of constraint." Remus's jaw tightened. "I told myself I was paranoid. I told myself I was wrong. After Sirius died, I started looking, and I found edges. Outlines of something. But I never found the center." "Watch the memory," Harry said. "The center is right here." Remus leaned forward into the pensieve. He was in the memory longer than the others. Harry watched the minutes tick by on the clock above the mantel, 5, 10, 15. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. Harry waited. He could feel Remus's emotional state through the ambient magic, a skill he was still getting used to, shock, disbelief, then a rage so vast and cold it made the air in the cottage feel heavy. When Remus came out of the memory, he didn't gasp or stumble. He sat up slowly, carefully, the way a man moves when he's holding something fragile inside himself that might shatter if he breathes wrong. His eyes were dry, but something behind them was burning. "James and Lily," he said. His voice was barely audible. Dumbledore knew the prophecy was about Harry before he was born. He made the deal before, he'd already agreed to sacrifice the prophecy child before James and Lily even. His voice cracked. He pressed both hands flat on the table and stared at them. "The Fidelius charm," he said. "When James and Lily went into hiding, Dumbledore suggested Peter as secret keeper. He insisted. He said it would be unexpected, that Sirius was too obvious a choice. And we listened to him. We listened to him, because he was Dumbledore, and Dumbledore was always right." "You think Dumbledore knew Peter was the spy?" Harry asked. "I think Dumbledore needed someone to break the Fidelius. The pact required that the prophecy child be delivered to Voldemort, raised weak and controllable and then delivered. If James and Lily kept running, kept hiding, kept protecting you effectively, the pact would stall. Dumbledore needed them exposed. He needed Voldemort to find them." The room went very still. "He murdered my parents," Harry said. Not a question. A realization spoken aloud, each word precise and cold as a scalpel. "Not directly. But he put the knife in the killer's hand and told him where to find them." "Yes." Nobody moved. The fire crackled. Rain tapped against the windows. And something crystallized in the room, a shared understanding, a collective fury that was no longer raw but refined, shaped into purpose. "You said you had things to tell me," Harry said. Remus nodded. He reached into his robes and pulled out a sheaf of parchments, creased and worn from repeated handling. "After Sirius died, I started going through old Order records. Not the official ones, Dumbledore keeps those locked up tighter than Gringotts. The personal ones. Letters James and Lily wrote to me during the First War. Notes Sirius passed me before he was arrested. Records from the original Order members, the ones who died." He spread the parchments on the table. "Look at this." He pointed to a letter in Lily's handwriting. "This is from 3 months before they died. Lily writes about a conversation she overheard between Dumbledore and Snape. She couldn't hear the details, but she describes Dumbledore saying, 'The boy will serve his purpose when the time comes.' She thought he was talking about Neville Longbottom, the other possible prophecy child. She was worried about Alice and Frank. But he was talking about me, Harry said. He was talking about you. And look at this, Remus pulled out another letter, this one in James's rough handwriting. James, 2 weeks later. He writes about a meeting where Dumbledore vetoed a plan to raid Malfoy Manor. The Order had intelligence that Voldemort was using it as a base. Dumbledore shut it down, said the intelligence was unreliable. James was furious. He writes, "Something's not right, Moony. There's a pattern. Every time we get close to the inner circle, Dumbledore pulls us back." "The protected families," Hermione murmured. "The sacred 28. Malfoy Manor was off limits because of the pact." Exactly. James saw the pattern. He just didn't know what it meant. Remus's hand was trembling as he gathered the letters. There's more. Financial records. The Black family vaults had traces of transactions between the Dumbledore Trust and several pureblood families. Money flowing in exchange for political support, board seats at Hogwarts, charitable donations that were really bribes. The whole system was rotten, Harry. Not just the pact, everything Dumbledore built around it. Harry absorbed this. He could feel his magic responding to his emotional state. The air in the cottage was humming with it, the wards vibrating at a frequency that made the windows rattle softly. He took a breath and pulled it back, smoothing the ambient energy with a conscious effort. "Then we have more evidence than I thought," he said. "Your letters, the memory, financial records. If we can find the physical contract. I know where it might be." Remus's expression had changed. The grief was still there, but it was being shouldered aside by something sharper. "Dumbledore has a private vault at Gringotts. Not his personal vault, a secondary one, registered under the name of the Order of the Phoenix. I found the reference in Sirius's financial records. The vault was opened in 1957, which is roughly when the memory you showed me would have taken place. Can we access it? Not easily. Gringotts vaults are protected by. Goblins don't care about wizard politics," Harry said. "They care about gold, ownership, and the terms of their contracts. If I can prove that the vault contains evidence of a criminal conspiracy, or better yet, if I can claim it through the Black family's financial interest, I might have standing." Hermione was writing furiously. "We need to talk to Gringotts. But carefully, if Dumbledore has goblin allies, a direct approach could tip him off." "I'll handle Gringotts," Harry said. "I have the Black family signet ring. And the Potter family ring. Between the two, I'm the head of 2 ancient and noble houses. The goblins will at least hear me out." Ron had been quiet for a while, studying his map. Now he looked up. "That's the long game. What about the short game? Dumbledore knows something happened at Grimmauld Place. You blew out every window and killed his monitoring charms. He'll be looking for you. Let him look. Harry, I mean it. Let him look. He won't find this place, the Fidelius is solid, and he doesn't know it exists. While he's searching, we move. Gather allies, destroy Horcruxes, build our case. By the time he finds us, we'll be ready. And if he finds us before we're ready." Harry met Ron's eyes. "Then he finds out what I can do at 100%. Ron held his gaze for a moment, then nodded slowly. There was something in his expression, not fear, but the careful assessment of someone recalibrating their understanding of a person they thought they knew. Harry had always been brave, had always been willing to fight. But this was different. This wasn't the desperate courage of a boy in over his head. This was the quiet certainty of someone who knew exactly how dangerous he was and had decided, quite calmly, to stop pretending otherwise. The night deepened. Remus stayed, accepting the second bedroom and collapsing into it with the exhaustion of a man who had been carrying a terrible suspicion for months and had finally been allowed to set it down. Hermione commandeered the kitchen table as a permanent workstation, spreading books and notes and charts across its surface until it looked like a war room. Ron fell asleep on the couch with his map clutched to his chest and his wand in his hand. Harry didn't sleep. He went down to the training room and worked through the night, not just on combat magic, but on control. Raw power was useless without precision, and his power was staggeringly raw. He practiced casting at partial strength, learning to modulate his output the way a musician learns to play soft as well as loud. He practiced wandless magic until he could light a candle and extinguish it from across the room without touching anything else. He practiced shields, barriers, wards, the defensive arts that Hogwarts barely taught and the Black family library covered in exhaustive detail. And he practiced something the books called magicite, the ability to perceive magical energy directly, without spells or devices. For most wizards, it was a theoretical skill, discussed in academic texts and never actually achieved. For Harry, with his unbound core, it came as naturally as opening his eyes. He could see magic, not with his physical eyes, with something deeper, more fundamental. The wards around the cottage blazed like a web of golden fire. The enchantments on his trunk glowed with a soft blue luminescence. His own magic was visible as a corona of white gold light around his body, shifting and pulsing with his heartbeat. By dawn, he could see the magical signatures of the sleeping people upstairs: Remus's warm amber, shot through with the dark silver of the werewolf curse; Hermione's bright blue, dense and organized; Ron's deep red, scattered but fierce. Each one unique. Each one as recognizable as a face. He could also see the locket. The destroyed Horcrux still sat on the kitchen table where he'd left it. The dark magic was gone, but there was a residue, a stain on the fabric of reality where Voldemort's soul fragment had been ripped away. And that stain had a signature. A magical fingerprint that was uniquely, unmistakably Voldemort's. If Harry could see that fingerprint, if he could learn to recognize it, track it, follow it, then finding the other Horcruxes wasn't a matter of research and guesswork. It was a matter of looking. He filed that away and went upstairs to make breakfast. The morning brought movement. They were halfway through eggs and toast, Harry cooking, everyone else too surprised by the quality to comment, when the Marauder's journal glowed. Not Remus's handwriting this time. Someone else had gotten hold of his copy. Harry opened the journal and read, "Mr. Potter, it has come to my attention that you have left the protection of Grimmauld Place without authorization. Your monitoring charms have been destroyed, your location is unknown, and Remus Lupin has similarly disappeared. I must insist that you contact me immediately. Whatever you believe you have discovered, I assure you there is context you are missing. I can explain everything, but only if you allow me to. Please, Harry, come home. Let me help you. Albus Dumbledore." Harry read the message aloud. The kitchen went dead silent. "Context," Hermione repeated, and her voice could have cut glass. "He wants to provide context for selling you to Voldemort." "Notice what he doesn't say," Ron murmured, leaning over to read the message again. "He doesn't deny it. He doesn't say, 'I don't know what you're talking about.' He says, 'There is context you are missing.' He knows we found the memory. He's not denying the pact, he's trying to justify it." Remus was gripping his teacup so hard the ceramic creaked. "Albus was in my rooms. He went through my things and found the journal." "Which means he's actively looking for us," Harry said. "Good. That means he's scared." "Harry, what do you want to do?" Hermione asked. Harry looked at the message for a long moment. Then he picked up the quill and wrote back. "Professor Dumbledore, I've seen the memory. I've read the letter to Petunia. I've broken the bindings you placed on my magical core when I was a baby. There is no context that makes this acceptable. You sold me before I was born. You had my parents killed. You suppressed my magic, placed me with abusers, and groomed me to die on command. You did this while looking me in the eye and telling me you cared about me. I am not coming home. I am not coming to Hogwarts. And I am no longer yours to control. If you want to explain yourself, you'll get the chance. But it won't be in your office, on your terms, in private. It will be in public, in front of everyone, where you can't hide behind your reputation. Don't look for me. You won't find me. And if you send anyone after me, I will consider it a hostile act and respond accordingly. Harry Potter." He closed the journal and looked up. 4 pairs of eyes stared back at him. "That," Ron said after a pause, "was the most terrifying thing I've ever read, and I include Hermione's study schedules." Despite everything, Harry almost smiled. He needed to know where things stand. No ambiguity, no room for him to convince himself he can still manipulate me. "He'll send someone," Remus said quietly. "Albus doesn't give up. He'll send someone he thinks you'll listen to, someone you trust." There's almost no one left he could send that I'd listen to." Harry paused. Except maybe one person. The realization hit the room at the same time. Remus closed his eyes. "Snape," Harry said. "He'll send Snape." "Why Snape?" Ron demanded. "You hate Snape. Dumbledore knows you hate Snape. Because Snape is the one person who might be able to argue Dumbledore's case and mean it. Snape sacrificed everything for Dumbledore's cause, his freedom, his reputation, his life as a double agent. If the pact is exposed, Snape's entire sacrifice becomes meaningless. He has the most to lose, which means he has the most motivation to convince me to keep quiet. And because Snape can track the Dark Mark's signature," Hermione added. "If Voldemort gave Harry his scar, and Snape carries the Dark Mark, there's a sympathetic magical connection. Snape might be the only person who can find Harry regardless of the Fidelius." They looked at each other. "So we prepare for Snape," Harry said. "And when he comes, we don't fight him. We turn him." Ron let out a bark of laughter. "Turn Snape? Mate, you might as well try to turn a brick wall. The man has hated you since. The man has hated me since he looked at me and saw James Potter. But I'm not James Potter. And once Snape sees that memory, once he understands what Dumbledore really did, he'll have to make a choice. Everything Snape has done for the past 15 years has been in service of Dumbledore's plan. What happens when he learns the plan was never what he thought it was?" Hermione's eyes widened. "Snape's been protecting you because Dumbledore told him to. Because of Lily. If Dumbledore was actually, if the plan was always to sacrifice you, then Snape's protection was never real. He was just keeping the weapon functional until it was time to use it. And Snape loved my mother." Harry's voice was quiet, stripped of the animosity he'd carried for years. "Genuinely loved her. Whatever else Snape is, that much is real. How do you think he'll react when he finds out Dumbledore got Lily killed on purpose?" The silence that followed was the silence of a fuse burning. Snape came that evening. Harry felt him before he arrived, a dark, complex magical signature approaching the Fidelius boundary, familiar from years of proximity in potions class. Hermione had been right about the sympathetic connection. The Dark Mark apparently allowed Snape to track the scar's resonance even through the Fidelius, though the effort had clearly cost him. When Harry opened the front door, Snape was standing in the rain, looking like a drowned bat, his face white with exhaustion and something else, something that looked, if you squinted, like fear. "Potter," Snape said. "Professor, you were going to get yourself killed. Probably. But not the way Dumbledore planned." Snape's expression didn't change, but something behind his eyes flinched. "You don't know what you've found. You don't understand the complexities. I understand that Dumbledore made a blood pact with Voldemort to sacrifice me in exchange for political peace. I understand that he suppressed my magic, placed me with abusers, and arranged for my parents to be murdered. I understand that he's been running a war he could have ended at any time, letting people die to maintain a deal that protects pureblood families and his own power." Harry stepped aside. "Come in and tell me which part of that I'm wrong about." Snape stood in the rain for a long moment. Water ran down his face, plastering his black hair to his skull. His dark eyes searched Harry's face for something, a crack, a weakness, a sign that the boy he'd known was still in there, still controllable. Whatever he found, it wasn't what he expected. Snape stepped inside. The kitchen was a deliberate setup. Harry had arranged it that way. Remus at the table, radiating quiet fury. Hermione with her notebook open, every piece of evidence catalogued and cross-referenced. Ron leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, watching Snape with the cold assessment he usually reserved for chess opponents. And the pensieve in the center of the table, the memory already poured and waiting. Snape took it all in with a single sweep of those black eyes. Harry watched him catalogue the details, the destroyed Horcrux, the Black family texts, the tactical maps. Watched Snape's expression shift from contempt to something more cautious. "Lupin," Snape said flatly. "Severus," Remus replied, equally flat. "You've joined the Children's Rebellion, I see. I've joined the side that doesn't sell babies to Dark Lords. You should try it." Snape's lip curled, but the habitual sneer didn't have its usual force. He turned to Harry. "Dumbledore sent me to bring you back. He is concerned. I'm sure he is. His weapon went missing. You were not a weapon, Potter. That's funny coming from the man who spent 5 years trying to break me. Was that Dumbledore's idea too, or did you just enjoy it? Snape went very still. Something flickered in his expression, not guilt, exactly, but something adjacent to it. Something that didn't have a name. I did what I was told, he said. As I have always done. I know. That's why I'm not angry at you, not about that, anyway. You were following Dumbledore's orders, the same way you've always followed someone's orders. First Voldemort, then Dumbledore. The question is whether you're going to keep following orders now that you know what those orders were really for. Harry gestured to the pensieve. Watch the memory, Snape. See for yourself what Dumbledore did. Then make your choice. Snape looked at the pensieve. He looked at Harry. He looked at the destroyed locket on the table, and something in his expression sharpened, recognition, perhaps. He was smart enough to know what a destroyed Horcrux looked like. If I watch this, Snape said slowly, there is no going back. There's no going back anyway. Dumbledore knows I have the memory. The moment I release it publicly, the pact is over. Voldemort will know, the Ministry will know, everyone will know. You can be on the right side of that, or you can go down with the man who used all of us. Snape's jaw tightened. His hands were clenched at his sides, and Harry could see the tendons standing out in his wrists. The man was at war with himself, duty against truth, loyalty against evidence, the carefully constructed identity of the faithful servant against the possibility that the master had never deserved the faith. Then Severus Snape leaned forward and pressed his face into the memory. The weight was excruciating. Harry watched Snape's body for signs, tension, trembling, the white-knuckled grip on the edge of the table. Minutes ticked by. 5, 10, 15, longer than anyone else had taken. When Snape came out of the memory, he didn't sit up. He stayed bent over the pensieve, his forehead almost touching the silver surface, his hair curtaining his face. His shoulders were shaking, barely perceptibly, a fine tremor that could have been rage or grief or both. Severus, Remus said, and the concern in his voice was genuine despite everything between them. Snape straightened up. His face was chalk white, his eyes burning, and when he spoke, his voice was a stripped, raw thing that Harry had never heard from him before. The letter, Snape said. The letter to Petunia. He wrote, he instructed her to. He stopped, swallowed, started again. He told me that placing you with the Dursleys was for your protection. Blood wards. Lily's sacrifice, anchored in her sister's home. He said it was the only way. He told me, Snape's voice cracked, and the sound was shocking from a man who seemed made of edges and acid. He told me you were safe. He told me Lily's son was safe. I wasn't, Harry said quietly. No, you were in a cupboard under the stairs, and the man I gave my life to put you there. Snape stood. The chair SCD back across the stone floor, a harsh sound in the quiet room. He walked to the window and stood with his back to them, looking out at the dark Highland night. The rain had stopped, and the sky was clearing, stars beginning to punch through the clouds. Nobody spoke. This was Snape's moment, the hinge point of his life, the instant where everything he'd built himself around either held or shattered. I went to Dumbledore, Snape said, still facing the window. After Lily died, I went to him and I said, you promised you would keep her safe. And he looked at me with those eyes, those damnable twinkling eyes, and he said, I did everything I could, Severus. But Voldemort was too powerful. We must honor Lily's sacrifice by protecting her son. He pressed his palm flat against the glass. Everything he could. Everything he could. He could have ended it before it began. He could have destroyed Voldemort decades before Lily was even born. And he chose not to. Yes, Harry said. Snape turned around. His face had changed, the mask was gone, the careful blankness he wore like armor stripped away, and beneath it was something Harry had never seen. Not grief, not rage, something older and more terrible. The expression of a man who has just realized that the foundation of his entire adult life was a lie, and that every sacrifice he made, every year of suffering, every moment of self-abnegation, was for nothing. What do you need from me? Snape asked. The words were quiet, simple, and they cost him everything. Harry could see it, the price of those 6 words written in the tension of Snape's jaw, the set of his shoulders, the way his wand hand hung at his side, fingers slightly curled as if reaching for a lifeline. "I need information," Harry said. "Everything you know about Dumbledore's operations, his plans, his contingencies. Everything you know about Voldemort's Horcruxes, because you know more than you've let on. And I need you to keep playing your role, for now. Go back to Dumbledore, tell him you found me, tell him I'm angry but confused, that you think you can bring me around. Buy us time." Snape's eyes narrowed. "You want me to spy on Dumbledore? The way I've been spying on the Dark Lord. I want you to do what you've always done, survive. But this time, do it for yourself. Not for Dumbledore, not for Voldemort. For you. And for my mother." Something passed between them, not warmth, not forgiveness, but something that might eventually become understanding. Snape held Harry's gaze for a long moment, and in those dark eyes, Harry saw the man make his choice. "The Dark Lord has 6 Horcruxes," Snape said, and the room collectively stopped breathing. "I have known this since the year you entered Hogwarts. Dumbledore told me as leverage, insurance to keep me loyal. He said that if I ever betrayed him, he would allow Voldemort to recover the Horcruxes I knew about and become truly immortal." "What do you know about their locations?" Hermione asked, quill poised over her notebook. "The diary is destroyed. You handled that in your 2nd year, apparently by accident. The locket," his eyes flicked to the destroyed Horcrux on the table, "appears to be destroyed as well. The ring is in the Gaunt family shack in Little Hangleton. The cup is in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. The diadem," he paused. "The diadem is at Hogwarts. In the room of requirement." "And the 6th? Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew. Snape looked at him, really looked at him, with an expression that was, for the first time, devoid of contempt or hostility. It was compassion, reluctant, awkward, and entirely real. "You, Potter," Snape said. "The 6th Horcrux is you." The room erupted. Ron swore. Hermione's quill snapped. Remus surged to his feet, knocking his chair backward. Harry didn't move. He'd known. On some level, he'd known since the moment he'd broken the bindings and felt his magic flood back. There had been something else in there, something dark, something that wasn't him, something that coiled at the base of his scar like a sleeping serpent. He'd felt it when he'd destroyed the locket, the fragment in his head had recoiled, had screamed silently, had thrashed against its containment. "I know," Harry said. The room went quiet. Everyone stared at him. "You know." Hermione's voice was faint. "I felt it when I broke the bindings. There's a piece of his soul attached to my scar. It's been there since the night my parents died." Harry touched his forehead, tracing the lightning bolt with one finger. "That's another reason Dumbledore wanted me to die. It wasn't just the prophecy, it was the Horcrux. He planned to march me to Voldemort like a sacrifice and let the killing curse destroy both me and the soul fragment. 2 birds, 1 stone. There has to be another way," Hermione said fiercely. "You don't have to die too. I'm not going to die." Harry's voice was calm, absolute, with a certainty that wasn't bravado but something deeper. "If I can destroy a Horcrux in a locket with raw magic, I can destroy the one in my own head. It'll take precision, more precision than I have right now. But I'll get there." "The Dark Lord does not know Potter is a Horcrux," Snape said. "He created it accidentally, on the night he tried to kill you. Dumbledore was the only one who knew, until he told me." "Which means we have an advantage," Harry said. "Voldemort doesn't know to protect me. He'll be trying to kill me, not realizing that my death is the one thing that would actually help him. It would destroy the Horcrux he doesn't know about." "That is both reassuring and profoundly disturbing," Snape said dryly. "Welcome to my life." Something shifted in the room, not quite humor, but the acknowledgement that humor was possible, even here, even now. Snape's lip twitched in what might, under extreme magnification, have been a smile. They talked through the night. Snape was a reservoir of information, decades of intelligence gathered from both sides of the war, most of it carefully compartmentalized, all of it potentially lethal. He knew the locations of Death Eater safehouses, the identities of Voldemort's inner circle, the political fault lines within the pureblood families. And he knew Dumbledore's playbook, the manipulations, the contingencies, the leverage the old wizard held over every member of the Order. "He has something on everyone," Snape said. Lupin's werewolf status, he holds the threat of exposure like a sword. Moody's career is built on cases Dumbledore fed him. Shacklebolt, Tonks, the Weasleys, everyone owes him something. He's built a web of obligation so thorough that betraying him feels like betraying yourself. Then we cut the web, Harry said. One strand at a time. Start with the people who have the most to gain from the truth. Amelia Bones, the families who were excluded from the Pact's protection, the Muggle-borns who were never part of Dumbledore's deal. And the DA, Ron added. He'd been quiet for a long time, thinking. Now he unfolded his map and laid it over Hermione's notes. Look, the DA is mostly half-bloods and Muggle-borns. The people the Pact didn't protect. Neville's family was deliberately left vulnerable. Dean's a Muggle-born. Seamus is a half-blood. These are the people who have the most reason to be furious when they learn the truth. Neville, Harry said, and the name landed with weight. We tell him first. After us, he has the most right to know. Neville's parents were tortured into insanity by the Lestranges, Hermione said quietly. If Dumbledore's pact protected the Lestranges. It did. The Lestranges are one of the Sacred 28. Then Dumbledore didn't just fail to protect Frank and Alice Longbottom. He actively protected the people who destroyed them. The thought was so monstrous that even Snape, who had spent 15 years marinating in the worst humanity had to offer, looked sickened. I'll talk to Neville, Harry said. In person. He deserves that. Dawn was breaking by the time Snape left. He stood at the front door, his traveling cloak fastened, his mask back in place, but not quite as firmly as before. There were cracks in it now, fissures that let light through. I will tell Dumbledore that you are angry but reachable, Snape said. That you need time. That will buy you perhaps a week before he takes more direct action. A week is enough. Snape nodded. He turned to go, then stopped. Without looking back, he said, Your mother would be proud of you, Potter. She was the bravest person I ever knew, and you are. He paused. You were very like her. Then he walked into the pre-dawn darkness and dissipated, and Harry was left standing in the doorway with something burning in his chest that he couldn't name. The next 5 days were the most productive of Harry's life. They settled into a rhythm, brutal and efficient. Mornings were for training. Harry worked in the basement, pushing his magic further each day, learning to wield his full power with the precision of a scalpel rather than the blunt force of a hammer. Hermione joined him, and he discovered something remarkable. With his Magicite, he could see the weak points in her spellwork and help her correct them. Her magic was naturally precise but lacked raw power. With Harry's guidance, she learned to compensate by layering spells and creating compound effects that were devastatingly effective. Ron trained too, though his talents lay elsewhere. He was a natural tactical thinker, and Harry set him to work on battle planning, studying the combat manuals from the Black Library, mapping out scenarios, designing strategies for every contingency they could imagine. Ron's mind for patterns made him invaluable. He could look at a battlefield and see the flow of a fight 3 moves ahead, the same way he saw the flow of a chess game. Remus handled the intelligence work. He maintained contact with sympathetic Order members, the ones who might turn, given enough evidence, and monitored Dumbledore's movements through a network of sources he'd cultivated during the First War. He also worked with Harry on advanced defense against the dark arts, the real kind, not the watered-down version taught at Hogwarts. Dumbledore controlled the Dada curriculum, Remus told Harry during one session, as they practiced shield variations. He made sure no competent teacher lasted more than a year. The jinx on the position wasn't a mystery, it was a feature. He didn't want students learning to fight effectively. Because effective fighters are hard to control, Harry said. Because effective fighters ask questions. The best defense students, the ones who really understood combat magic, would eventually notice the inconsistencies. Why didn't Dumbledore fight Voldemort directly? Why did the Order keep losing when they had the most powerful wizard in Britain on their side? A properly trained defense student would start connecting dots that Dumbledore couldn't afford to have connected. It made a horrible kind of sense. The revolving door of Dada teachers, the inconsistent quality of instruction, the way the subject was treated as secondary to safer classes like Transfiguration and Charms, all of it designed to produce a generation of witches and wizards who could do homework but couldn't fight a war. On the 3rd day, Harry contacted Neville. He used the DA coins, the enchanted galleons Hermione had created the previous year. A simple message: need to talk. Urgent. Come alone. With apparition coordinates that would bring Neville to the edge of the Fidelius boundary. Neville arrived within the hour. Harry met him outside the cottage. Neville Longbottom had changed over the summer, taller, broader, with a steadiness in his eyes that hadn't been there the year before. The battle at the Department of Mysteries had burned away the last of his childhood uncertainty, and what remained was something quieter and harder. "Harry," Neville said, "what's going on? The coin hasn't been used since, are you okay? You look different. I need to show you something, Neville. And I need to warn you, it's going to make you very angry." "How angry?" "Angrier than you've ever been in your life." Neville studied Harry's face for a long moment. Then he straightened his shoulders, the way he always did when he was bracing for something difficult, and said, "Show me." Harry showed him. He sat with Neville in the cottage's main room, just the two of them, while Neville watched the memory. He let Neville take his time. He didn't rush or explain or soften. He just waited. When Neville came out of the memory, he didn't speak for a very long time. He sat at the table with his hands clasped in front of him, staring at nothing. The color had drained from his face, then returned in patches of red across his cheeks and neck. His jaw was clenched so tight that the muscles stood out like cords. "The Lestranges," Neville said finally. His voice was very controlled, too controlled, the kind of control that comes from compressing an enormous pressure into a very small space. "They're on the protected list." "Yes. Dumbledore had a deal that made them untouchable. While they were torturing my parents. While they were using the Cruciatus curse until my mum and dad couldn't remember my name. The Lestranges were protected." "Yes." Neville unclasped his hands. They were shaking. He looked down at them as if they belonged to someone else. "My parents are alive," he said. "They're in St. Mungo's, and they're alive, and they don't know me. My mum gives me sweet wrappers because some part of her brain remembers that she used to give me sweets, but she can't remember who I am. And Dumbledore could have stopped it." "Yes." Neville raised his eyes to Harry's, and what Harry saw there was not the bumbling, uncertain boy who had once been afraid of Professor Snape. It was something ancient and implacable, the look of a man who has found the source of his suffering and intends to do something about it. "What do you need me to do?" Neville asked. "Stand with me. When I expose this publicly, I need people beside me who the wizarding world respects. The Longbottoms are an old family, a respected family. Your voice carries weight. You'll have it." And Harry, Neville's shaking hands stilled, pressed flat against the table. "When we go after the Lestranges, because we are going after them, I want to be there." "You will be." Neville nodded once. The gesture had a finality to it, a door closing, a decision made. The fourth day brought the first complication. Harry was in the training room, practicing elemental conjuration, fire and ice, shaped and directed with wandless precision, when the wards pulsed a warning. Someone was at the boundary. Not Snape, the signature was different. Warm, shifting, uncertain. Harry went upstairs and opened the front door. Nymphadora Tonks stood at the edge of the Fidelius line, her hair cycling through colors the way it did when she was stressed, pink to blue to green to orange, flickering like a neon sign with a loose connection. "Harry Potter," she called out, "I can't see your bloody cottage, but I know you're here because Remus's Patronus told me to come, and if you don't let me in, I'm going to stand in this rain until I catch pneumonia, and then you'll feel terrible." Harry looked over his shoulder at Remus, who was standing in the hallway with an expression that was equal parts sheepish and defiant. "I trust her," Remus said simply. "She needs to know." Harry turned back to Tonks, made a decision, and spoke the Fidelius secret aloud. The cottage materialized in front of Tonks's eyes, and she stared at it for a moment before marching up the path and through the front door with the purposeful energy of someone who dealt with uncertainty by moving faster. "Right," she said, shaking rain out of her currently purple hair. "Remus says you've found something that changes everything. He says Dumbledore isn't what we think he is. He says I should see something, and that I should come prepared to have my world turned upside down." She looked around the room, at the books, the maps, the destroyed Horcrux, the general atmosphere of organized rebellion. "I'm prepared. Hit me." Harry liked Tonks. He'd always liked her. She was honest, brave, and utterly incapable of pretense. She was also an Auror, which meant she had training, connections, and legal authority that they desperately needed. He showed her the memory. Tonks's reaction was different from the others. She didn't rage or weep or go quiet. She went very still, and then she started asking questions, precise, professional questions, the kind an Auror asked at a crime scene. When was the pact made? Who witnessed it? Is the contract still extant? Has anyone performed an authenticity analysis on the memory? What's the chain of custody? Who's handled it since Sirius took it? Is there physical evidence that corroborates the memory's content? She interrogated Harry for an hour, systematically dismantling every possible defense Dumbledore could mount and identifying every weakness in their case. By the end, she was pacing the room the way Hermione did, her hair now a steady, furious red. "It's real," she said finally. "The memory isn't fabricated, the emotional resonance is too complex, too layered. I've studied memory modification as part of Auror training, and tampered memories have a flatness to them, a lack of peripheral detail. This memory is rich. I could smell the fire, feel the temperature of the room. It's genuine. Will you help us?" Harry asked. Tonks stopped pacing. She looked at Remus, who looked back at her with an expression that said everything. "I'll do more than help you," she said. "I'll get you Amelia Bones." The 5th day was the day everything accelerated. Tonks brought Amelia Bones to the cottage at noon. The head of the DMLE arrived with the grim formality of a woman who had been told something unbelievable and had come prepared to be skeptical. She was tall, square-jawed, with close-cropped gray hair and eyes that missed nothing. She carried herself like someone who had fought in the First War and carried the scars to prove it, not visible scars, but the kind that lived behind the eyes. "Mr. Potter," she said, removing her traveling cloak. "Auror Tonks tells me you have evidence of a criminal conspiracy involving Albus Dumbledore. I'll tell you plainly, I find that difficult to believe. But I also find it difficult to believe that you'd go to these lengths for a hoax. So show me what you have." Harry showed her everything. The memory, Sirius's letter, Remus's corroborating documents, Snape's intelligence carefully anonymized to protect the source, the Black family financial records, the destroyed Horcrux. Amelia Bones watched the memory twice. She read every document. She asked questions that were sharper and more incisive than Tonks's, questions about magical contract law, about the enforceability of blood pacts, about the legal implications of magical core suppression on a minor. When she was finished, she sat at the kitchen table with her hands folded and said nothing for a very long time. "Madam Bones," Hermione ventured. "I'm thinking." Bones's voice was clipped, controlled. "My brother Edgar was killed in the First War. My entire family, my niece Susan is all I have left. We were not one of the protected families." She paused. "Dumbledore attended Edgar's funeral. He held my hand and told me that Edgar's death was a tragedy that he would ensure was not in vain. The silence that followed was absolute. That man shook my hand over my brother's grave while operating under a pact that could have prevented the war entirely." Bones's jaw tightened. "What do you need from me, Mr. Potter?" "I need the Ministry's weight behind the exposure. When I go public with this, and I'm going public soon, Dumbledore will try to discredit me. He'll use his reputation, his political connections, everything in his arsenal. I need someone at the Ministry who can ensure the evidence is taken seriously and investigated properly. You'll have it. But I need something from you first. Name it." "The physical contract. The memory is compelling, but a defense attorney, and Dumbledore will have the best, could argue that memories can be fabricated. I need the original blood-sealed pact. That's the kind of evidence that can't be denied or explained away." "We believe it's in a vault at Gringotts," Harry said. "I'm going to get it." Bones studied him. "You're 16. I'm the head of 2 ancient and noble houses, I've fought Voldemort 4 times, and I've been operating at 30% of my magical capacity for my entire life. Age isn't the variable that matters here." Something shifted in Bones's expression, not quite respect, but the precursor to it. "Get me the contract," she said. "And I will personally see to it that Albus Dumbledore answers for every clause." She left with Tonks, and the cottage felt smaller and larger at the same time, smaller because the walls seemed to be closing in with the weight of what was coming, larger because the scope of their operation had just expanded beyond anything Harry had imagined. That evening, Harry sat alone in the training room, surrounded by the quiet hum of the protective wards, and thought about Gringotts. The Goblin Bank was a fortress, everyone knew that. Breaking in was supposedly impossible, though impossible was starting to feel like a relative term in Harry's new life. He didn't need to break in, exactly, he had legitimate standing as the head of the Black family. But the vault in question was registered under the Order of the Phoenix, not the Black name, and accessing it would require either legal authority or creative interpretation of the rules, Hermione said from the stairs. Harry looked up. She was standing in the doorway in her pajamas, a cup of tea in one hand and a book in the other. "You should be asleep," he said. "So should you. But you're down here brooding, and I decided that if you're going to brood, you should at least have company." She came down the stairs and sat on the floor next to him, tucking her legs beneath her. Gringotts. Gringotts. I've been reading about Goblin financial law. It's fascinating, actually, completely separate from wizarding law, based on entirely different principles. Goblins don't recognize the concept of permanent ownership the way wizards do. In Goblin law, the maker of an object retains certain rights to it regardless of who pays for it. And a vault is made by goblins. Exactly. The goblins built the vault, which means they retain rights to its contents under certain circumstances. One of those circumstances is if the vault is being used to store evidence of a crime against the Goblin Nation. Is the pact a crime against the Goblin Nation? The pact involves a blood-sealed magical contract. Blood magic of that nature requires a conduit, a physical medium through which the binding force is channeled. According to this book, she held up the volume she'd been reading, a dense tome titled Goblin-Wizard Relations, a legal history. The most common conduit for blood pacts is goblin-forged metal. If the contract was written on parchment and sealed with blood, the sealing mechanism almost certainly involves a goblin-made artifact. Which means the goblins have a claim. Harry stared at her. "You figured all of that out tonight." "I figured most of it out 3 days ago. I was just waiting for the right moment to tell you." She smiled, a quick, fierce expression that lit up her face. "The goblins don't like Dumbledore, Harry. He's been using their financial system to launder the pact's political payments for decades. If we present this correctly, they won't just let us into the vault, they'll help us." "I could you." The words came out before he could stop them. Hermione's cheeks went pink, but she didn't look away. "Save it for after we win," she said. "Now come upstairs. We have a bank to rob tomorrow, and you need sleep." They went upstairs together. Harry lay in his bed and stared at the ceiling, listening to the Highland wind and the hum of the wards and the quiet sounds of the people sleeping around him. His people, his chosen family, the small band of rebels who had looked at the truth and chosen to stand with him rather than run from it. Tomorrow, Gringotts. Then Hogwarts. Then the reckoning. Harry closed his eyes and, for the first time since Sirius had died, slept without dreaming. He woke at dawn with a message burning in the Marauder's journal. Not from Dumbledore this time. Snape's tight, angular handwriting. "Potter, Dumbledore has called an emergency order meeting for tomorrow evening. He intends to declare you compromised by dark magic and issue a retrieval order. He has convinced Moody and Shacklebolt that you are under the influence of a Black family curse, and they are prepared to bring you in by force. Additionally, the Dark Lord knows something has changed. He felt the destruction of the locket. He does not know the details, but he knows his defenses are being attacked. He is furious and frightened, and a frightened Dark Lord is more dangerous than an angry one. Move quickly. S." Harry read the message and felt the last trace of hesitation burn away. He got up, got dressed, and went to wake the others. The game was no longer coming. The game was here. He called them together in the kitchen. Hermione, Ron, Remus, Neville, who'd stayed on since his arrival. They gathered around the table in the gray morning light, mugs of tea untouched, faces alert. "Plans have changed," Harry said. "We're out of time. Dumbledore is moving against us tomorrow, and Voldemort felt me destroy the locket. We can't do this slowly anymore." He looked at each of them in turn. "Today, we go to Gringotts. We get the contract. And tonight, he pulled out the DA coins and set them on the table, the enchanted galleons gleaming in the early light. Tonight, I send a message to every member of Dumbledore's army. He picked up a coin and held it between his fingers. The metal was warm against his skin, humming with the communication charm Hermione had woven into it a year ago. "Emergency meeting," Harry said, and the words carried the weight of everything that had happened and everything that was about to happen. "Bring your wands. Don't tell any professors." He activated the coin. Across Britain, in bedrooms and kitchens and gardens and shops, enchanted galleons grew hot in pockets and on nightstands, and the message burned itself into the metal. "Emergency meeting. Bring your wands. Don't tell any professors." The fracture had begun. Chapter 3, The Reckoning. Gringotts at opening. Time had a particular energy, the marble halls still cool from the night, the click of goblin claws on stone floors echoing with crisp authority, the first shafts of morning light slicing through the high windows and catching the gold leaf lettering above the teller stations. It was a place that smelled like money and old stone and the faint metallic tang of deep magic. Harry walked through the bronze doors with Hermione at his right shoulder and Ron at his left, and every goblin in the entrance hall turned to look at them. He'd dressed for the occasion. Not in school robes or muggle clothes, in black family formal attire he'd found in the Grimmauld Place wardrobe. A tailored coat of dark gray wool over a white shirt, the black family crest embroidered in silver thread on the breast. On his right hand, the black family signet ring, a heavy silver band set with an onyx stone that pulsed faintly with old magic. On his left, the Potter family ring, which he'd retrieved from his own vault the previous year and never worn, gold, set with a ruby, warm against his skin. He looked like what he was, the head of two ancient and noble houses, and a wizard who had stopped pretending to be less than he was. The head teller, a particularly ancient goblin with a nose like a blade and eyes like polished flint, watched them approach with an expression that was equal parts professional neutrality and barely concealed interest. "I need to speak with the director of hereditary accounts," Harry said. He set both hands flat on the marble counter, rings visible. "My name is Harry James Potter Black. I am the Lord of House Potter and House Black, and I have business that requires the director's personal attention." The teller's eyes dropped to the rings. Something flickered in his expression. Goblins respected power, and the combined weight of two ancient houses was considerable. "The director does not see clients without appointment," the teller said. "He'll see me. Tell him it concerns a vault registered under the Order of the Phoenix, a blood-sealed contract stored within it, and the goblin-forged conduit used to seal it." Harry paused, letting each word land. "Tell him the contract involves Albus Dumbledore and Tom Riddle, and that I intend to expose it publicly within the next 24 hours, with or without Gringotts' cooperation." The teller stared at him for a long moment. Then, without a word, he slid down from his stool and disappeared through a door behind the counter. "That was either very smart or very stupid," Ron murmured. "With goblins, direct is always better," Harry replied. "They don't respect subtlety. They respect someone who knows what they want and isn't afraid to say so." 3 minutes later, the teller returned. His expression had shifted, the professional neutrality was gone, replaced by something sharper and more engaged. "Director Ragnarok will see you immediately," the teller said. "Follow me." They were led through corridors Harry had never seen, past the public areas, past the cart terminals, into the administrative heart of Gringotts. The decor shifted from ostentatious marble to functional stone, the walls lined with tapestries depicting goblin history in graphic, blood-soaked detail. The air grew cooler and drier, and the ambient magic intensified until Harry could feel it pressing against his skin like a physical force. Director Ragnarok's office was at the end of a long corridor, behind a door that was reinforced with enough protective enchantments to withstand a dragon. The goblin who sat behind the massive desk inside was ancient even by goblin standards, his skin like folded parchment, his fingers long and gnarled, his eyes bright and sharp as broken glass. "Lord Potter Black," Ragnarok said. His voice was gravel, over steel. "You've made quite a claim. Sit." They sat. Harry met the director's gaze without flinching, not out of bravado, but because he'd learned that goblins interpreted eye contact as a measure of character. "I'll be direct," Harry said. "Approximately 40 years ago, Albus Dumbledore opened a secondary vault in this bank under the name of the Order of the Phoenix. Inside that vault is a blood-sealed contract, a binding magical pact between Dumbledore and the wizard known as Lord Voldemort, born Tom Marvolo Riddle. Ragnar's expression didn't change, but his fingers stilled on the desk. The contract was sealed using blood magic channeled through a conduit, almost certainly goblin-forged metal, given the era and the nature of the binding. Under Section 14 of the Goblin Wizard Accords of 1631, Gringotts retains custodial rights over any goblin-made object used as a magical conduit, regardless of who currently possesses it. Hermione had coached him on the legal framework, but the delivery was all Harry. He watched Ragnar process the information, the old goblin's eyes narrowing, his fingers beginning to tap a slow rhythm on the desk. "That is a very specific claim," Ragnar said. "And a very serious one. I have evidence to support it." Harry drew the moleskin pouch from his neck and removed the crystal vial. A memory showing the pact being made, including the moment both parties sealed it with blood on a parchment that glowed with rune work consistent with goblin-forged channeling. "I also have documentary evidence of financial transactions routed through this bank that correlate with the pact's terms, payments to protected pureblood families, political contributions laundered through charitable foundations. You're suggesting that Gringotts was used, unknowingly, as an instrument of this pact." "I'm stating it as fact. Dumbledore used your bank to hide the contract and fund the conspiracy. He exploited your financial systems to maintain a secret deal with a mass murderer. Under Goblin law, that constitutes fraud against the Goblin nation," Ragnar finished. The rhythm of his tapping fingers had accelerated. "I am aware of the legal implications, Lord Potter Black. I am also aware that Albus Dumbledore has been a client of this institution for over a century, and that accusing him of fraud is not something to be done lightly. I'm not doing it lightly. I'm doing it with evidence, legal standing, and a willingness to take this public with or without your cooperation. The question is whether Gringotts wants to be on the right side of the exposure or caught flat-footed when the story breaks." Ragnar studied him. The old goblin's eyes moved from Harry's face to his rings to Hermione's notebook to Ron's watchful stance by the door. The silence stretched. Then Ragnar smiled. It was not a pleasant expression, goblin smiles never were, but it was genuine. "You were not what I expected, Lord Potter Black," Ragnar said. "Dumbledore's pet hero, we were told. A boy who does as he's bid and asks no questions. I see now that the old wizard's information was outdated. Very. Gringotts does not involve itself in wizard politics," Ragnar continued, his tone shifting to something more formal, more deliberate. "But Gringotts takes fraud against the Goblin nation extremely seriously. If the vault you describe contains a contract sealed with a goblin-forged conduit, we have not only the right but the obligation to investigate." He pressed a finger to a rune carved into his desk, and the door opened. 2 goblin guards entered, armed, armored, their expressions professionally blank. "Escort Lord Potter Black and his associates to Vault 719, Ragnar said. "The Order of the Phoenix account. Full access, full documentation. If there is a goblin-made artifact inside, it is to be catalogued and examined under hereditary protocols." He looked at Harry. "I will accompany you personally." The cart ride down to the deep vaults was something Harry would remember for the rest of his life, not because of the speed or the darkness or the way the track twisted through solid rock, but because of the conversation. Ragnar sat across from him in the cart, unnervingly composed despite the breakneck velocity, and talked. "Dumbledore opened the vault in 1957, the director said, raising his voice above the rush of wind. He paid in gold, a substantial sum, and requested maximum security with a specific restriction: no goblin was to enter the vault or examine its contents. He invoked a privacy clause that has not been used in 400 years. Did that strike you as unusual?" Hermione asked. "Everything about Dumbledore strikes us as unusual, Miss Granger. The man has been playing games with the magical world for longer than most of you have been alive. We have observed. We have noted. We have not interfered, because interference in wizard affairs is a losing proposition for our kind." "Until now," Harry said. "Until now. Now, a lord of 2 ancient houses walks into my bank with evidence that Dumbledore used our institution as part of a criminal conspiracy. Now, we have legal standing to act." Ragnar's smile returned, sharper than before. Goblins have long memories, Lord Potter Black. And long grudges. The cart slowed and stopped at a platform deep beneath London, so deep that the rock walls glistened with moisture and the air tasted of minerals and age. Vault 719 was set into the wall at the end of a narrow corridor, its door inscribed with runes that Harry could now read with his magicite: containment, secrecy, binding, protection. Ragnarok approached the door and placed his palm against it. The runes flared, resisted, and then, reluctantly, surrendered to the director's authority. The door swung open with a groan of ancient metal. The vault was small. Not the cavernous treasure room Harry had seen in the Lestrange vault during his visit to his own vault years ago. This was a closet, barely 6 feet square, with a single stone pedestal in the center. On the pedestal sat a metal box. It was beautiful, in the way that dangerous things were sometimes beautiful. Goblin-forged silver, etched with runes that pulsed with a slow, red-gold light, the same light Harry had seen in the memory, the same glow that had emanated from the contract when Dumbledore and Riddle sealed it with blood. Goblin-forged, Ragnarok confirmed, his voice tight with controlled fury. A containment casket, made by Master Smith Grindel in approximately 1420. It was reported stolen from the Goblin Heritage Collection in 1955. He turned to Harry. 2 years before this vault was opened, Dumbledore stole a goblin artifact to house his pact with Voldemort, Hermione breathed. Or commissioned its theft. The distinction is irrelevant under goblin law. Possession of stolen goblin property is a capital offense. Ragnarok's teeth were bared now, and the guards behind him had shifted to a posture that was unmistakably aggressive. Open the casket, Lord Potter Black. Let us see what Dumbledore thought was worth committing a crime against our nation to hide. Harry stepped forward. The casket's magic pressed against him, not hostile, but watchful. Testing. He placed his hands on the lid and pushed his magic into it, not forcing but requesting, and the casket recognized the blood of the contract subject. The lid clicked open. Inside, on a bed of black velvet, lay the pact. It was smaller than Harry had expected, a single sheet of parchment, no larger than a letter, covered in runes that shifted and pulsed like living things. The blood that sealed it was still visible. 2 handprints, one at the top and one at the bottom, the blood darkened to the color of old rust but still magically active. Harry could feel the binding force radiating from the document, a web of obligation and constraint that connected 2 men across decades, holding them in a relationship that was part alliance, part cage. There it is, Harry said quietly. The deal that sold me before I was born. He didn't touch the parchment. Instead, he stepped back and looked at Ragnarok. Director, I'm going to make you an offer. Gringotts has a legitimate claim on the casket as stolen property. But the parchment inside is evidence of a criminal conspiracy that I intend to expose publicly. I need the parchment, but I'll ensure that the casket is returned to the Goblin Heritage Collection, and I'll publicly credit Gringotts' cooperation in bringing Dumbledore to justice. Ragnarok considered this. Public credit. The wizarding world will know that Gringotts helped expose the greatest fraud in modern magical history. That's worth more than a silver box. The old goblin laughed, a harsh, scraping sound that echoed off the vault walls. You think like a goblin, Lord Potter Black. Very well. The parchment is yours. The casket is ours. And Gringotts will provide a formal statement confirming the vault's contents, the casket's provenance, and the nature of the blood magic used in the sealing. Thank you, Director. Ragnarok reached into the casket with gloved hands. Even goblins handled blood magic carefully, and lifted the parchment out. He placed it in a preservation envelope, sealed it with a goblin authentication charm, and handed it to Harry. One more thing, Ragnarok said as they turned to leave. You mentioned the Lestrange vault. Harry paused. I did. Not to me. But goblins hear things, Lord Potter Black. Walls have ears, and our walls have better ones than most. Ragnarok's expression was unreadable. If there were something in the Lestrange vault that needed to be removed, something that was, perhaps, not rightfully the property of the Lestrange family, Gringotts might find it convenient to conduct an audit of the vault's contents in the near future. Say, this afternoon. Harry stared at the director. Then he understood. The cup, he said. Hufflepuff's cup. It's in the Lestrange vault. I couldn't possibly confirm or deny the contents of a client's vault, Ragnarok said, and the lie was so transparent it was practically a window. But I can tell you that Gringotts takes the storage of stolen cultural artifacts very seriously, and that an audit of the Lestrange vault, triggered by the broader investigation into Dumbledore's financial irregularities, might turn up items of interest. How long would this audit take? Oh, no more than an hour or two. If someone were to wait in the lobby, hypothetically, the results of the audit might be available by early afternoon. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Ron. Ron grinned. "We'll be in the lobby," Harry said. They waited. The marble benches in the Gringotts lobby were not designed for comfort. Goblins considered human comfort a low priority, but Harry barely noticed. His mind was racing, mapping out the next 12 hours with the kind of clarity that came from having both too much to do and absolutely no room for error. Ron had his map out, adding new elements: Gringotts, the Goblin Alliance, the physical contract now secured in Harry's moleskin pouch. Hermione was writing furiously, drafting what she called a disclosure document, a comprehensive summary of the evidence that could be distributed to key allies and media contacts simultaneously. "We need multiple copies of everything," she said, not looking up from her writing. "The memory needs to be duplicated. I can do that with a standard pensieve duplication charm. The contract needs to be photographed with magical verification stamps. Sirius's letter, Remus's documents, Snape's intelligence, all of it needs backup copies stored in separate locations." "Why?" Ron asked. "Because Dumbledore will try to destroy the evidence. The moment he realizes we have the physical contract, he'll move to suppress it. We need to make sure that even if he gets the originals, the copies are already in too many hands to contain." "How many copies?" "At least 6. One for Amelia Bones, one for the Daily Prophet." "The Prophet is compromised," Ron said. "Dumbledore has contacts there. They'll sit on the story. Then we go around them." "The Quibbler. Luna's father would publish it. He's been trying to expose government corruption for years, and this is the biggest story in magical history. Xenophilius Lovegood runs a magazine that once claimed the Minister of Magic was a vampire." "Exactly. Nobody takes him seriously, which means nobody's trying to control him. And this time, the story happens to be true." Harry had been listening to this exchange with half his attention, the other half focused on a gnawing thought that had been building since the vault. "There's something else we need to consider," he said. "When I expose the pact, Dumbledore loses everything: his reputation, his position, his control over the Order. That makes him desperate. And Dumbledore desperate is the most dangerous wizard alive," Hermione finished. "Second most dangerous," Harry said quietly. The word settled over the group like a weight. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance. "You really think you could take him?" Ron asked. Not challenging, genuinely curious. The tactician assessing assets. "I don't want to fight Dumbledore. I want to make fighting unnecessary by dismantling his power base so completely that he has nothing left to fight with. But if he forces the issue..." Harry opened and closed his hand, feeling the magic surge through him in response to his intent. "Yes, I could take him." At 1:30, a goblin clerk approached them with the careful neutrality of someone delivering very interesting news. "Lord Potter Black, the audit of Vault 714, the Lestrange account, has concluded. Several items of questionable provenance were discovered, including a gold cup of apparent Hogwarts-era manufacture." The clerk placed a velvet-wrapped bundle on the bench beside Harry. "As this item appears to be stolen cultural property, it has been seized pending investigation. As the initiating party of the broader inquiry, you are invited to examine the item to determine if it is relevant to your case." Harry unwrapped the velvet. Hufflepuff's cup sat in his hands, a small, fat golden cup with 2 delicate handles and a badger engraved on its side. And from it radiated the same sick, oily wrongness he'd felt from the locket. The same dark fingerprint. The same fragment of a shattered soul. "That's it," Hermione whispered. "That's a Horcrux. Not for long. Harry couldn't destroy it here, not in the middle of Gringotts lobby, surrounded by goblins and wizards and the general public. The magical backlash of Horcrux destruction was too volatile, too visible." He wrapped the cup back in its velvet, placed it in the moleskin pouch, and nodded to the clerk. "Please convey my thanks to Director Ragnarok. The item is relevant. Extremely relevant. They left Gringotts with the sun high overhead and the streets of Diagon Alley bustling with midday shoppers. Harry walked through the crowd with the physical evidence of Dumbledore's betrayal against his chest and a Horcrux in his pocket, and nobody looked at him twice. He was just another wizard in the crowd, or he would have been, if you weren't looking closely enough to see the way the air around him shimmered slightly with barely contained power. Back at the cottage, Harry destroyed the cup. He did it in the training room, with Hermione and Ron watching from behind a hastily erected shield charm. The process was the same as the locket, raw magical force, directed at the soul fragment with surgical precision. The cup screamed the way the locket had, a thin and terrible sound, and the black smoke of Voldemort's soul fragment erupted from the engraved badger before dissolving into nothing. 3 Horcruxes down, 3 to go, plus the fragment in Harry's head. The ring is in Little Hangleton, Hermione said, consulting her master list. The diadem is at Hogwarts, in the room of requirement. And you are. She trailed off, looking at Harry with an expression she was trying very hard to keep clinical. We need to deal with the ring and the diadem before we can address the last one. The ring can wait a day. I know where it is, and it's not going anywhere. Harry checked his watch. It's 3 o'clock. The DA meeting is at 8 tonight. We need to be at Hogwarts by then. How? Dumbledore controls the wards. The moment you set foot on Hogwarts grounds, he'll know. I'm not going through the main entrance. Harry pulled out the Marauder's map, another item from Sirius's collection, and spread it on the table. The Shrieking Shack. There's a passage from the Whomping Willow that leads directly into the school. The passage isn't monitored by the main ward scheme, it was created by Dumbledore himself to allow Remus access during his transformations, and he removed it from the ward detection system to keep the secret. He'll have thought of that, Ron said. He'll have thought of the obvious entrances. The Shrieking Shack passage is only known to the Marauders, Snape, and us. And Dumbledore doesn't know we have the map. He doesn't know a lot of things about us anymore, Hermione said. Harry smiled at that, quick and sharp, a flash of teeth. They prepared. Hermione duplicated the memory 6 times, creating identical copies in crystal vials that she distributed to different people, one to Neville, who would keep it as insurance, one to Remus, who would deliver it to Amelia Bones, one to Tonks for the Auror Department's records, one to Beowulf to Xenophilius Lovegood with a detailed cover letter, one for the Hogwarts exposure, and one backup that creature would hide in the deepest reaches of the Black Family Vault. The disclosure document was finalized, 12 pages of evidence, testimony, and analysis, written in Hermione's precise prose and cross-referenced with the physical evidence. Ron prepared tactical contingencies for every scenario he could envision: Dumbledore attacking, Dumbledore fleeing, Ministry intervention, Death Eater response. At 6 o'clock, Snape's handwriting appeared in the Marauder's journal. Dumbledore is in the castle. Order meeting has been moved to tomorrow morning, he's gathering his allies. He suspects you'll return to Hogwarts but doesn't know when. The Great Hall is being prepared for the start of term feast, students have been arriving all day for the early return. The Dark Lord has called his Death Eaters to assembly. Something is being planned. I don't have details yet. Be careful. Hogsmeade. He's targeting Hogsmeade. Harry read the last 3 words and felt something cold settle in his chest. Not fear, certainty. The certainty of someone who has been waiting for the other shoe to drop and has just heard it hit the floor. Voldemort is going to attack Hogsmeade, he told the others. The room went very still. When? Ron asked. Snape doesn't know the exact timing. But if Voldemort felt me destroy the locket, and now the cup, he knows his Horcruxes are under attack. He'll want to strike before I can destroy more. And Hogsmeade is the closest wizarding settlement to Hogwarts. He's trying to draw you out, Hermione said. Probably. Or he's sending a message, the pact is over, and the gloves are off. Either way, people are going to be in danger. We can't be in 2 places at once, Harry. If we're at Hogwarts exposing the pact, we'll have to do both. Harry looked at Ron. This is your department. How do we manage a simultaneous exposure and a battle defense? Ron's eyes had gone distant, the chess player look, processing variables and outcomes at a speed that always surprised people who mistook his casual demeanor for slowness. Split the operation, Ron said after a moment. The exposure happens first. You go to the Great Hall, show the memory to everyone, students, staff, anyone who's there for the early return. That strips Dumbledore of his authority and his ability to control the narrative. While you're doing that, Hermione and Neville rally the DA to defensive positions. When Voldemort hits Hogsmeade, if he hits Hogsmeade, we respond with everyone we've got, including you at full power. What about Dumbledore? If I'm in the middle of exposing him and Death Eaters attack, then Dumbledore has a choice. He can fight you, or he can fight the Death Eaters. He can't do both. And if he chooses to fight you while Voldemort's forces are attacking civilians, he proves everything I've just accused him of. Exactly. Ron's grin was lupine. Checkmate. Either way, Harry looked at his best friend with something that went beyond gratitude. Ron Weasley, who the world thought was just the sidekick, the comic relief, the loyal but unremarkable friend, had just designed a strategic trap that would have impressed a general. Ron, Harry said, when this is over, remind me to tell everyone how bloody brilliant you are. When this is over, you're buying me a firebolt. Let's go. They went. The apparition to Hogsmeade was precise. Harry landed them at the edge of the village, near the path that led to the Shrieking Shack, just as the sun was beginning its long summer descent behind the western hills. The village was quiet, shops closing for the evening, a few stragglers heading up to the castle for the early return that Dumbledore had arranged. Harry could feel Hogwarts. Not just see it, feel it, the way you felt a heartbeat through a hand pressed to someone's chest. The castle's magic was vast, ancient, layered by 1,000 years of enchantment, and it was aware. Harry had always suspected that Hogwarts was at least partially sentient, and now, with his Magicite, he could confirm it. The castle pulsed with a slow, deliberate awareness, its wards shifting and adapting like a living immune system. And those wards recognized him. He felt it as a warm pulse of welcome, the castle's magic reaching out to touch his, acknowledging his presence not as a student or a visitor but as something else. Something the castle had been waiting for. It knows me, Harry murmured. What? Hermione asked. Hogwarts. The castle itself. It recognizes me. He closed his eyes and reached back with his magic, brushing against the castle's ancient awareness. It responded with a flood of information, the locations of every person within the grounds, the status of every ward and enchantment, the pulse of magic in every stone and beam. Dumbledore is in his office, Harry said, reading the castle's awareness like a map. McGonagall is in the Great Hall with about 60 students, early arrivals for the term. Snape is in the dungeons. Flitwick is in his quarters. And there are, he paused, counting, 4 people I don't recognize in the astronomy tower. Waiting. Dumbledore's people, Ron said grimly. Lookouts. They won't be a problem. Come on. The Shrieking Shack was exactly as Harry remembered it, dilapidated, creaking, haunted by memories rather than ghosts. The passage beneath the Whomping Willow opened at Harry's touch, the old tree's branches stilling as if it recognized the authority of his magic, and they descended into the narrow tunnel that led beneath the Hogwarts grounds. The tunnel was cramped and dark, tree roots pressing through the earth and ceiling, but Harry lit the way with wandless conjured light and they moved quickly. Behind him, Hermione was whispering to Ron, last-minute tactical adjustments, contingency plans, the kind of precise military preparation that Hermione did the way other people breathed. Neville was quiet. He'd been quiet since they left the cottage, not withdrawn, but focused. Gathering himself. Harry recognized the look, he'd seen it in the mirror. They emerged in the castle through the base of the Whomping Willow, crossing the darkening grounds in the twilight shadow of the castle walls. Harry led them not toward the main entrance but around the side, through a door that the Marauder's map showed as rarely used, a servant's entrance that opened onto a back corridor near the kitchens. The castle's magic parted for them like a curtain. We have about 20 minutes before the DA starts arriving, Harry said, checking his watch. The coin told them to meet in the room of requirement at 8. I want the exposure to happen in the Great Hall, during what's supposed to be the welcome back gathering. McGonagall will have the students assembled by then. What do you need from us? Neville asked. Hermione, you and Ron position the DA members as they arrive. Brief them quickly, give them the short version, enough to understand what's happening. Tell them to be ready for anything. He turned to Neville. You're with me. When I walk into the Great Hall, I want you beside me. Neville didn't hesitate. "I'll be there. The rest is on me." Harry touched the moleskin pouch against his chest. "The pact, the memory, the evidence that would shatter everything. I'll project the memory for the entire hall to see. No pensieve needed, I can broadcast it directly, the same way a Patronus carries a message. The magic is the same principle, just scaled up." Hermione looked skeptical. "You've never done that before." "I've never done most of the things I've done this week. That hasn't stopped me yet." The corridor they were in opened onto the entrance hall, and Harry could hear voices ahead, students chattering, the clink of goblets being set out on tables, the familiar sounds of Hogwarts coming alive for a new term. His chest tightened with something that wasn't quite nostalgia. This castle had been his first real home, the first place he'd ever felt he belonged, and he was about to tear its foundations apart. He pushed the feeling down. Not away, down, where it could fuel him rather than slow him. "Let's go," he said. Hermione and Ron peeled off toward the 7th floor in the room of requirement. Harry watched them go, Hermione's bushy hair bouncing as she took the stairs 2 at a time, Ron's lanky frame close behind her, both of them moving with the focused energy of people who knew exactly what was at stake. Then Harry turned toward the Great Hall, and Neville fell into step beside him. They walked in silence through corridors that were both deeply familiar and somehow different. Harry's magicite showed him layers of enchantment he'd never noticed before, centuries of accumulated magic woven into every stone. The portraits on the walls turned to watch them pass, and Harry felt their attention like a physical weight. Some of them whispered to each other. A few looked worried. They reached the doors of the Great Hall. Harry could hear McGonagall's voice inside, crisp and Scottish, directing students to their house tables. The normal sounds of an evening gathering, laughter, conversation, the sea of benches on stone. Normal. For about 30 more seconds. Harry put his hand on the door and pushed. The Great Hall opened before him like a cathedral. The enchanted ceiling showed the evening sky, streaks of orange and purple above, the first stars beginning to appear. The 4 house tables stretched the length of the room, populated by the 60 or so students who'd returned early, a mix of ages, faces Harry knew and some he didn't. At the staff table, McGonagall sat in the center, Flitwick to her left, Sprout to her right. Dumbledore's chair was empty. Good. Harry walked into the hall, and the conversations died one by one, spreading outward from his entrance like ripples in a pond. Heads turned. Eyes widened. The whispers started immediately, his name, passing from mouth to mouth like a flame along a fuse. "Potter. Is that Harry Potter? He looks different. What's he doing here?" I thought. Harry walked the length of the hall without stopping, Neville solid and silent at his shoulder, until he reached the open space between the student tables and the staff table. He turned to face the room. McGonagall was on her feet. Her expression was complex, surprise, concern, and something that might have been relief. "Mr. Potter," she said, "we were not expecting you. Professor Dumbledore has been." "I know what Professor Dumbledore has been doing," Harry said, and his voice carried through the hall without effort, not magically amplified, just projected with the natural authority of someone who had stopped being afraid of the sound of his own voice. "That's why I'm here. I have something to show everyone in this room, and it can't wait. Mr. Potter, this is highly irregular. If you'd like to discuss something with the headmaster." "The headmaster is the subject of what I'm about to show you, Professor. And with respect, you need to see this as much as anyone." McGonagall's lips thinned. She looked at Harry, really looked, the way she did when she was assessing a student's character rather than their classwork. Whatever she saw made her sit back down. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Proceed." Harry reached into the moleskin pouch and withdrew the crystal vial containing a copy of the memory. He held it up so the hall could see it, the silver light catching the candlelight, swirling. "This is a memory," he said. "Stolen from Dumbledore's private pensieve by my godfather, Sirius Black, before his death. It shows a meeting that took place approximately 40 years ago between Albus Dumbledore and the wizard who would become Lord Voldemort." The reaction was immediate and visceral. Students flinched at the name. A few gasped. Someone at the Hufflepuff table knocked over a goblet. "In this meeting," Harry continued, "Dumbledore and Voldemort made a deal. A blood-sealed magical pact with specific terms. Dumbledore agreed to never move directly against Voldemort. He agreed to protect certain pureblood families from consequences regardless of their allegiance. And he agreed to ensure that the child of prophecy, me, was raised weak, powerless, and ready to be sacrificed. The hall had gone deathly quiet. McGonagall's face was white. Flitwick had gone very still, his small frame rigid with attention. "I know this sounds impossible," Harry said. "I know Dumbledore is a hero to most of you. He was a hero to me, too, for most of my life. So I'm not going to ask you to take my word for it. I'm going to show you." He uncorked the vial, poured the memory into his palm, and reached for his magic. The technique was instinctive. He hadn't practiced it, hadn't rehearsed it, but his magic knew what to do the way a river knows how to flow downhill. He pushed the memory outward, not into a pensieve but into the air itself, using the ambient magic of Hogwarts as a medium. The castle's magic responded eagerly, amplifying and channeling his intent, and the memory bloomed above the great hall like a flower of silver light. The enchanted ceiling disappeared, replaced by the interior of a darkened study. Two men sat across from each other at a small round table, a younger Dumbledore, auburn-bearded and sharp-eyed, and a handsome young man with dark hair and a smile that radiated wrongness. The hall watched. Harry stood motionless as the memory played out above them, every word, every gesture, every damning detail projected in silver light for 60 students and 3 professors to see. He watched their faces instead of the memory, the dawning horror, the disbelief, the anger. He watched McGonagall's expression shift from skepticism to shock to something that looked like her heart breaking. He watched Flitwick's tiny hands clench into fists. He watched the students, the ones old enough to understand what they were seeing, and the younger ones who understood the emotional register if not every detail. He watched them watch Dumbledore cut his palm and press bleeding hand to parchment. He watched them watch Dumbledore write the letter to Petunia Dursley. The memory ended. The silver light faded, and the enchanted ceiling returned, stars above, the sky fully dark now. The great hall was silent in the way that a place is silent after an explosion, not the silence of quiet, but the silence of shock. McGonagall stood, her chair SCD back with a sound that echoed like a gunshot. "Mr. Potter." Her voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. "Is there physical evidence to corroborate this memory?" Harry reached into the moleskin pouch and withdrew the preservation envelope containing the blood-sealed pact. He carried it to the staff table and set it in front of McGonagall. "The original contract," he said. "Retrieved this morning from a vault at Gringotts, with the cooperation of Director Ragnarok and the Goblin Heritage Authority. The vault was opened by Dumbledore in 1957. The contract is sealed with the blood of both parties and housed in a goblin-forged casket that was stolen from the Goblin Heritage Collection." McGonagall opened the envelope with trembling fingers. The parchment inside pulsed with its slow, red-gold light, the blood handprints visible and unmistakable. She stared at it for a long moment, then carefully, reverently, set it back down. "Minerva," Flitwick said softly. McGonagall didn't respond. She was looking at Harry with an expression he'd never seen on her face, an expression that contained guilt, and grief, and a fury so deep it made the air around her shimmer with accidental magic. "The cupboard under the stairs," she said. Her voice cracked on the word stairs. "I was there, that night. When Dumbledore left you on the Dursleys' doorstep. I told him those people were the worst sort of muggles. I told him you shouldn't be left there. And he looked at me with those eyes and said it was for the best. He said it was the safest place for you. It was the safest place for his plan," Harry said. "Not for me." A sound came from McGonagall then, not a word, not a sob. Something between the two, wrenched from somewhere deep. She pressed one hand to her mouth, and for a terrible moment, the most formidable woman Harry had ever known looked like she might shatter. Then she straightened. Her hand dropped. Her chin came up, and the steel that had always been the core of Minerva McGonagall reasserted itself with an almost audible click. "Where is Albus now?" she asked. "His office, I think. He knows I'm at Hogwarts, the castle would have told him. Then he'll be coming here." McGonagall turned to the students. "Everyone stay seated. No one leaves this hall until I say otherwise." She drew her wand, and with a series of precise movements, reinforced the hall's ward scheme, locking the doors against intrusion, strengthening the protective enchantments, creating a barrier that would give even Dumbledore pause. She was protecting her students. Not from Voldemort, not from Death Eaters, from Albus Dumbledore. The doors of the Great Hall opened before McGonagall had finished warding them. Dumbledore stood in the doorway. He looked exactly as he always looked, tall, silver-bearded, in robes of midnight blue embroidered with silver stars. His half-moon spectacles glinted in the candlelight. His expression was calm, measured, the face of a man who had weathered 1,000 storms and expected to weather this one too. But Harry could see what others couldn't. With his magicite, he could see the old wizard's magical aura, and it was blazing. Dumbledore's power was vast, a deep blue-white luminescence that filled the doorway and extended into the corridor beyond. It was controlled, contained, but the containment was costing him effort. Beneath the calm exterior, Albus Dumbledore was afraid. "Harry," Dumbledore said, stepping into the hall. "I see you've decided to share your concerns publicly. I've decided to share the truth publicly. There's a difference. Truth is a complex thing, my boy. What you've shown these good people is a memory, and memories, as you know, can be altered, fabricated, taken out of context. The physical contract is on the table behind me," Harry said, cutting through the deflection like a blade. "Blood sealed, magically verified, authenticated by the Goblin Heritage Authority. Your blood and Voldemort's, on a parchment that describes in detail how you agreed to sell me, and anyone like me, for political convenience." Dumbledore's eyes moved to the parchment on the staff table. Something shifted in his expression, the barest flicker, there and gone, but Harry caught it. Not surprise, Dumbledore had expected this. What Harry saw was something closer to resignation. The expression of a chess player who has seen the checkmate coming for several moves and has been hoping, against all logic, that it might not arrive. "I had hoped," Dumbledore said quietly, "to explain this to you in private. I had hoped to grow up with parents who loved me. We're both disappointed." The words landed like a slap. Dumbledore flinched, actually flinched, a physical recoil that rippled through his composed exterior. "Harry, what I did, what I agreed to, was not done lightly. You must understand the context. Tom Riddle was amassing power at a rate that would have made open war inevitable within a decade. The casualties were catastrophic," Harry said. "The war happened anyway, Professor. Your pact didn't prevent it, it just ensured you never had to fight it yourself. Other people fought and died while you sat in your office and let it happen because the deal said you couldn't interfere. That is not. My parents are dead because you chose Peter Pettigrew as their secret keeper, knowing he was compromised, because you needed the Fidelius to fail. Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime you knew he didn't commit, because his freedom threatened the pact." Neville's parents. Harry's voice caught. He looked at Neville, standing tall and rigid beside him, his face a mask of controlled fury. "Neville's parents were tortured into insanity by the Lestranges," Harry continued. "A family that was on your protected list. You could have intervened. You could have stopped it. You chose not to, because protecting the Lestranges was part of your deal with the man who ordered the attack." Neville took a step forward. His wand was in his hand, and his knuckles were white around it, but his voice was steady. "My grandmother visits my parents every week," Neville said. "Every single week, for 15 years. She sits with them and talks to them and pretends they can hear her. And my mum gives me sweet wrappers. That's all she can do. That's all that's left of her." He looked at Dumbledore, and his eyes were dry and burning. "You could have stopped the people who did that to them. And you didn't." Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, the twinkle was gone, completely, utterly gone, and what remained was something raw and honest and terrible. "I made a choice," Dumbledore said. "A choice I have lived with every day for 40 years. I weighed the lives of a few against the lives of many, and I chose the many. It was the hardest decision I have ever made, and I do not expect." "You weighed the lives of the expendable against the lives of the powerful," Harry corrected. "The families you protected were the ones with money and influence, the Malfoys, the Blacks, the Lestranges. The ones you sacrificed were the ones who couldn't help your career, the Potters, the Longbottoms, the Bones family, the Pruitts. This wasn't a utilitarian calculation, Professor. It was a political one. The silence in the Great Hall was so complete that Harry could hear individual students breathing. Dumbledore stood in the center of the hall, surrounded by 60 students and 3 professors who had just watched the foundation of their trust in him crumble, and for the first time in Harry's experience, the man had nothing to say. No wise words, no gentle deflections, no grandfatherly reassurances. Just silence, and the weight of 40 years of hidden truth pressing down on his silver-haired head. McGonagall spoke. Albus. Just the name, spoken with the quiet devastation of a woman who had followed this man for decades, who had built her career and her identity on loyalty to him, and who was now looking at the rubble of that loyalty and trying to find something worth salvaging. Minerva, don't. The word was sharp enough to draw blood. Don't you dare try to explain this to me the way you'd explain a lesson to a student. I am not your student. I was your colleague, your friend, and apparently your fool. Her voice hardened. The wards on this castle, they're yours, aren't they? The monitoring charms, the tracking spells, the way you always seemed to know where every student was and what they were doing. Those aren't part of Hogwarts' original protections. You added them. The safety of the students is not what those charms were for, and we both know it. McGonagall's wand was in her hand now, and her magic was visible even without magicite, a fierce, tartan-tinged luminescence that crackled with Scottish fury. You monitored this castle like a prison because you needed to control the flow of information. You needed to make sure no one found out what you'd done. Dumbledore said nothing. His silence was an answer in itself. Albus Dumbledore. The voice came from behind him, from the doors of the Great Hall, which had opened again to admit a new figure. Amelia Bones walked into the hall with the measured stride of a law enforcement officer approaching a suspect, flanked by Tonks and 2 Aurors Harry didn't recognize. I am here in my capacity as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I have reviewed evidence provided by Lord Potter Black alleging a criminal conspiracy involving yourself and the individual known as Lord Voldemort. I have authenticated the evidence with the cooperation of the Goblin Heritage Authority. Bones stopped 10 feet from Dumbledore and looked him in the eye. You are being formally investigated for conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to practice blood magic on a minor, fraud against the Goblin Nation, and dereliction of duty as headmaster of Hogwarts School. You are not being arrested at this time, but you are hereby removed from your position as headmaster, effective immediately, pending the conclusion of the investigation. Amelia, do not address me informally, Mr. Dumbledore. Not today. Bones's voice was iron. You will surrender your wand and submit to questioning at a time and place of my choosing. You will not leave the country. You will not attempt to contact any witness in this matter. And you will not set foot in this castle again without my express permission. Dumbledore looked at Bones. He looked at McGonagall. He looked at the 60 students staring at him with expressions ranging from confusion to horror to betrayal. Then he looked at Harry. And Harry saw something he'd never expected to see in those blue eyes. Not anger, not defiance, not the cold calculation of a man planning his next move. Sadness. A profound, bone-deep sadness that went beyond regret into something that looked almost like grief, as if Dumbledore was mourning not just his exposure but the person he might have been if he'd made a different choice 40 years ago. I am sorry, Harry, Dumbledore said. The words were simple, unadorned, stripped of all the rhetorical flourishes and gentle wisdoms that had always been his armor. I know that means nothing. But it is true. You're right, Harry said. It means nothing. Dumbledore nodded slowly. He reached into his robes, drew the Elder Wand, though Harry didn't know it by that name yet, and laid it on the nearest table. I will cooperate with the investigation, he said to Bones. I will answer every question truthfully. But I want it on record that I still believe, that the choices I made saved more lives than they cost. That will be for the Wizengamot to decide, Bones replied. Dumbledore turned and walked toward the doors, Tonks and the 2 Aurors flanking him. His shoulders were straight, his step even, his composure intact. But the magic around him, visible only to Harry, was dimming. Contracting. The blazing blue-white aura was pulling inward, folding in on itself, and for just a moment, the most powerful wizard in Britain looked like what he was. A very old man who had made a terrible choice and was finally, after 40 years, being asked to account for it. He paused at the doors. Without turning around, he said, "Protect the students, Minerva. Whatever else happens, protect them." Then he was gone, and the doors closed behind him, and the great hall erupted. Harry let the chaos wash over him for a moment, students shouting, crying, arguing, McGonagall calling for order, Flitwick and Sprout trying to manage the emotional fallout. He stood in the eye of the storm and felt the adrenaline begin to recede, replaced by something quieter and heavier. It was done. The secret was out. There was no going back. Neville was standing beside him, solid as a wall. "How are you?" Harry asked. "Angry," Neville said. "Relieved." "Terrified." All at once. "Yeah, that sounds about right." The DA began arriving at 8:15, filtering into the Great Hall in 2s and 3s, summoned from the Room of Requirement by Hermione and Ron, who had briefed them with the efficiency of field commanders. Harry watched them come: Luna Lovegood, serene and unshakable; Ginny Weasley, red-haired and fierce; Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, shoulder to shoulder; the Pottle twins, Lavender Brown; Ernie Macmillan; Susan Bones, who had tears streaming down her face and murder in her eyes. They came to Harry. One by one, they came to him, not because he'd asked, not because he'd ordered, but because they'd seen the truth and chosen their side. Each one arrived with a wand in hand and a question in their eyes, and each one got the same answer. "We're going to finish this," Harry told them. "Both sides. Dumbledore's system and Voldemort's war. We're going to tear it all down and build something that isn't built on lies." They believed him. He could see it in their faces, not the blind faith he'd once had in Dumbledore, but something harder and more valuable. Informed trust. They knew the stakes, they knew the risks, and they chose to stand with him anyway. Hermione had set up the Room of Requirement as a command center, but the Great Hall was where they needed to be, visible, public, a declaration of presence rather than a huddled conspiracy. McGonagall, to her enormous credit, permitted it. She was running the castle now, de facto headmistress by necessity, and her first act was to remove every monitoring charm Dumbledore had placed on the building. It took her 2 hours. There were hundreds of them. Harry was helping. His Magicite could identify the charms faster than anyone else could detect them, when the castle's wards screamed. Not a subtle warning. A full-throated, magical alarm that resonated through every stone in the building, a sound felt in the bones rather than heard with the ears. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall went dark, the stars replaced by roiling black clouds shot through with red lightning. Harry knew what it meant before anyone said a word. Voldemort. Hogsmeade. Now. He ran. Not to the front doors, to the nearest window. He blew it open with a wave of his hand, glass and frame and stone exploding outward in a shower of debris, and looked down at the grounds below. Hogsmeade was burning. Even from the castle, a mile away, he could see the fires, not natural fires but fiend fire, the kind that moved with malicious intelligence, that consumed and grew and could not be extinguished by water. Dark shapes moved between the flames, hooded, masked figures firing curses into buildings. The crack of apparition was audible even at this distance, and more shapes were appearing, wave after wave of Death Eaters materializing at the edges of the village. Green light. The flash of a killing curse, illuminating a Hogsmeade street in poisonous brilliance. People were screaming. Harry turned from the window. The Great Hall was in chaos, students on their feet, shouting, some crying, McGonagall already moving toward the doors with her wand drawn. The DA was looking at Harry, waiting for orders, their faces pale but set. "Ron," Harry said, and his voice cut through the noise like a blade. Ron was already at his side, map out, eyes tracking the attack patterns visible through the window. 24 Death Eaters minimum. Fiendfire on the main street, conventional attack from the east. They're herding the residents toward the 3 broomsticks, bottleneck, maximum casualties. Can we stop it? We can. But it's going to be ugly. Ron looked at him. You need to get down there. You're the only one who can counter fiendfire at that scale. The DA can hold the flanks, we've trained for urban defense scenarios. Neville leads the ground team, Hermione and I coordinate from here. McGonagall and the other professors. Castle defense. If Voldemort is smart, and he is, this attack on Hogsmeade is a diversion. The real target might be the castle itself, especially now that Dumbledore's gone. Then, The professors stay here. The DA comes with me. All of them. Harry looked at the assembled faces of Dumbledore's army, kids, really, teenagers with wands and courage and very little else. Anyone who doesn't want to fight, stay in the castle. No shame in it. But anyone who's coming, you stay behind me, you follow Ron's tactical orders, and you don't die. That's not a request. Nobody stayed behind. They moved out in formation, Ron's formation, practiced in the room of requirement during 5th year and refined in the planning sessions at the cottage. 3 squads, Neville leading the assault team, Ginny and Luna anchoring the support squad, Dean and Seamus running the flanking unit. Hermione remained in the castle as communications hub, the DA coins enchanted to transmit real-time tactical updates. Harry went ahead, alone. He left the castle at a run, crossed the grounds in long, ground-eating strides that carried him faster than any normal wizard could move, his unbound magic fueling his body, enhancing his speed and endurance the way adrenaline did for muggles but 10 times more powerful. The night air was full of smoke and screaming and the crackle of dark fire, and as he crested the hill above Hogsmeade, he saw the full scale of the attack. It was worse than he'd thought. Not 24 Death Eaters, 36, maybe more, and among them moved shapes that weren't human. Giants, 2 of them, smashing through buildings with fists the size of carriages. Dementors, 12 at least, their cold presence turning the summer night to winter. And the Fiendfire, a wall of cursed flame that had consumed the entire western side of the village and was spreading with hungry, purposeful malice. People were running. Villagers in nightclothes, shopkeepers, a group of early return Hogwarts students who'd been in the 3 broomsticks when the attack began. They ran toward the castle, toward safety, while Death Eaters picked them off with curses that lit up the night in red and green and sickly purple. Harry didn't slow down. He didn't plan. He didn't hesitate. He raised both hands, no wand, just raw magic, and hit the Fiendfire with everything he had. The impact was visible from the castle. A column of white gold light erupted from Harry's outstretched hands and struck the cursed fire like a tidal wave, and the Fiendfire, the unstoppable, unquenchable darkest of dark fire magic, recoiled. It shrank from Harry's magic the way a living thing shrinks from pain, the cursed shapes within it serpents, dragons, chimeras made of flame writhing and screaming as they were torn apart by power that simply refused to acknowledge their right to exist. The western wall of fire collapsed in on itself and died. The buildings behind it were charred, ruined, but the fire was gone. Harry turned his attention to the Death Eaters. They'd seen what he'd done. Some of them had stopped mid-curse, wands lowering, masks hiding expressions that Harry could read anyway through the sudden spike of terror in their magical signatures. Good. They should be afraid. He walked down the hill into Hogsmeade with light pouring from his hands and his magic blazing around him like a star brought to earth, and the Death Eaters broke. Not all of them. The stupid ones, the fanatical ones, the ones too drunk on power or too afraid of Voldemort to think clearly, they attacked. Curses flew at Harry from a dozen directions, killing curses, cruciatous curses, cutting hexes, blasting curses. A barrage of dark magic that would have killed any normal wizard 10 times over. Harry raised a shield, not the translucent, fragile thing he'd learned in Charms class, a solid wall of golden light that materialized in the air before him and absorbed every curse like water-absorbing pebbles. The killing curses, the supposedly unblockable killing curses, hit the shield and detonated, their green light flaring and dying against a magical force that simply would not yield. He dropped the shield and struck back. His stunners were visible as bolts of red light the size of a man's torso, and each one hit with the force of a battering ram. Death Eaters flew backward, into walls, through windows, across streets, their shields shattering like sugar glass. Harry didn't use killing curses. He didn't need to. The force of his magic was sufficient to render a person unconscious, bound, and utterly helpless without doing permanent damage. He was choosing not to kill them. And everyone watching, the DA arriving behind him, the villagers huddled in doorways, the Death Eaters still standing, could see that the choice was his to make. 3 Death Eaters rushed him simultaneously, casting in concert, a coordinated assault that would have overwhelmed most wizards. Harry caught their curses on a wandless shield, reflected them with a flick of his wrist, and then pulled, a gesture like yanking a tablecloth, and the 3 Death Eaters' wands ripped from their hands and flew to Harry in a neat cluster. He snapped all three with one hand and dropped the pieces. "Leave," he said, and his voice carried through the burning village with unnatural clarity. "Drop your wands and leave. This is your only warning." Some listened. The smarter ones, the ones who could read the writing on the wall, turned and disapparated. Others tried to fight. They lost. Harry moved through Hogsmeade like a force of nature, systematic, overwhelming, and precise. Where Death Eaters resisted, he dismantled them with the same efficient, non-lethal brutality. Where civilians were trapped, he shielded them and cleared their escape routes. Where buildings were on fire, he doused the flames with conjured water that fell like rain. The DA spread through the village behind him, handling the cleanup, binding stunned Death Eaters, evacuating residents, setting up defensive perimeters. Neville's squad engaged a cluster of Death Eaters near the Hog's Head and fought them to a standstill, Neville himself dueling Antonin Dolohov to a draw before Harry arrived and ended it with a single spell that sent Dolohov cartwheeling through the pub's front window. Dean and Seamus took on the Dementors with Patronuses that blazed like searchlights, Dean's lion and Seamus's fox driving the creatures back into the darkness. The giants were harder. They didn't respond to stunners, and their resistance to magic was formidable. Harry brought down the first one by transfiguring the street beneath its feet into quicksand, sinking it to its waist before solidifying the stone around it like a cast. The second one he simply pushed, a wall of telekinetic force that hit the giant like a freight train and sent it tumbling backward through a row of shops that were, mercifully, already empty. In 20 minutes, Hogsmeade was secured. Harry stood in the center of the main street, breathing hard, his magic still crackling around him in visible arcs of white gold light. The village was damaged, buildings scorched and broken, streets cratered, the acrid smell of dark fire lingering in the air. But the fires were out, the Death Eaters were down, and the civilians were alive. Behind him, the DA was assembled, dirty, tired, some of them sporting minor injuries but upright. Functional. Victorious. They looked at Harry with expressions that ranged from awe to something deeper, something that said, "We followed you into a battle and you brought us all out alive." "Is everyone accounted for?" Harry called. "All present," Neville reported, checking his squad. He had a cut above one eye that was bleeding freely, and he was grinning. "Nobody down on our side." 14 Death Eaters stunned and bound, 8 more fled. Both giants contained. Dementors dispersed. Civilian casualties. 3 injured, none critical. Madame Rosmerta took a cutting hex to the arm, but she's patched up. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. They'd done it. 20 teenagers and 1 very angry wizard against 36 Death Eaters, 2 giants, and a dozen Dementors, and they'd done it without losing anyone. Then he felt it. A pressure in the air, a sudden, crushing cold that had nothing to do with Dementors. The magical atmosphere of Hogsmeade shifted, the ambient energy recoiling from something that was approaching with the inevitability of a thunderstorm. Harry's scar exploded with pain. Not the dull ache he was used to, not the sharp stab of Voldemort's proximity. This was a full-body assault, a wave of rage and hate and cold, terrible power that crashed over Harry like a black ocean wave. He turned. At the end of the main street, framed by the smoking ruins of Zonko's joke shop, a figure stood. Tall, impossibly thin, DD in robes that seemed to absorb light. A face that was no longer human, flat, serpentine, with nostrils like slits and eyes that burned crimson in the dark. A wand of pale wood held loosely in long, spider-like fingers. Lord Voldemort had come to Hogsmeade. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said, and his voice was silk over venom. "You've been busy, Tom." Harry didn't reach for his wand. He didn't need it, and the gesture of not reaching for it was itself a statement. "You're late. Your people are already down." "My people are replaceable. They always have been." Voldemort stepped forward, and the cobblestones cracked beneath his feet, not from weight, but from the sheer pressure of his magic pressing against the physical world. "I felt my locket die. And my cup. 3 of my anchors, gone. You've been more resourceful than Dumbledore ever was. Dumbledore never wanted to destroy them. He wanted to keep you alive, the pact required it." Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted into something that was meant to be a smile. "So you know about the pact. I wondered when the old fool's house of cards would collapse. It lasted longer than I expected. It's over now. The pact, the deal, all of it. You don't have Dumbledore's protection anymore. I never needed his protection, boy. I needed his inaction. There is a difference. Voldemort raised his wand, and the air temperature dropped 10 degrees. But you're right about one thing, the rules have changed. And I find myself curious about the weapon Dumbledore was so carefully suppressing. Harry felt the attack before it came, a shift in the magical atmosphere, a buildup of dark energy that coiled around Voldemort like a serpent preparing to strike. He raised his shield a fraction of a second before the curse hit. The killing curse, because of course it was a killing curse, Voldemort didn't waste time with preambles, struck Harry's golden shield and detonated with a sound like a thunderclap. The force of it drove Harry back a step, his boots scraping on cobblestone, but the shield held. Voldemort's crimson eyes widened, just slightly, just enough. Interesting, Voldemort whispered. You blocked the killing curse. I can do a lot more than that. Harry struck back. Not with a killing curse, he had no desire to find out what would happen if his wand and Voldemort's connected again, but with a blast of raw magical force that took the shape of a lance of white light. It hit Voldemort's hastily raised shield and punched through it like a fist through paper, catching the Dark Lord in the shoulder and spinning him around. Voldemort staggered. Actually staggered. Dark blood, black, not red, bloomed on his robes. For one frozen instant, the street was silent. The DA, the bound Death Eaters, the cowering villagers, everyone stared. Lord Voldemort, the most feared wizard in the world, had been hit. You've grown, Voldemort said, touching his wounded shoulder. His expression was unreadable. This is what Dumbledore was hiding. This is what Dumbledore was afraid of. They clashed. There was no other word for it, they clashed, magic meeting magic in the space between them with a force that shattered windows for 3 blocks in every direction. Voldemort was fast, brilliant, and utterly ruthless, casting with a creativity and power that no one else in the world could match. Curses Harry had never seen, things that bent space, that conjured darkness with physical weight, that targeted not the body but the soul, poured from Voldemort's wand in a continuous stream of lethal ingenuity. Harry met every attack. His shields were walls of gold. His counterattacks were bolts of incandescent light that carved furrows in the cobblestones and sent shockwaves of displaced air howling through the streets. He fought wandless and wanded in alternation, his holy wand singing in his right hand while his left threw shields, summoned barriers, and conjured physical obstacles that forced Voldemort to adapt on the fly. The duel raged up the main street of Hogsmeade, leaving destruction in its wake. Spells collided in midair and exploded into showers of multicolored sparks. The ground shook with the force of impacts. The air itself seemed to warp, reality bending under the stress of 2 enormous magical forces trying to occupy the same space. Voldemort was strong. Devastatingly, terrifyingly strong, the most powerful dark wizard in history, backed by decades of experience and a willingness to use magic that would destroy a lesser wizard's soul. Harry was stronger. Not by a small margin. Not by the narrow edge that had defined their previous encounters, when Harry had survived through luck and love and the protection of his mother's sacrifice. This was categorical superiority, the difference between a river and an ocean, between a fire and a star. Voldemort realized it. Harry could see the moment it happened, the calculation behind those crimson eyes, the rapid reassessment of a situation that was not going according to plan. This isn't over, Potter, Voldemort hissed, and his voice had lost its silk. What remained was the cold, rattling fury of AS that has been stepped on. You think destroying my anchors makes you safe. You think removing Dumbledore from the board gives you an advantage. I think you're standing in a destroyed village, bleeding from a wound you didn't see coming, realizing for the first time in your life that there's someone who can beat you in a straight fight. Harry's magic surged around him, and the light pouring from his body was so bright that the DA shielded their eyes. Run, Tom, run, and know that every time you surface, I will be there. Every Horcrux you have left, I will find and destroy. And when you have nothing left to anchor you, no soul fragments, no protections, no pact, I will end this. Voldemort's face contorted. For one terrible second, Harry thought the Dark Lord would attack again, would throw everything he had into one final, desperate assault, regardless of the cost. Then Voldemort dissipated. The crack of his departure was like a gunshot, sharp and final, and the oppressive weight of his presence lifted from Hogsmeade like a fog burning off in sunlight. Harry stood alone in the ruined street, breathing hard, his magic still blazing, and felt something settle inside him. Not satisfaction, not yet. But certainty. The certainty that the war had changed, that the balance of power had shifted, and that for the first time in 40 years, the side of light had someone who could stand against the darkness without flinching. The DA emerged from cover. They gathered around Harry in the flickering light of still burning embers, their faces lit by the glow of his magic and the first faint stars appearing through the smoke. Nobody spoke for a long moment. Then Ron's voice crackled through the DA coin, transmitted from the castle where he'd been coordinating the entire battle like a general at his command table. Harry, it's Ron. Hogwarts is secure. Hogsmeade status. Harry raised the coin to his lips. Hogsmeade secured. Death Eaters neutralized. Voldemort engaged and retreated. No casualties on our side. A pause. Then, you absolute madman. Get back here. Hermione's having a panic attack and McGonagall wants to either hug you or give you detention, and I genuinely can't tell which. Harry laughed. The sound surprised him, it was real, warm, and it broke the tension in the group like a stone through a window. The DA laughed with him, shaky and relieved and alive. They walked back to the castle together, through the smoke and ruin of Hogsmeade, under a sky that was clearing as the last clouds of dark magic dissipated. Harry was at the front, and Neville was at his shoulder, and behind them came the army that Harry had built, not with manipulation or political deals or dark pacts, but with truth and trust in the simple, radical act of treating people like they deserved to know what they were fighting for. Hogwarts blazed with light on the hill above them, every window shining, every tower illuminated. The castle's magic reached out to Harry as they approached, warm and welcoming and, he could have sworn, proud. McGonagall met them at the entrance. She looked at Harry for a long moment, at the smoke in his hair, the dirt on his face, the light still fading from his hands. You did well, Potter, she said. The words were clipped, professional, and completely inadequate, and they both knew it. She cleared her throat. The hospital wing is ready for anyone who needs it. I've sent word to the ministry about the attack. Amelia Bones is handling Dumbledore. And she paused. I've assumed the position of acting headmistress, pending formal appointment. You'll be brilliant at it, Harry said. McGonagall's expression softened for just a moment, a crack in the formidable armor she wore, and then the steel was back. Get some rest, Mr. Potter. Something tells me tomorrow is going to be even more interesting than today. Harry left the entrance hall and walked through the castle, his castle, in a way it had never been before. Students lined the corridors, watching him pass. Some whispered. Some reached out to touch his arm as he went by, as if he were a talisman, a good luck charm. Some simply stared. He found Hermione and Ron in the room of requirement, which had configured itself into a comfortable sitting room with overstuffed chairs and a roaring fire. Hermione threw her arms around him the moment he walked in, and Ron clapped him on the back hard enough to make him stagger. You fought Voldemort, Hermione said, her voice muffled against his shoulder. You actually fought Voldemort, in the middle of a village, and you won. I wouldn't say I won. He retreated. You made Lord Voldemort retreat. That's winning, Harry. That's the definition of winning. Ron was studying Harry's face with that calculating look he got when he was re-evaluating a strategic situation. He'll be back. Angrier. More desperate. We hurt him tonight, not just physically. We hurt his reputation. Voldemort doesn't just want to win, he needs people to believe he can't lose. Tonight showed the world that he can. Good, Harry said. He sat down in one of the armchairs and let out a long, slow breath. The adrenaline was fading, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion that made his muscles feel like lead. Let him be desperate. Desperate people make mistakes. So do tired people, Hermione said pointedly. Sleep. Both of you. The Horcruxes, the investigation, the war, all of it can wait until morning. Harry wanted to argue. There was so much to do, the ring in Little Hangleton, the diadem in the room of requirement just floors above them, the fragment in his own head that pulsed and whispered at the edge of his consciousness. The war was accelerating, and every hour of inaction was an hour Voldemort could use to regroup. But Hermione was right. His body was telling him so in no uncertain terms, the dull throb behind his eyes, the tremor in his hands, the way the fire in the hearth blurred and swam when he looked at it too long. Morning, he agreed. First thing, he closed his eyes. The room of requirement, reading his exhaustion, dimmed the lights and softened the fire to a gentle glow. Hermione settled into the chair beside his, a book already in her hands. Ron stretched out on the couch, his feet hanging off the end, and was asleep in 30 seconds. Harry drifted. His mind replayed the day in fragments, the cold marble of Gringotts, the red-gold glow of the pact, Dumbledore's face in the Great Hall, Voldemort's blood on his robes. The weight of the moleskin pouch against his chest, containing the evidence that had broken one world and would build another. The Horcrux in his scar pulsed once, faintly, and Harry pushed it down with the ease of long practice. Not yet. But soon. Tomorrow, the ring. Tomorrow, the diadem. Tomorrow, the beginning of the end. But tonight, he was alive, and his friends were alive, and the truth was out, and the sky above the castle was clear. Tonight was enough. Chapter 4, No Man's Land. Harry woke to the sound of Hermione arguing with a house elf. Not creature, this was a Hogwarts elf, one of the small, earnest ones that staffed the kitchens, and it was trying very hard to deliver breakfast while Hermione lectured it about labor rights. The elf looked bewildered. The tray of food hovering behind it looked excellent. Hermione, Harry said, sitting up in the armchair where he'd slept. His neck protested the angle. Let the elf do its job. I'm not stopping it from doing its job. I'm simply pointing out that mandatory service without compensation is. It's 7 in the morning and I can smell bacon. Please. Hermione gave him a look that promised this conversation wasn't over, but she stepped aside. The elf deposited the tray on a table the room of requirement had helpfully conjured, bowed so deeply its nose touched the floor, and vanished with a crack. Ron was already eating. Harry hadn't seen him wake up, but the evidence was clear: a half-demolished plate of eggs and toast, a cup of tea, and the tactical map spread out beside his plate with fresh annotations in red ink. Morning, Ron said through a mouthful of sausage. You snore now, by the way. Never used to. Must be the extra 70% of my magic. That's not how magic works. That's not how anything works, and yet here we are. Harry poured himself tea, grabbed toast, and leaned over Ron's map. What am I looking at? Last night's aftermath. Ron swallowed and pointed with his fork. 14 Death Eaters in Ministry custody. Bones had them transferred to a secure holding facility overnight. Not Azkaban. She doesn't trust the Dementors, which, frankly, good call. The Giants are contained on the Hogwarts grounds, Hagrid's handling them, because apparently he speaks Giant and has opinions about their diet. And Voldemort. Gone to. Ground. Snape sent a message at 4 this morning. Ron pulled the Marauder's journal from under his plate and flipped it open. Snape's angular handwriting filled half a page. The Dark Lord is in a rage. He's withdrawn to the Riddle House in Little Hangleton with his inner circle. He's wounded. Your spell did more damage than he's letting on. His left arm is barely functional. He's compensating, but his people can see it. Bellatrix is with him. So is Pettigrew. The rest of the inner circle is being recalled from their posts. More importantly, he knows Dumbledore has been removed. He knows the pact is public. And he's afraid, genuinely afraid, for the first time since his resurrection. He's talking about contingencies and the old protections. I believe he intends to retrieve and relocate his remaining Horcruxes. You must move faster than he does. Harry read the message twice, the tactical implications crystallizing as he chewed his toast. The ring. It's at the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton, the same village where Voldemort is hiding right now. Which means it's either the easiest target or the hardest, Hermione said, settling into a chair with her own plate and the inevitable notebook. If Voldemort is at the Riddle House, the Gaunt Shack is practically next door. He could have already moved it. Or he hasn't, because he doesn't know we know about it. Snape says he's talking about contingencies, future tense. He's planning to move them, but he might not have done it yet. That's a lot of might, Harry. It is. But if we wait until we're certain, we've already lost. Snape says move fast. I agree. Ron was studying his map, a new intensity behind his eyes. The diadem is the safer target. It's here, in the castle, in the room of requirement. We could get it right now. Then we do both. Harry looked at them. Hermione, you and Ron get the diadem. You know how the room works, ask it for the room where everything is hidden, find the diadem, bring it to me. I'll go to Little Hangleton for the ring. Alone. Hermione's voice went sharp. Harry, Voldemort is right there. Which is why I'm going alone. A group is harder to conceal. One person, in and out, fast, that's how you run an operation in enemy territory. I go in under a disillusionment charm, grab the ring, destroy it, and leave. 15 minutes. And if Voldemort detects you, then he detects me, and we have a rematch. I wasn't the one who left bleeding last time. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue. Ron, surprisingly, didn't. He's right, Ron said quietly. The ring is time-sensitive. The diadem isn't going anywhere. We split up, we hit both targets simultaneously, and we reconvene here to deal with the last one. His eyes moved to Harry's forehead, to the scar, and what lay beneath it. The last one. The words hung in the air. Nobody elaborated. Nobody needed to. Harry finished his breakfast, drank his tea, and stood. His body was sore from the previous night, muscles stiff, joints aching, the kind of deep fatigue that sleep had softened but not erased. His magic, though, was fully recovered. He could feel it humming through him, vast and ready, a river straining at its banks. Give me 2 hours, he said. If I'm not back by then. You'll be back, Ron said. It wasn't hope. It was the flat certainty of a tactician who had assessed the variables and reached a conclusion. You'll be back because you're you, and also because Hermione will personally march into Little Hangleton and drag you out by your ear if you're not. That is entirely accurate, Hermione confirmed. Harry grinned. It felt good, the easy warmth of it, the reminder that even in the middle of a war, he had people who would threaten bodily harm to keep him safe. He left the room of requirement and walked through the castle corridors, feeling Hogwarts awareness tracking him like a benevolent eye. Students were awake and moving. It was early, but news of last night's battle had clearly spread. Small clusters gathered in hallways and common rooms, talking in urgent whispers that fell silent as Harry passed. Some stared, some nodded, a gesture of acknowledgement that felt more meaningful than applause. He found Neville in the entrance hall, sitting on the bottom step of the marble staircase with a cup of tea and a copy of the morning's Daily Prophet. The headline was visible from 20 feet away. Dumbledore removed. Secret pact with WHO exposed. Below it, in slightly smaller type. Potter repels Death Eater attack on Hogsmeade, witnesses describe, unprecedented, display of power. You've made the front page, Neville said, holding up the paper. Again. What are they saying? Mixed. Rita Skeeter has a column calling you a dangerous vigilante who should be brought under ministry control. The news section is more factual. They've got quotes from witnesses in Hogsmeade, a statement from Bones confirming the investigation, and a sidebar about the Goblin Heritage Authority's involvement. Neville folded the paper. The editorial page is calling for a full Wizengamot inquiry into Dumbledore's actions. Good. Let the system work. Harry sat beside Neville on the step. How are you? Neville considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. I was up most of the night. Couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about what you showed us, the memory, the pact, the protected families. He paused. I wrote to my grandmother. What did you tell her? Everything. She deserves to know. She spent 15 years blaming herself for not protecting Mum and Dad, thinking if she'd been there, if she'd fought harder, if she'd done something differently. She needs to know it wasn't her fault. It was never anyone's fault except Dumbledore's and the people he protected. Harry nodded. The weight of Neville's words settled into the space between them, the quiet grief of a man who had grown up visiting his parents in a hospital ward and was only now learning that their suffering had been preventable. I'm going to Little Hangleton, Harry said. There's a Horcrux there, Voldemort's grandfather's ring. I need to get to it before Voldemort moves it. Alone. Alone. Ron and Hermione are handling the one in the castle. Neville turned to look at him directly. You're going alone into a village where Voldemort is currently hiding to steal and destroy one of his soul anchors. That's the general idea, yes. Okay. Neville stood up, brushing off his trousers. I'll have the DA on standby in case you need extraction. Ginny and Luna are already awake, I'll brief them. Neville, you don't have to. Harry. Neville's voice was quiet and unyielding. You built an army. Let it work for you. Harry looked at the young man standing in front of him, the boy who'd once lost his toad on the Hogwarts Express, who'd stood up to them in first year over house points, who'd pulled the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat, and saw the leader Neville had always been capable of becoming. Standby positions, Harry said. Nothing more unless I call. Nothing more unless you call. They clasped hands briefly, a gesture that was more binding than any blood pact, and Harry walked out of the castle into the morning. The Scottish air was sharp and clean, last night's smoke washed away by a pre-dawn rain that had left the grounds glistening. The sun was fully up now, painting the castle in shades of gold and amber, and the forbidden forest was a dark green wall along the western boundary. Everything looked impossibly normal, impossibly beautiful, and Harry felt a pang of something that was equal parts love and determination. This was what he was fighting for. Not revenge, not power, not the satisfaction of exposing Dumbledore or defeating Voldemort. The castle on the hill, the sunlight on wet grass, the knowledge that somewhere inside those walls, people he loved were alive and safe. He apparated. Little Hangleton materialized around him in a swirl of compressed space, a sleepy English village nestled in a valley between rolling hills, picturesque in the way that places are when they're hiding something terrible beneath the surface. Harry appeared on a wooded hillside overlooking the village, concealed by the canopy of ancient oaks, and immediately went still. His magizite bloomed. The village was quiet, Muggle residents going about their morning routines, unaware of the magical nightmare lurking in their midst. Harry could see the Riddle house on the hill opposite, a grand, decaying manor that radiated dark magic like a furnace radiates heat. The magical signatures inside it were numerous and hostile. Death Eaters, clustered in the main rooms, their auras stained with the greasy darkness of dark mark bearers. And at the center of it all, a presence so cold and vast it distorted the magical field around it like a black hole distorting light. Voldemort. Harry could feel him even from this distance, the rage, the pain. Snape was right about the arm, and beneath both, a current of genuine fear that Voldemort was working very hard to suppress. Harry turned his attention to the gaunt shack. It was half a mile from the Riddle house, down the hill and across a stretch of overgrown farmland, nearly invisible behind a tangle of brambles and neglect. The shack itself was a ruin, walls sagging, roof caved in, the remnants of a door hanging from one hinge. But the magic around it was fierce, protective wards, layered thick, designed to kill anyone who approached without authorization. Harry studied the wards with his magizite, reading their structure the way a locksmith reads a lock. They were Voldemort's work, elegant in a ruthless sort of way, built to deliver maximum damage with minimal warning. Proximity curses, compulsion hexes to drive intruders away, a particularly nasty blood-boiling curse triggered by physical contact with the property boundary. Old magic, though, set decades ago and not recently maintained. The edges were fraying, the enchantments losing cohesion the way all magic eventually did without regular renewal. Harry could brute force his way through, his power was more than sufficient to shatter the wards entirely. But that would be like kicking down a door when your enemy was sleeping in the next room. The magical shockwave would reach the Riddle house in seconds, and Voldemort would come running. Instead, Harry did something subtler. He reached out with his magic and listened to the wards, felt their rhythm, their pattern, the gaps between pulses where the enchantments were at their weakest. Every ward system had a heartbeat, a cycle of magical energy that rose and fell like a tide. Between beats, there were fractions of seconds where the protections dipped, where a sufficiently skilled wizard could pass through without triggering the alarms. Harry found the rhythm. He counted 3 cycles, timing the dips. On the 4th cycle, at the exact nadir of the ward's energy pulse, he stepped through. The wards didn't react. He was inside. The shack was even worse up close, a testament to poverty and madness and the slow erosion of a family that had turned in on itself until there was nothing left. The air inside smelled of rot and damp, and the floor was ankle-deep in debris. But Harry's magizite cut through the physical squalor to the magical reality beneath, and there, under the floorboards, buried in the earth itself, the Horcrux blazed like a dark star. He could feel it before he saw it, The same cold, oily wrongness as the locket and the cup, the same psychic pressure of a shattered soul fragment trapped in a container it was slowly corrupting. His scar throbbed in response, the fragment in his head recognizing its sibling, reaching toward it with something that felt horribly like longing. Harry knelt and pulled up the rotten floorboards with his hands. The earth beneath was packed hard, but it parted under his magic-like water, revealing a small golden box embedded in the soil. Inside the box, on a bed of tarnished silk, sat the ring. It was ugly, a heavy gold band set with a cracked black stone, the Peverell coat of arms barely visible beneath decades of grime. The Horcrux energy radiating from it was more concentrated than the locket or the cup, as if this particular fragment of soul was older, more deeply embedded. The black stone in its setting seemed to drink the light around it, creating a small pool of shadow in the ruined shack. Harry picked it up. The moment his skin touched the ring, the Horcrux activated. Not a scream this time, a whisper. A voice that sounded like Voldemort's but older, softer, more seductive, sliding into Harry's mind through the scar connection like smoke through a keyhole. Put it on. The stone has power you can't imagine. It can bring them back, your parents, your godfather, everyone you've lost. Just put on the ring and you'll see them again. You'll hear their voices. You'll feel their arms around you. Isn't that what you want? Isn't that what you've always wanted? Harry's hand trembled. The voice was good, devastatingly good. It knew exactly where to press, exactly which wounds were still raw. For one terrible instant, he saw his mother's face with perfect clarity, heard her voice saying his name, felt the ghost of an embrace he'd never actually experienced. Then he thought about what Dumbledore had done to that embrace. How the old wizard had taken the love between a mother and her child and turned it into a chess move, a strategic sacrifice, calculated to the last variable. How the memory of Lily Potter had been weaponized by both sides, by Dumbledore to control Snape, by Voldemort to try to break Harry, by the Horcrux right now to trick him into putting on a cursed ring. His mother deserved better than to be a tool in other people's hands. Harry closed his fist around the ring and burned the Horcrux out of it. The process was faster this time, he was getting better at it, learning to target the soul fragment with surgical precision. The ring screamed, the black stone cracked, and a gout of dark energy erupted from the gold band and dissipated in the fetid air of the shack like poison neutralized by an antidote. In 5 seconds, it was over. The ring lay in Harry's palm, inert and harmless, the cracked stone still dark but no longer hungry. 4 down, 2 to go, the diadem, and himself. Harry pocketed the ring and turned to leave. The whole operation had taken less than 10 minutes, and the wards hadn't. The air split apart. Not apparition, something else. A tearing, ripping sound, as if the fabric of space itself was being forced open. Harry spun toward the doorway of the shack, his magic flaring defensive, and found himself facing a figure he hadn't expected. Bellatrix Lestrange stood in the overgrown yard, her wand out, her dark eyes blazing, her wild hair a corona of black tangles around a face that was thin and mad and beautiful in the way that storms were beautiful, destructively, dangerously, with no regard for what they left behind. Potter, she breathed, and the word was equal parts curse and prayer. I felt that. The Dark Lord's ring, you destroyed it. Good instincts. He sent me to check on it. When you passed through the wards, the outermost alarm triggered. Not the kill wards, the alert. The one that tells someone to come look. Her wand was pointed at his chest, steady as a surgeon's hand. He's coming. You have maybe 2 minutes. Then I'll make this quick. He was faster than she expected. The wandless shield materialized in front of him before her curse was halfway across the space between them, absorbing the purple light of whatever she'd cast and reflecting it back. Bellatrix dodged. She was good, one of the best duelists alive, her reflexes honed by years of madness and violence, but the reflected curse caught the edge of her robes and set them smoldering. Impressive, she said, circling. Her voice had gone sing-song, the tone she used when she was excited, when violence was doing what tenderness was supposed to do for other people. The little Potter has new tricks. Did the old man teach you, before you destroyed him? Did Dumbledore give you a parting gift? Dumbledore gave me nothing. Everything I have, I took back from him. He struck. Not with a spell, with a targeted burst of telekinetic force that hit Bellatrix like a charging bull and launched her off her feet. She flew backward through the air, spinning, and would have hit a tree hard enough to break bones if she hadn't twisted mid-flight and cast a cushioning charm on the trunk a split second before impact. She bounced off the charmed tree and landed in a crouch, laughing. Laughing like it was the funniest thing she'd ever experienced. "Oh, the Dark Lord is going to love this," she gasped. Little baby Potter, all grown up, throwing around power like it's. Harry didn't let her finish. He pulled the ground out from under her, literally, transfiguring the earth beneath her feet into liquid and then back to solid in the space of a heartbeat, encasing her legs in packed soil up to the knees. She shrieked, more fury than pain, and fired a barrage of curses that Harry batted aside with his bare hand, each one deflected by a palm-sized shield charm that materialized and vanished in the time it took to blink. "Neville Longbottom sends his regards," Harry said, and bound her with conjured chains that locked around her wrists and throat, suppressing her magic with runes he'd learned from the Black family texts. The chains glowed white-hot for a moment, then cooled to dull iron, and Bellatrix Lestrange, the most feared witch in Britain, was pinned to the earth like a butterfly on a board. She screamed. It was a raw, animal sound, pure rage and humiliation, and Harry could feel the magical force behind it. Her power was considerable, and she was throwing everything she had against the binding chains. They held. The runes were Black family magic, designed to contain prisoners far more powerful than her. "You can't hold me," she shrieked. "The Dark Lord will free me, he'll come, he's welcome to try." Harry pulled the destroyed ring from his pocket and held it up so she could see the cracked stone and dead metal. "Tell him I said hello." He apparated. The compression of space was instant. Little Hangleton vanished, replaced by the grounds of Hogwarts, the castle shining in the mid-morning sun. Harry landed on the grass near the front entrance and immediately felt the castle's wards embrace him, a warm pulse of recognition and protection that felt like coming home. He'd been gone 40 minutes. He still had time on his 2-hour clock. He found Hermione and Ron in the 7th-floor corridor outside the room of requirement. They were sitting on the floor, backs against the wall, and between them, sitting on Hermione's folded traveling cloak. Like a museum piece on display, was the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. It was beautiful, even corrupted as it was. A tiara of silver and blue sapphire, delicate and ancient, the inscription barely visible on the band, would beyond measure as man's greatest treasure. The Horcrux energy emanating from it was strong. Harry could feel it pulsing from 30 feet away, but contained, not actively hostile the way the ring had been. "You found it," Harry said. "Room where everything is hidden," Hermione said. She looked exhausted but triumphant. "It took us 20 minutes to locate it in all that junk." Ron spotted it. He noticed the magical signature with a detection charm we borrowed from one of your Black family texts. Ron shrugged. It was glowing. Not exactly subtle. "Can you destroy it?" Hermione asked, looking at Harry with that analytical intensity that meant she was already calculating outcomes and contingencies. "I've destroyed 3 already today. What's one more?" Harry knelt beside the diadem and placed his hands over it, not quite touching. "I found the ring and destroyed it. Also captured Bellatrix Lestrange and left her gift wrapped at the Gaunt Shack for the Ministry to collect." Ron choked. "You captured Bellatrix Lestrange. She came to check on the ring. We had a disagreement about property rights. Harry James Potter, you went to Little Hangleton for a quick Horcrux retrieval and ended up in a duel with Bellatrix Lestrange while Voldemort was a quarter-mile away," Hermione said, her voice climbing steadily. "When I said 2 hours, I didn't mean, use the time to pick fights with the most dangerous Death Eater alive. She picked the fight. I just finished it." Harry looked down at the diadem. "Stand back." They moved. Harry placed his hands on the diadem and reached for the soul fragment inside it. This one felt different. Older than the others, the fragment was deeply integrated into the silver and sapphire, woven into the magical structure of the diadem itself. Ravenclaw's original enchantments and Voldemort's corruption had fused together over the decades, creating a knot of light and dark magic that was harder to untangle. Harry went slow. Instead of the brute force approach he'd used on the locket and the cup, he teased at the edges of the corruption, separating Voldemort's magic from Ravenclaw's strand by strand. It was painstaking, delicate work, like removing a tumor without damaging the organ it had grown into. It took 10 minutes. Sweat beaded on Harry's forehead, his magic burning steady and precise, and the Horcrux resisted at every step, the fragment screaming silently, clawing at the surrounding enchantments, trying to anchor itself deeper into the diadem's magical structure. Harry didn't let it. He held the fragment in a cage of pure magical force, isolated it from the host object, and then, gently, almost surgically, destroyed it. The fragment died with a whisper rather than a scream, a soft exhalation of dark energy that dissipated like mist in sunlight. The diadem shuddered once in Harry's hands and then went still, and the sapphires, which had been dull and clouded, blazed suddenly with clear blue light. The Horcrux was gone. The diadem was restored. Harry held it up. The inscription gleamed in the corridor's torchlight, would beyond measure as man's greatest treasure. "It's clean," he said. "The diadem is intact. Ravenclaw's original enchantments are still there. The Horcrux was just a parasite. Without it, this is." He turned the diadem over in his hands, marveling at the magical craftsmanship. "This is a genuine Founder's artifact. It should go back to Ravenclaw Tower." Hermione's eyes were shining. "You saved it. You figured out how to destroy the Horcrux without destroying the object." The Black family texts on soul magic. They describe the parasitic nature of Horcrux possession. The fragment needs a host, but it isn't the host. It's a separate entity, attached to the object like a barnacle on a ship. Remove the barnacle, keep the ship. Could you do that for all of them? The question landed with the weight of what it was really asking. Harry looked at Hermione, and she looked back at him, and neither of them blinked. "I intend to find out," Harry said. The morning passed in a blur of logistics and aftermath. Amelia Bones arrived at Hogwarts at 11, flanked by a squad of Aurors, to take possession of the physical evidence and formalize the investigation. Harry met her in McGonagall's, now the acting headmistress's, office, which had already begun to transform. The whirring silver instruments were gone, replaced by practical filing systems and a no-nonsense organizational scheme that screamed Minerva McGonagall. "The Wizengamot is convening an emergency session," Bones told them. She was seated across from Harry, McGonagall, and Hermione, a stack of official documents on the desk between them. "Dumbledore will face formal charges within the week. The evidence is overwhelming. The physical contract alone would be sufficient, but combined with the memory, the financial records, and the testimony we're gathering from Order members." She paused. "Several of them have already come forward." Arthur Weasley was the first. Ron, standing by the window, went still. "My dad. Your father came to the ministry at 6 this morning and gave a voluntary statement. He said," Bones consulted a parchment, "I trusted Albus Dumbledore with my family's safety for 20 years. I need the world to know that trust was misplaced, and I need to be on record before anyone suggests I was complicit." She looked at Ron. "Your father is a brave man, Mr. Weasley." Ron swallowed hard. His jaw worked, and for a moment, Harry thought his friend might cry. Then Ron's chin came up, that Weasley stubbornness, bred in the bone, and he nodded once. "Yeah," Ron said. "He is." "What about Dumbledore himself?" Harry asked. "Where is he?" "Under house arrest at a secure location. He's cooperating, as he said he would. He's answered every question we've put to him." Bones's expression tightened. "He's also defending every decision he made. He genuinely believes he was right, Mr. Potter. He's not remorseful, he's resigned. There's a difference." "I know. The Wizengamot will decide his fate. What I need from you right now is a plan for the other half of this equation." Bones leaned forward. "Voldemort. With the pact broken and Dumbledore removed, there's nothing restraining him. My Aurors are stretched thin after last night. The Ministry doesn't have the resources for a sustained war against a Dark Lord. You won't need them." Harry met Bones's eyes. "I've destroyed 5 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. He had 6. 1 remains." The room went very quiet. Bones's eyes widened slightly. She was too professional for anything more dramatic, but the implications of what Harry had just said were clearly landing. "1 remains," she repeated. "And when it's destroyed, Voldemort becomes mortal, killable. 1 life, 1 chance." Harry paused. "The last Horcrux is a complication. It's not an object. He touched his scar. McGonagall made a soft sound. Bones stared. "You're telling me," Bones said slowly, "that you know who accidentally made you into one of his soul anchors. The night he tried to kill me as a baby. The killing curse rebounded, but a fragment of his soul broke off and attached to me. It's been in my scar for 15 years. And you need to remove it. I need to destroy it without destroying myself. I've been developing a technique. The last 3 Horcruxes, I've been refining my ability to separate the soul fragment from its host. The diadem was the proof of concept. I removed the Horcrux and preserved the original object intact. A diadem is not a human being, Mr. Potter. No, it's not. Which is why I need time and space to prepare. The technique works, but the margin for error on a living host is terrifying," Hermione interjected. "The margin for error is terrifying, which is why we're not rushing into it. Harry needs to study the Black family texts on soul separation in living subjects. There's an entire branch of magic dedicated to it, and we've barely scratched the surface." "How long?" Bones asked. "Days," Harry said. "Not weeks. Voldemort is regrouping, and every day we wait is a day he uses to prepare. I won't let this drag out." Bones studied him for a long time. Harry let her look, let her see the certainty in his eyes, the steadiness of his hands, the quiet power that radiated from him like heat from a furnace. "Very well," she said finally. "I'll handle the ministry, the Wizengamot, and the political fallout. You handle the Horcrux. But I want updates, Mr. Potter. Regular updates. The days of one man running this war in secret are over." "Agreed." Bones gathered her documents and stood. At the door, she paused. "For what it's worth," she said, "my brother would have liked you." Then she was gone, and the weight of what still needed to be done settled over the room like a blanket. McGonagall dismissed herself to deal with the 1,000 administrative crises that came with an emergency change of leadership at Hogwarts. Hermione retreated to the library, the actual Hogwarts library, where she was cross-referencing the Black family soul magic texts with the school's restricted section, which McGonagall had opened for her without hesitation. Ron went to the Ollery to write to his family. Harry didn't ask what he was writing. Some things were private. Harry went to the room of requirement. He asked for a workspace, somewhere quiet, isolated, with room to practice delicate magic without interruption. The room provided a chamber of pale stone, lit by floating candles, with a single cushion on the floor and shelves lining the walls. The shelves were empty until Harry began pulling books from his trunk, and then they filled with the Black family library's most relevant volumes: Soul Magic and Its Applications, The Separable Self, a treatise on spiritual parasitism, ancient bindings and their dissolution. He sat on the cushion, closed his eyes, and turned his magicite inward. Finding the Horcrux in his own head was different from finding them in objects. The objects were external, he could see them, feel them, approach them from the outside with the detached precision of a surgeon operating on someone else. But the fragment in his scar was inside him. It was part of his magical landscape, woven into his neural pathways and his magical core like a vine woven through a trellis. He could see it now, with his magicite focused internally, a dark knot of alien energy, nestled at the base of his scar, tendrils extending downward into his magical core and upward into his cognitive centers. It was the source of his Parseltongue ability, his visions of Voldemort's mind, his scar pain. A fragment of a broken soul, parasitizing his body and his magic for 15 years. It was also, he realized with a shock of understanding, being slowly destroyed. His full, unbound magical power, the power Dumbledore had suppressed for 15 years, was attacking the Horcrux the way a healthy immune system attacks a virus. White gold tendrils of Harry's own magic had wrapped around the dark fragment, constricting it, cutting off its connections to his magical core one by one. The process was slow, his magic was being careful, instinctively avoiding damage to Harry's own neural tissue, but it was relentless. The Horcrux was dying. It had been dying since the moment Harry broke his bindings. His unbound magic was killing it, automatically, the way a body fights an infection, not because Harry had commanded it, but because it was the natural response of a healthy magical core to a parasitic intrusion. The bindings. Dumbledore's bindings hadn't just suppressed Harry's power, they'd suppressed his body's ability to fight off the Horcrux. At full strength, Harry's magic would have destroyed the soul fragment within years, maybe months. Dumbledore had kept the bindings in place not just to keep Harry weak, but to keep the Horcrux alive. Because the Horcrux was the seventh soul anchor. And the pact required all parties, and all their safeguards, to remain intact. Harry opened his eyes. The revelation burned through him, not as fresh outrage he was running low on that particular fuel, but as a cold, clear confirmation of what he already knew. Every single thing Dumbledore had done was in service of the pact. Every decision, every manipulation, every seemingly benevolent act, all of it designed to maintain the balance of a deal that should never have been made. He closed his eyes again and focused. His magic was doing the work already, he just needed to help it along. To guide the process, accelerate it, ensure that the Horcrux was destroyed completely and cleanly without leaving scar tissue on his magical core. He reached for the dark knot with his magicite and began, very carefully, to pull. The Horcrux resisted. Of course it did, it was a piece of Voldemort's soul, and Voldemort's defining characteristic was his refusal to die. The fragment thrashed and screamed and tried to dig deeper, to anchor itself more firmly in Harry's neural tissue, to survive at any cost. Harry held it. Not with force, with precision. He cradled the fragment in a net of golden light, isolating it from his own tissue strand by strand, cutting the tendrils that connected it to his brain and his core with the delicate touch of a microsurgeon. It hurt. Not the sharp, dramatic pain of the scar flaring, a deeper hurt, the ache of something being removed that had been part of him for so long it felt like losing a limb. The Parseltongue. The visions. The connection to Voldemort's mind that had been, for all its horror, a source of intelligence and understanding. All of it was connected to the fragment, and all of it would go when the fragment was destroyed. Harry let it go. He didn't need Voldemort's gifts. He had his own. The final tendril separated with a sensation like a cord being cut. The Horcrux fragment, isolated, contained, disconnected from everything that had kept it alive, hung in the golden net of Harry's magic like a dark pearl in a setting of light. Harry looked at it, really looked at it, this piece of Tom Riddle's shattered soul that had lived in his head since he was a baby. It was small, so small, barely a wisp of dark energy. But it was aware. He could feel it watching him, could feel the echo of Voldemort's consciousness in its tiny, fractured awareness. It was afraid. "Goodbye, Tom," Harry said. He closed the net. The golden light compressed around the fragment, tighter and tighter, crushing it the way gravity crushes a star. The dark energy flickered, flared, and then, silently, without drama, without screaming, winked out. The Horcrux was gone. Harry touched his forehead. The scar was still there, a physical scar, a mark in his skin that would probably never fully fade. But the presence behind it, the cold pressure that had been his constant companion for 15 years, was gone. His head was quiet. His mind was his own. He opened his eyes. The room of requirement was exactly as he'd left it, candles floating, books on shelves, the cushion beneath him. Everything was the same. Everything was different. He stood up, and the world tilted slightly, the disorientation of a fundamental change, like stepping off a boat onto solid ground after weeks at sea. His magic was different now, too. Not diminished by the loss of the Horcrux, clarified. The dark undercurrent that had always been there, the whisper of Voldemort's power blending with his own, was gone. What remained was purely, entirely Harry's magic, clean, white gold, enormous. He walked out of the room of requirement and went to find the others. They were in the Great Hall, gathered around the end of the Gryffindor table, Hermione with her books, Ron with his maps, Neville with a group of DA members who were reviewing defensive formations. The hall was busy now, filling with students who'd heard about the morning's events through the formidable Hogwarts rumor network. Harry walked up to the table, and Hermione looked up from her book and knew immediately. "You did it," she said. Not a question. Harry nodded. "It's gone. All 6 Horcruxes are destroyed." The words dropped into the conversation like a stone into a still pool. Heads turned. Eyes widened. The DA members closest to them stopped talking and stared. "All 6, Ron repeated. "You mean, the one in your..." "Gone. My magic was already fighting it off since the unbinding. I just helped the process along." How do you feel? Hermione asked, and the question was layered with so many sub-questions, medical, magical, emotional, existential, that Harry had to stop and actually think about it. Clear, he said finally. Like someone cleaned a window I didn't know was dirty. And the connection to Voldemort. Severed. I can't feel him anymore. No scar pain, no visions, no Parseltongue. He paused. I'll miss the Parseltongue, honestly. It was useful. You'll survive, Hermione said dryly, but her eyes were bright with unshed tears and a smile she was fighting to suppress. Harry, do you understand what this means? Voldemort is mortal. He has no soul anchors left. If he dies now, he dies. Really dies. Permanently. The silence that followed was filled with the enormity of that statement. For 15 years, Lord Voldemort had been unkillable, a specter that could be defeated but never destroyed, that would always return, that hung over the wizarding world like a sword of Damocles. And now, because of 3 teenagers and a handful of allies, that immortality was gone. We need to end this soon, Harry said, sitting down. Every hour that passes, Voldemort gets more desperate. Desperate Voldemort is dangerous Voldemort. He doesn't know the Horcruxes are all gone yet. He felt me destroy the locket and probably the ring, but the others were more carefully handled. When he realizes he's unprotected, he'll either run or attack with everything he has. He won't run, Neville said. Everyone looked at him. Men like Voldemort don't run. His entire identity is built on being the most powerful, the most feared. Running would mean admitting he's lost. He'd rather die fighting than live diminished. So he'll attack, Ron said, already reaching for his maps. He'll attack somewhere that matters. Somewhere that forces us to respond on his terms. Ron's fingers traced lines on the map, connecting dots, calculating. He'll come here, to Hogwarts. Why Hogwarts? Because it's the biggest symbol in the wizarding world. Hogwarts represents everything Voldemort wants to destroy: tolerance, cooperation between magical bloodlines, the idea that power should be used for education rather than domination. And now it's also the place where his pact was exposed and his reputation was damaged. He'll want to burn it to the ground. He'll also want Harry, Hermione added. If he's realized his Horcruxes are being destroyed, he'll want to secure the one he thinks is still intact, the one in Harry's scar. He'll come for Harry, and Harry is at Hogwarts. Then we use that, Harry said. We let him come. We choose the ground, we set the defenses, and we end it here. Ron was nodding, his eyes distant with calculation. The castle's defenses are formidable, 1,000 years of protective enchantments, the ward scheme, the physical fortifications. With McGonagall controlling the wards and the DA manning key positions, we can channel an attacking force into kill zones. The grounds are open, bad for defense against a large force, but the castle itself is a fortress. When? Neville asked. Soon, Harry said. Very soon. Snape's last message said Voldemort was recalling his inner circle. That's preparation for a major operation. If I had to guess. The Marauder's journal glowed. Harry opened it. Snape's handwriting, hurried, the letters slanting more than usual. He knows. Bellatrix was recovered by Death Eaters within the hour. She told him about the ring. He's checked the locket's hiding place and the cup at Gringotts, both gone. He's sent Nagini to verify the diadem, but she can't get into Hogwarts. He's in a state beyond rage. He's ordered a full assault on Hogwarts. Every Death Eater, every creature, every ally he can muster. Tonight. He intends to kill you personally. He believes the Scar Horcrux is his last anchor, and he wants to secure you, alive, if possible. If not, he'll settle for dead. I cannot maintain my cover much longer. The final act is approaching. Be ready. S. Harry read the message aloud. The Great Hall, which had been buzzing with conversation, went dead silent as his voice carried. Tonight. Voldemort was coming tonight. Harry looked at the faces around him, his friends, his allies, the army he'd built from scratch in less than a week. They looked back at him with fear and determination and trust, and Harry felt something settle in his chest that was neither grief nor anger but something older and fiercer. Love. The savage, protective love of someone who has found their people and will burn the world to keep them safe. Right, he said, and his voice was steady as bedrock. Let's get to work. The afternoon was organized chaos. McGonagall took command of the castle's physical defenses with the military precision of a woman who had fought in the First War and never forgotten how. She activated the ancient stone guardians, the suits of armor, the gargoyles, the animated statues that were Hogwarts' first line of defense, and reinforced the ward scheme with every enchantment at her disposal. Flitwick, the former dueling champion, organized the teaching staff into combat units. Sprout went to the greenhouses and returned with armfuls of dangerous plants, venomous tentacula, snargaluff pods, devil's snare, that she deployed along the castle's outer walls with the cheerful efficiency of a gardener who had been waiting for this moment her entire career. Ron set up his command post in the astronomy tower, the highest point in the castle, with sightlines in every direction. He had the Marauder's map, a set of enchanted binoculars, and the DA communication coins, and he directed the defensive preparations with a calm authority that had Aurors twice his age following his instructions without question. Hermione worked with Harry on the ward scheme, her knowledge of magical theory complementing his raw power. Together, they layered new protections over the castle's ancient ones, shields against apparition, barriers against dark creatures, detection grids that would alert them to approaching forces from miles away. Neville trained the DA. In the courtyard, under the afternoon sun, he drilled them in defensive formations, shield coordination, and tactical retreat patterns. His voice was steady, his instructions clear, and the DA responded with a focus and intensity that spoke volumes about the leader Neville had become. The other Hogwarts students, the ones who weren't DA members, the ones too young to fight, were evacuated through the tunnel to Hogsmeade under the supervision of Madame Pomfrey and Hagrid. Some protested, some cried. A handful of seventh years refused to leave and joined the defensive lines instead. At 4 o'clock, reinforcements began arriving. Tonks brought a squad of Aurors, not many, but trained and willing. Kingsley Shacklebolt came, his deep voice steady as he briefed the Aurors on tactical protocols. Arthur Weasley arrived with Bill and Charlie, all three looking grim and armed. The twins, Fred and George, materialized with a trunk full of their own invention, defensive products, smoke bombs, portable swamps, and something George called a Peruvian instant darkness bomb, that he claimed could blind a giant. "We're not letting our little brother fight without backup," Fred said, clapping Ron on the shoulder. "Also, we brought sandwiches." Remus came. He walked through the front doors of Hogwarts with his wand in his hand and his jaw set, and he went straight to Harry. "I should be here," Remus said simply. "I know. Whatever happens tonight, James and Lily would be proud of you, Harry. I need you to know that." "I know that too." Harry gripped Remus's arm. "Stay alive, Remus. I've lost enough family." The afternoon wore on. The sun tracked westward, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose and blood. The castle hummed with preparation, the clank of armor, the thrum of activated wards, the quiet voices of people making ready for what might be their last night. At 6 o'clock, Snape arrived. He came through the front doors in his black robes, his face a mask of controlled urgency, and went directly to Harry in the entrance hall. "My cover is blown," Snape said. His voice was flat, matter of fact. "The Dark Lord suspects me. He tested my mind and found the edges of my occlumency, not the content, but the fact that I was hiding something. I left before he could press further." "Are you hurt?" "Nothing significant." A pause. "I may have set fire to Lucius Malfoy's robes on my way out." "Accidentally." Harry almost laughed. "Welcome to our side. Officially. I was always on my own side, Potter. It just happens that your side and mine are temporarily aligned." Snape looked around the entrance hall, at the preparations, the defenders, the organized defenses. "This is well done. Weasley's work. Ron planned the defenses. Neville trained the ground forces. Hermione designed the ward enhancements." Snape's eyebrow rose a fraction. "The sidekick, the almost squib, and the know-it-all. Dumbledore always did underestimate the people around you. So did you." A beat of silence. Then, "Yes, I did." Harry met Snape's eyes, and something passed between them, not friendship, probably not even warmth, but a mutual recognition that went beyond their history of antagonism. They were two people who had been used by the same man, broken in different ways, and had chosen to stop being tools and start being themselves. The Dark Lord will lead the assault personally, Snape said, switching to tactical mode. He's bringing everything, Death Eaters, Giants, Dementors, Acromantulas from the Forbidden Forest. He intends to overwhelm the defenses with sheer numbers while he finds you. He'll find me, Harry said. I'll make sure of it. He's mortal now. You know that. I know. And you're prepared to end it. Harry looked out the open front doors of Hogwarts, across the grounds to the Forbidden Forest, where the last light of day was dying in the trees. I've been prepared my whole life, he said. I just didn't know it. The sun set. Darkness fell over Hogwarts like a curtain, and the castle blazed with light, every window lit, every torch burning, a beacon on the hilltop that said we are here, and we are not hiding. The defenders took their positions. DA members on the ramparts, Aurors at the gates, professors at strategic points throughout the castle. Ron's voice crackled through the DA coins, relaying updates, adjusting positions, keeping everyone connected. Harry stood at the top of the entrance steps and watched the darkness gather. He could feel them coming. Not through the scar, that connection was gone, but through the wards, through the castle's awareness, through the earth itself. A tide of dark magic, rolling toward Hogwarts like a storm front, massive and malevolent and inevitable. Contact, Ron's voice said through the coin. Multiple signatures, approaching from the south and east. Hundreds of them. Giants in the vanguard. Dementors flanking. Harry closed his eyes. He drew a deep breath, filled his lungs with the night air of Hogwarts, and let his magic rise. It came without effort, a surge of power that lifted him, that blazed from his skin in visible light, that resonated with the castle's own ancient magic until the two were indistinguishable. Harry's power and Hogwarts' power, merged, amplified, a force that shook the ground and made the stars seem to brighten in the sky overhead. He opened his eyes. They were glowing, not with Voldemort's red, but with a white gold light that was entirely his own. He's here, Harry said, and his voice carried to every defender on the walls. Not through the coins. Through the magic of Hogwarts itself, amplified and projected, a commander's voice reaching every soldier on the field. Voldemort is here. He's brought everything he has because he's afraid of you, afraid of what we've proven this week, afraid that the world he built on fear and lies is coming apart. He's mortal tonight. For the first time in decades, he can die. And he knows it. Harry looked out over the grounds, where the first dark shapes were emerging from the tree line, giants, their silhouettes like moving mountains, Dementors, their cold sweeping ahead of them like a winter wind, and behind them, hundreds of hooded, masked figures with wands drawn and murder in their hearts. Hold the castle, Harry said. Protect each other. Fight for the people beside you and the people behind you. And remember, you are not Dumbledore's pawns. You are not Voldemort's victims. You are the ones who chose to stand when everyone else told you to kneel. He paused, drew his wand, felt it sing in his hand, the holly and phoenix feather vibrating with power that went beyond anything Ollivander had imagined when he crafted it. Now, Harry said, let's end this. The Battle of Hogwarts began. Chapter 5, The Lightning Throne. The giants hit the wards first. 3 of them, each 30 feet tall, swinging clubs the size of oak trees. They crashed against the outer ward line with a concussive boom that shook dust from the castle's rafters and sent a pulse of amber light rippling across the invisible barrier. The wards held, barely. Cracks spider web through the magical field, visible to Harry's magicite as fractures of dark light against the golden shield. Ward breach in Sector 7, south side, Ron's voice said through the coin. Calm, precise, the voice of a general reading the battlefield. Giants are focusing on the weakest. Junction point. Flitwick, can you reinforce? On it, Flitwick's high voice responded, and Harry felt a surge of magical energy flow into the damaged ward section, expert charm work, precise and efficient, buying them time. The Death Eaters followed the giants. They came in waves, flooding out of the Forbidden Forest in a black tide, their curses lighting up the night in red and green and sickly yellow. The first volley hit the wards like a wall of fire, and the sky above Hogwarts blazed with the impact, a kaleidoscope of dark magic meeting ancient protection, each collision throwing off sparks that fell like burning rain. Harry descended the entrance steps into the courtyard. The defenders on the walls were already engaged, Aurors and DA members firing curses over the ramparts, targeting Death Eaters who'd gotten past the outer wards. Neville's voice cut through the chaos, directing his squad to cover a breach on the eastern wall where a cluster of acromantulas, monstrous, car-sized spiders, were climbing the stone. "Neville, I see your spiders," Ron said. "Ginny's squad is moving to support. Dean, Seamus, you're on Dementor duty, they're circling the astronomy tower." The DA coins crackled with overlapping voices, terse tactical exchanges, calls for backup, status updates. It was controlled chaos, the organized kind, and it was working. Ron's defensive plan was holding. But it wouldn't hold forever. Harry could see the full scope of the attack with his Magizite. The Dark Army stretched from the forest to the lake, a crescent of hostile magic closing around the castle like a jaw. Voldemort's forces outnumbered the defenders 3-1 at least, and more were arriving, apparition cracks popping along the distant treeline like firecrackers as reinforcements materialized. And behind them all, still in the forest, Harry could feel Voldemort. A vast cold presence, watching, waiting, directing. Not committing to the fight yet. Holding himself in reserve for the moment that mattered. For Harry. "Ron," Harry said through the coin. "I'm going out. I know. I planned for it." A pause. "Northwest approach is the thinnest. Go through the gates, angle left along the lake. The main Death Eater force is concentrated on the south. If you draw Voldemort out along the northwest, you'll pull pressure off the castle's weakest point. You're using me as bait. I'm using you as a tactical asset. There's a difference." "Probably." Harry grinned despite everything. "Cover me. Always, mate. Always." Harry walked through the courtyard and out through the main gates, which swung open at his approach and closed behind him with a resonant clang. The wards parted for him, the castle recognizing its defender, opening a path like a door in a wall of light. The grounds were a battlefield. Craters pocked the grass where curses had impacted. Fires burned in scattered patches where fiendfire had been deployed and partially contained. The lake reflected the magical light show above, its surface rippling with concussive waves from the combat. Harry walked through it, not ran, walked. Deliberate, unhurried, his magic blazing around him in a corona of white gold light that illuminated the darkness for 100 yards in every direction. He was visible, unmissable, a beacon walking across the scarred grounds of Hogwarts, heading toward the forest and the darkness within it. Death Eaters saw him and attacked. 3 of them, breaking from the main assault to intercept, casting in unison, a coordinated barrage of killing curses and dark hexes that would have overwhelmed any normal wizard. Harry didn't break stride. His shield materialized without conscious thought, a wall of golden light that absorbed the curses and reflected the hexes back at their casters. 2 of the Death Eaters went down, hit by their own rebounded spells. The third, a massive figure Harry recognized as Thorfinn Roll, charged at him with a roar, casting a chain of blasting curses that tore up the ground in a line of explosions heading straight for Harry. Harry raised one hand and caught the final curse in his palm. The magical energy crackled against his skin, hot, violent, straining to detonate, and Harry crushed it. Closed his fist and snuffed it out like a candle flame. Then he flicked his wrist and Roll flew sideways as if swatted by an invisible hand, crashing through a section of stone wall and lying still. Harry kept walking. The tree line loomed ahead, the edge of the forbidden forest, ancient and dark, the trees pressing together like a crowd watching a spectacle. Harry's Magizite pierced the darkness between the trunks and showed him what was waiting. Voldemort stood in a clearing 50 yards into the forest, ringed by his inner circle. Lucius Malfoy, pale and terrified, his wand shaking in his hand. Dolohov, recently recovered from Harry's assault in Hogsmeade, his face a mask of bruises and fury. A handful of others Harry recognized from the Department of Mysteries, hardened killers, Voldemort's most trusted, his final ring of defense. And Nagini. The great S coiled at Voldemort's feet, 20 feet of scaled muscle, her eyes gleaming with an intelligence that was more than animal. Harry had almost forgotten about the S. She wasn't a Horcrux in this timeline, but she was dangerous in her own right. Magically enhanced, lethally venomous, and bound to Voldemort by a connection that went deeper than master and pet. Harry stepped into the forest. The canopy closed overhead, blocking out the stars, and the sounds of the battle behind him became muffled and distant, the thud of impacts, the crack of spells, the shouting of voices reduced to a murmur by the ancient trees. "Tom," Harry called. His voice carried through the forest with unnatural clarity, cutting through the darkness. "I'm here. You wanted me, here I am." Movement in the clearing. The inner circle shifted, wands rising, faces turning toward his voice. Harry walked toward them, his light pushing back the darkness, and watched the Death Eater's courage erode in real time. They'd heard about Hogsmeade. They'd heard about the Horcruxes. They could see the power radiating from Harry like heat from a sun, and they knew, every one of them knew, that they were outmatched. "Leave us," Voldemort said. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the clearing like a blade. The inner circle hesitated, trained killers, terrified of the boy walking toward them, terrified of the master behind them, caught between two fears and paralyzed by both. "I said leave." Voldemort's crimson eyes didn't move from Harry. "This is between Potter and me." They left. One by one, the Death Eaters faded into the forest, their dark robes blending with the shadows until only Voldemort remained, standing alone in the clearing with Nagini coiled at his feet and the Elder Wand, Dumbledore's wand, though Harry still didn't know it, held loosely at his side. "Wait." Dumbledore's wand. Harry noticed it with a jolt, the distinctive shape, the elder wood, the clusters of dark berries carved along its length. The wand Dumbledore had surrendered to Amelia Bones yesterday. How had Voldemort gotten it? "You're admiring my new acquisition," Voldemort said, reading Harry's expression with the perceptiveness of a predator reading prey. The Elder Wand. The Death Stick. The Wand of Destiny. Dumbledore's wand, though it was never truly his. It belongs to the wizard who defeats its previous master. His lipless mouth stretched into something approaching a smile. Dumbledore was arrested, disarmed by Aurors, and one of those Aurors was mine. The wand doesn't matter, Tom. Doesn't it? This is the most powerful wand in existence. United with a wizard of my caliber. Your caliber. Harry stopped walking. 20 feet separated them, close enough to see the red light of Voldemort's eyes, the pale, inhuman planes of his face, the wounded left arm hanging stiffly at his side. Your caliber is diminished, Tom. I can see it. Your magical core is fractured, 6 pieces torn away, 6 anchors destroyed. You're running on fumes. Voldemort's composure cracked. Just a fraction, a tightening around his eyes, a flicker of something that might have been panic quickly suppressed. But Harry saw it. You destroyed them all, Voldemort said. Not a question. All 6. The diary, the locket, the cup, the ring, the diadem, and the piece you didn't even know about, the fragment in my scar. Gone. Every one of them. The scar. Voldemort's eyes moved to Harry's forehead, and for the first time, Harry felt the full weight of Voldemort's attention focused on his scar without the answering pulse of the Horcrux. The connection was gone. There was nothing there to resonate, nothing to reach for. Voldemort felt it too. His expression shifted, the smile dying, the calculating confidence evaporating, replaced by something Harry had never seen on that S-like face. Raw, undisguised fear. You're mortal, Tom, Harry said quietly. One life, one chance, just like the rest of us. Voldemort's hand tightened on the Elder Wand. The fear in his eyes was transmuting into something else, something desperate and reckless, the cornered animal fury of a being that had spent decades believing itself immortal and was now facing the void for the first time. Then I'll have to make this life count, Voldemort hissed, and attacked. The Elder Wand lived up to its reputation. Voldemort's first curse, a bolt of sickly green light that screamed through the air with the force of a cannon, was faster and more powerful than anything Harry had faced in Hogsmeade. It hit his shield and nearly broke it, the golden barrier cracking under the impact, forcing Harry to pour more power into the defense. Voldemort pressed the advantage. Curse after curse, a relentless barrage of dark magic that came so fast the individual spells blurred into a continuous stream of lethal light. The Elder Wand amplified everything. Voldemort's already formidable power boosted to something approaching the force Harry had felt in Dumbledore's aura. Each spell was a masterwork of dark magic, creative and vicious, targeting Harry from angles that shouldn't have been possible from a single wand. Harry gave ground. Not because he had to, because he was reading Voldemort's patterns, learning the rhythms of the Elder Wand's power, mapping the territory of this fight before committing to an offensive. Voldemort was powerful, more powerful than he'd been at Hogsmeade, the Elder Wand compensating for his diminished core. But he was also desperate, and desperation made him predictable. Every attack was designed to kill. There was no variety, no subtlety, just killing force, applied with maximum aggression, the magical equivalent of a man throwing haymaker after haymaker. It was devastating in the short term, but it was also exhausting, and Voldemort's fractured core couldn't sustain it forever. Harry waited. He weathered the storm behind his shields, absorbing the punishment, letting Voldemort spend himself against a wall of golden light. The clearing was being destroyed around them, trees splintering, earth cratering, the very air vibrating with the force of colliding magics. Nagini had fled, hissing, into the underbrush. Then Voldemort paused. Just a fraction of a second, a hesitation born of fatigue, the Elder Wand dipping slightly as its master drew breath. Harry struck. He dropped his shield and attacked with both hands, wand in the right, wandless magic in the left. The dual assault hit Voldemort from two directions simultaneously, a technique that no single wizard should have been able to execute. The wanded spell was a concentrated lance of force that punched through Voldemort's shield like a needle through cloth. The wandless blast was a wave of telekinetic energy that hit the Dark Lord from the side, catching him off balance. Voldemort staggered. The Elder Wand's shield shattered, and Harry's wanded spell caught him across the chest, carving a line of white light that seared through robes and flesh. Voldemort screamed, a sound Harry had never heard from him, a raw animal cry of pain and shock, and fired back wildly, the killing curse erupting from the Elder Wand in a broadside blast that leveled every tree in a 30-foot radius. Harry dove. The green light passed over him by inches, close enough to ruffle his hair, and he rolled to his feet casting 3 spells in rapid succession, a binding hex, a disarming charm, and a concussive blast, all aimed not at Voldemort but at the Elder Wand. The disarming charm hit. The Elder Wand ripped free of Voldemort's grip and spun through the air, tumbling end over end, and Harry caught it in his left hand. The wand responded to his touch instantly. A surge of recognition, of power, of rightness, the Elder Wand knew its new master. The magic that flowed through it was different from his Holy Wand, darker and more primal, but it answered to Harry's will without hesitation. Voldemort stood in the ruined clearing, disarmed, his hands empty, his chest bleeding, his face a mask of disbelief. Without the Elder Wand, the amplification was gone. His own diminished core was all he had left, a fraction of what it had been, crippled by the destruction of his Horcruxes, enough to kill a normal wizard but nowhere near enough to challenge what Harry had become. "It's over, Tom," Harry said. He held both wands, his Holy Wand in his right hand, the Elder Wand in his left. The twin sources of magical power hummed in harmony, their combined output creating an aura around Harry that made the air shimmer and the ground tremble. "Kill me, then," Voldemort whispered. His voice was stripped of everything, the silk, the charm, the casual cruelty. What remained was something small and terrified, the voice of a man who had spent his entire life running from death and had finally been caught. "Isn't that what you came here to do?" Harry looked at him, really looked, past the face and the red eyes and the aura of dark magic, to the thing beneath. A man. A broken, terrified man who had been born to a loveless mother and an absent father, who had grown up in an orphanage during a war, who had discovered he was special and decided that special meant better, that better meant separate, that separate meant immortal. A man who had torn his soul to pieces rather than face the one thing every human being must face. A man who was, in his own monstrous way, as much a product of his circumstances as Harry was. "No," Harry said. Voldemort blinked. The red eyes narrowed, confusion cutting through the fear. "No, I'm not going to kill you, Tom. Not because you deserve mercy, you don't. Not because I'm too noble or too soft. Because killing you would make me the endpoint of Dumbledore's plan, the weapon that fires on command, the pawn that removes the king. Dumbledore designed me to kill you. That was always the endgame of his pact: raise the weapon, point it at the target, let it destroy itself in the process. Even with the pact broken, if I kill you with a killing curse, I'm doing exactly what Dumbledore always intended." Harry raised the Elder Wand. Voldemort flinched. "So I'm going to do something else instead." The spell Harry cast was not one that Voldemort recognized. It wasn't from the Hogwarts curriculum, wasn't from any dark arts compendium, wasn't from any text that the wizarding world generally acknowledged. It came from the deepest reaches of the Black Family Library, a volume so old it was written on vellum in a language that predated modern English, a branch of magic that dealt not with death or destruction but with something far more fundamental. The magic of binding. Not the kind that chained a person to a wall or suppressed their movement, the kind that bound a person's magic itself. Locked it away, sealed it, rendered it inaccessible. The permanent, irrevocable severing of a wizard from their magical core. The spell hit Voldemort in the center of his chest. The Dark Lord's body arched. His mouth opened in a scream that produced no sound, a silent howl of agony as the spell burrowed into his magical core and began to work. Harry could see it with his magicite, the dark, fractured core that was all Voldemort had left, being wrapped in chains of golden light, constricted, compressed, sealed away behind barriers that would never open. It was what Dumbledore had done to Harry as a baby, what Dumbledore had done to suppress his magic and keep him weak. Harry was doing the same thing to Voldemort, but completely. Not 30%, not 50%, everything. Every last drop of magical power Tom Riddle possessed, locked away forever. The process took 30 seconds. Voldemort writhed, collapsed to his knees, clawed at his chest as if trying to dig the spell out with his bare hands. The dark aura around him flickered, dimmed, and died. The red faded from his eyes, leaving them a dull, human brown. The serpentine features softened, not fully, the physical changes of decades of dark magic couldn't be completely reversed, but enough. Enough to see the man beneath the monster. When it was over, Tom Riddle knelt in the dirt of the Forbidden Forest, breathing hard, and he was nothing. Not a Dark Lord, not a wizard, not even a threat, just a man, mortal, powerless, ordinary, in a body that bore the scars of the terrible things he'd done. "What have you done to me?" Riddle whispered. His voice was different without magic, thinner, weaker, stripped of the resonance that magical power gave to a wizard's speech. "I've taken your magic," Harry said. "All of it, permanently. You'll never cast another spell, never brew another potion, never feel magic again. You're a muggle now, Tom. The thing you despised most in the world." Riddle stared at him. The horror in his eyes was total, not the horror of pain or death, but the existential horror of a man who has lost the one thing that defined him. His magic had been his identity, his purpose, his proof that he was special, that he mattered, that he was more than the unwanted child of a loveless union. Without it, he was nothing. In his own estimation, he was nothing. "Kill me," Riddle said again, and this time it was a plea. "Kill me. Don't leave me like this. Don't. You'll stand trial," Harry said. A muggle, a powerless muggle, standing before the Wizengamot, answering for every murder, every torture, every life you destroyed. The wizarding world will see what you really are without your magic, a small, frightened man who hurt people because he was afraid of being hurt himself. Harry turned his back on Tom Riddle and walked out of the clearing. Behind him, the man who had been Lord Voldemort began to weep. The forest was quiet. The sounds of battle still carried from the castle, distant thuds, the crack of spells, shouting voices, but in the ancient darkness between the trees. There was a stillness that felt like held breath. As if the forest itself was processing what had just happened within its borders. Harry walked between the trees with both wands in his hands and the weight of the world sliding off his shoulders 1 pound at a time. It wasn't relief exactly, too much adrenaline for that, too much still happening. But something in his chest was unclenching, a fist he'd been holding tight for so long he'd forgotten what his hand felt like open. He emerged from the tree line onto the Hogwarts grounds and assessed the battle with a sweep of his magicite. The defenders were holding. Ron's tactical plan was working beautifully. The Death Eaters had been channeled into the predicted approach routes, where they were met by concentrated defensive fire. The DA was performing beyond anything Harry could have imagined. Neville's squad was engaged in a running battle along the eastern wall, pushing a group of Death Eaters back toward the lake with coordinated spellwork that moved like choreography. Ginny and Luna's support squad was circling the battlefield, reinforcing weak points, healing minor injuries, keeping the defense elastic and responsive. But the Death Eaters still had numbers, and without their master's defeat to break their morale, they were fighting with the fanaticism of people who had nothing left to lose. The giants had breached the outer wall in 2 places, and acromantulas were pouring through the gaps. The Dementors circled overhead, their cold sapping the strength of the defenders even through Patronus screens. Harry needed to end this. Not slowly, not tactically, now. He raised both wands above his head, Holly in his right, Elder in his left, and reached for his magic. All of it. The full, unbound, limitless power of Harry James Potter, amplified by the Elder Wand and channeled through the Holly Wand's perfect sympathetic resonance. The magic came like a sunrise. It erupted from Harry in a dome of white gold light that expanded outward at the speed of sound, sweeping across the grounds like a tidal wave. Where it touched the defenders, it passed through them harmlessly, a warm pulse, a surge of energy, a renewal of strength and hope that made tired arms strong and failing shields solid. Where it touched the dark creatures, it burned. The Dementors screamed, a sound no one had ever heard before, the sound of beings that fed on despair encountering a force that was the antithesis of everything they were, and dissolved. Not fled, dissolved. Their dark forms coming apart like smoke in a hurricane, shredding into wisps that evaporated in the golden light. The acromantulas scattered. The giants stumbled backward, shielding their eyes, their primitive brains overwhelmed by a magical pressure that was simultaneously vast and precise. And the Death Eaters felt it. Every one of them, across the entire battlefield, felt the moment Voldemort's magic died. They felt it in their dark marks, a searing pain, a sudden void where the connection to their master had been, a silence in the psychic link that bound them to the Dark Lord. Harry's voice rolled across the grounds, amplified by both wands and the castle's magic, reaching every ear on the battlefield. Voldemort is finished. His magic is gone. His Horcruxes are destroyed. He's a prisoner, mortal and powerless, and he will face justice for his crimes. He let the words sink in. Let the Death Eaters feel the truth of them through the dead connection in their dark marks. Surrender now, and you'll be treated fairly. Keep fighting, and I promise you, what I did to your master will seem merciful compared to what comes next. The battlefield went quiet. Not the silence of before, not the charged, explosive silence of the battle's beginning. This was the deflating silence of a force that had just realized its reason for fighting was gone. One by one, the Death Eaters lowered their wands. It started with the outer ranks, the followers, the draftees, the ones who joined out of fear rather than conviction. They dropped their wands and raised their hands, and the gesture spread inward like a wave, each surrender triggering the next, until even the most fanatical fighters were standing in the wreckage of their cause with empty hands and hollow eyes. A few ran. Harry let them go, the Aurors could track them later. Running was an admission of defeat, and defeat was all Harry needed. In the space of 5 minutes, the Battle of Hogwarts was over. The aftermath was chaos of a different kind, the organized, purposeful chaos of people dealing with the wreckage of violence. Madame Pomfrey emerged from the castle with an army of house elves carrying medical supplies and began triaging the wounded with the fierce efficiency that made her the best healer in Britain. Aurors moved through the grounds, binding the surrendered Death Eaters and securing their wands. The DA, still in formation, maintained a perimeter while the cleanup proceeded. Harry found his people in the entrance hall. Hermione was there first, her hair wild, her clothes dirty, a bruise darkening on her left cheek from some encounter he'd have to ask about later. She was directing the walking wounded toward the hospital wing and simultaneously briefing Kingsley Shacklebolt on the tactical situation, because Hermione Granger could not do one thing at a time even when the war was over. She saw Harry and stopped mid-sentence. His magic, she asked. Gone. Permanently. He's in the forest, powerless. Hermione's eyes closed. She swayed slightly, exhaustion, relief, the accumulated stress of the most intense week of her life suddenly releasing its grip. Harry caught her arm, and she steadied. It's over, she said. It's actually over. The war is over. The cleanup is just starting. Let me have this moment, Harry. Just for a second. He let her have it. She stood in the entrance hall of Hogwarts with her eyes closed and her hand on his arm, and he watched the tension drain from her body like water from a cracked cup. When she opened her eyes, they were clear and bright and already calculating the next 100 things that needed to happen. We need to secure Riddle, she said. Ministry custody, magic suppressing cell, round-the-clock aura guard. And we need to start the process of. Hermione. What? Thank you. She blinked. Then she smiled, a real smile, not the fierce tactical grin she used in combat or the determined expression she wore when working. A warm, genuine, slightly trembling smile that transformed her face. You're welcome, she said. Now go find Ron before he has a tactical debrief without you and never forgives you for it. Ron was in the astronomy tower, surrounded by maps and coins and scraps of parchment covered in his red ink annotations. He looked like he hadn't moved in hours, because he hadn't. He'd fought the entire battle from this room, seeing everything, directing everything, moving pieces across the board with a precision that had kept the defenders alive and the attackers off balance. Casualties? Harry asked, climbing the last steps. Light. Incredibly light. Ron ran his hand through his hair, leaving it standing at odd angles. 12 wounded, none critically. No deaths on our side. 0, 0, 0. I'm as shocked as you are. The defensive plan worked, the channeling, the kill zones, the mobile reserves. And your Patronus wave thing at the end, whatever that was, took out the Dementors and broke the Death Eaters' morale before they could cause serious damage. Ron shook his head. We won a battle against a Dark Lord's army with 0 friendly casualties. That doesn't happen, Harry. That's not a thing that happens. It happened tonight. Ron looked at him. The exhaustion was there, deep and real, the kind that came from hours of sustained mental effort, but beneath it was something else. Pride. Not the boisterous, chest-thumping kind. A quiet, settled pride, the pride of a man who had discovered his calling and risen to meet it. You did something to Voldemort, Ron said. In the forest. I felt the dark marks go dead. What did you do? I took his magic. Bound it. Permanently. Ron stared. You can do that. Apparently. That's. Ron processed this, his tactical mind already mapping the implications. That's worse than killing him. From his perspective, you turned him into the thing he feared most. I know. Was that deliberate? Yes. Ron held his gaze for a long moment. Something passed between them, an acknowledgement of what Harry had done and what it meant, the moral weight of it, the calculated cruelty of a mercy that was worse than death for its recipient. Good, Ron said finally. He earned it. They sat together in the astronomy tower as the night wore on, watching the grounds below as order was restored. The bound Death Eaters were portkeyed to Ministry holding facilities. The giants were coaxed into the forest by Hagrid, who apparently spoke their language and had promised them something about goats. The grounds were cleared of debris, the craters filled, the fires extinguished. At some point, Neville appeared at the top of the stairs with a bottle of fire whiskey and 4 glasses. Where did you get that? Ron asked. Confiscated it from a 7th year who was trying to celebrate. Figured we earned it more. Neville poured 4 measures and handed them around. To the DA. To the DA, they echoed, and drank. The fire whiskey burned going down, warm and fierce, tasting of cinnamon and smoke. Harry felt it settle in his stomach like a small sun, and for a moment, just a moment, he let himself feel something that wasn't duty or anger or determination. Happiness. Simple, uncomplicated happiness, the kind that comes from being alive and surrounded by people you love at the end of a very long day. Harry. Neville's voice was quiet. What happens now? Now the Ministry takes over. Bones handles the legal proceedings, Dumbledore's trial, Riddle's trial, the investigations into everyone who was complicit. The protected families will face scrutiny. The order will be reformed or dissolved. The systems that allowed all of this, the corruption, the secrecy, the concentration of power in one man's hands, all of that gets dismantled. And us. We go back to being 17-year-olds. Or try to. Harry looked at his glass. I don't know, Neville. I haven't thought that far ahead. You should, Neville said. People are going to want you to lead. After tonight, after everything you've done, they're going to come to you and offer you everything. Minister of Magic. Head of the Wizengamot. Headmaster of Hogwarts, probably. They'll want to put you in charge. I don't want to be in charge. I know. That's why I'm telling you to think about it now, so you have an answer ready when they ask. Neville sipped his fire whiskey. The last thing this world needs is another powerful wizard who lets people put him on a throne. The wisdom in Neville's words landed with a weight that was disproportionate to their simplicity. Harry looked at his friend, the boy who had been the other prophecy child, who had carried his own burden of loss and expectation, who had grown into a leader in his own right without anyone handing him a title or a destiny. "You're right," Harry said. "I'll have an answer ready." Morning came slowly. The sky lightened in the east, first a gray suggestion of dawn behind the mountains, then a gradual brightening that turned the clouds pink and gold. The castle, battered but standing, caught the early light and held it, every window a mirror, every tower a candle. Harry descended from the astronomy tower as the sun cleared the horizon. The castle was quiet now, not the tense quiet of the night before, but the exhausted, peaceful quiet of a place that had survived something terrible and was beginning to understand that it was over. He walked through the corridors alone. The portraits were awake, watching him pass, and their whispered conversations followed him like a wake behind a ship. Some of them applauded, a polite, restrained clapping that echoed off the stone walls. A portrait of a medieval witch wiped her eyes with a painted handkerchief. The fat lady, guarding the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, swung open without a password and curtsied. Harry kept walking. He found McGonagall in her office, Dumbledore's old office, now stripped of its silver instruments and eccentric decorations, already beginning to reflect its new occupant's personality. The acting headmistress was at her desk, a cup of tea in one hand and a stack of correspondence in the other, and she looked like she hadn't slept. "Mr. Potter," she said when he entered. "Sit down." He sat. "Amelia Bones has confirmed that Tom Riddle is in ministry custody. His condition has been verified, complete magical suppression. The healers at St. Mungo say they've never seen anything like it." McGonagall peered at him over her spectacles. "They want to know how you did it. Old magic. Black family. I'll write up the technique for the academic record, but I don't think it should be widely known." "Agreed." She set down her tea. "The Wizengamot convenes in 3 days. Dumbledore will face charges. Riddle will face charges. 47 Death Eaters are in custody, with more being apprehended by the hour. The Malfoys have turned themselves in and are cooperating. The Lestranges," she paused. "Bellatrix Lestrange was recovered from the Gaunt property where you left her and is in high security custody." "Good." McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Her expression was complex: pride, concern, grief, admiration, and something else that Harry couldn't quite name. "The ministry has already been in touch," she said carefully. "The interim minister, Kingsley Shacklebolt, who was appointed by emergency vote this morning, has asked me to relay a message. Let me guess. He wants to offer you a position. Several positions, actually. Head Auror, special advisor to the minister, chief warlock of the Wizengamot." She paused. "He also mentioned, somewhat sheepishly, that several members of the Wizengamot have floated the idea of appointing you minister directly." Harry laughed. He couldn't help it, the absurdity of it, the predictability. "No," he said. "No to which one?" "All of them. Every position, every title, every throne." "No." McGonagall's eyebrow rose. "You don't want to consider?" "I've considered. The answer is no." Harry leaned forward. "Professor, headmistress, the entire point of this week was that too much power in one person's hands leads to corruption. Dumbledore proved that. Voldemort proved that. If I accept a position of authority, I become the next version of the same problem. A powerful wizard at the top, everyone else trusting that he'll use that power wisely. And maybe I would, for a while. But power corrupts. It always does. You're 17. I'm aware of my age. I'm also aware that I'm the most powerful wizard alive, which is exactly why I shouldn't be in charge of anything. Power should be distributed, checked, balanced. The ministry needs reform, not another strongman." McGonagall looked at him for a long time. Then something happened that Harry had never seen before. Minerva McGonagall smiled. Not the thin, satisfied smile she gave when a student answered a question correctly. A real smile, warm and wide, that transformed her severe face into something almost grandmotherly. "Lily's son," she said softly. "You were absolutely Lily's son." Harry didn't trust himself to speak. He nodded, and the moment was enough. The days that followed were a blur of activity. The Wizengamot convened. Harry testified, calmly, thoroughly, without anger or theatrics. He presented the evidence, answered questions, and submitted to magical verification of his testimony. The memory was shown to the full court, projected the same way Harry had shown it in the Great Hall, and the reaction was much the same: shock, horror, and a fury that transcended political lines. Dumbledore's trial was the event of the century. The old wizard sat in the accused's chair, his hands folded, his blue eyes clear, and answered every question with the same maddening honesty. Yes, he had made the pact. Yes, he had suppressed Harry's magic. Yes, he had arranged for the Potter's secret keeper to be compromised. Yes, he had known about the Horcruxes and chosen not to destroy them. And yes, he still believed he had made the right choice. I saved thousands of lives, Dumbledore told the court. The war that would have occurred without the pact would have been catastrophic, a magical conflict on a scale Britain hadn't seen since the founding of the Statute of Secrecy. Every year the pact held was a year of relative peace. Every child who grew up without knowing war did so because of the choices I made. And the children who didn't? Asked the prosecution. Harry Potter, raised in a cupboard. Neville Longbottom, visiting his parents in a mental ward. The families destroyed by Death Eaters you could have stopped. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Every one of them haunts me. But you'd do it again. A long pause. Then, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. It was the most honest thing Dumbledore had ever said, and it was the thing that finally broke the court's composure. Several members of the Wizengamot wept. Others shouted. The chief warlock called for order 3 times before the chamber settled. The verdict was guilty on all counts. The sentence was life imprisonment in a specialized facility, not Azkaban. The Dementors were gone, dissolved by Harry's magic during the battle, but a purpose-built containment wing at the Ministry, where Dumbledore would serve his sentence under magical suppression. Not the total suppression Harry had inflicted on Voldemort. Dumbledore's magic was reduced to a fraction, enough for basic comfort but not enough to pose a threat. Harry attended the sentencing. He sat in the gallery and watched as the verdict was read, and when Dumbledore was led from the chamber, the old wizard looked up at him one last time. Their eyes met. Blue and green, across the width of the courtroom, and something passed between them that was too complex for words. Not forgiveness, that would take years, if it came at all. Not hatred, Harry had burned through that and come out the other side. Something else. An acknowledgement. 2 powerful wizards, at the end of a very long game, recognizing each other for what they truly were. Dumbledore nodded once. Harry didn't nod back, but he didn't look away, either. He let the old man see his eyes, clear, steady, unbroken, and know that the child he had tried to destroy had survived and surpassed him. Then Dumbledore was gone, and the courtroom erupted, and the world moved on. Riddle's trial was shorter. The former Dark Lord sat in the accused's chair as a broken, powerless man, his serpentine features softened but not fully human, his eyes dull and brown and empty. He said almost nothing. Without his magic, without his charisma, without the aura of power that had drawn followers to him for decades, Tom Riddle was exactly what Harry had said he was: a small, frightened man. The verdict was guilty. The sentence was life imprisonment, no possibility of release, in the same facility as Dumbledore, on opposite sides of the building, naturally. The irony was not lost on anyone. In the weeks that followed, the wizarding world began to rebuild. Kingsley Shacklebolt proved an excellent interim minister, calm, fair, and genuinely committed to the reforms that Hermione had drafted in her comprehensive restructuring plan, all 47 pages of it, which she had somehow produced in 3 days while also sitting her NEWTs early. The ministry was reorganized, the Wizengamot reformed, and a new oversight body established specifically to prevent the concentration of power that had enabled Dumbledore's conspiracy. Amelia Bones led the investigations into the protected families. The Malfoys cooperated extensively and escaped Azkaban, though not public disgrace. Several other pureblood families were less fortunate. The financial records from Gringotts, provided enthusiastically by director Ragnarok, who had decided that this particular wizard political drama was excellent for goblin-wizard relations, revealed decades of corruption, bribery, and political manipulation that kept the Wizengamot busy for months. Hogwarts reopened under McGonagall's leadership. The Dada position was offered to Remus Lupin, permanently, with the full backing of the new Board of Governors and an explicit guarantee that his lycanthropy would not be used against him. Remus accepted. He cried, though he denied it later. Snape was offered a position too, Potions Master, reinstated, with a public acknowledgement of his role as a double agent and his crucial contribution to Voldemort's defeat. Snape accepted with his characteristic grace, which is to say he scowled, muttered something about insufferable children, and swept off to the dungeons to terrify a new generation of first years. Some things didn't change, and that was fine. Neville returned to Hogwarts for his 7th year. He became head boy, captain of the DA, which was reformed as an official school club with McGonagall's enthusiastic blessing, and a quiet, steady presence that anchored the school's recovery. He visited his parents every weekend without fail, and if the sweet wrappers his mother pressed into his hand still broke his heart, he bore it with the quiet strength of a man who had learned to carry grief without being crushed by it. Ron was recruited by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, not as an Auror but as a tactical analyst, a position that Bones created specifically for him after reviewing his battle plans from the night of the assault. He was the youngest person ever to hold the position. The twins were furious that their little brother had an actual impressive career, which Ron found deeply satisfying. Hermione went to work in the Department of Magical Law, where she immediately began dismantling every unjust statute she could get her hands on. Werewolf rights, house elf protections, Muggle-born equality legislation. She was a force of nature in a pantsuit, and the old guard of the Ministry learned very quickly that arguing with Hermione Granger was an exercise in futility. Luna continued being Luna. She took over the Quibbler from her father and transformed it from a conspiracy tabloid into a genuinely respected, if still charmingly eccentric, independent news outlet. Her coverage of the trials was the most widely read journalism in Wizarding Britain, fair, thorough, and possessed of a clarity that cut through spin and rhetoric like sunlight through fog. Ginny played professional Quidditch. The Holyhead Harpies signed her based on a tryout that was, by all accounts, the most aggressive display of chasing anyone had seen in years. The DA stayed together. Not as a fighting force, as a family. They met regularly, celebrated holidays together, stood in each other's weddings, and maintained the bonds that had been forged in the Room of Requirement and tempered in the fire of a battle they'd survived together. And Harry did exactly what he'd said he would do, nothing. Or rather, nothing that anyone expected. He turned down every offer, every position, every throne. He gave the Elder Wand to Ollivander for study and safekeeping, with strict instructions that it was never to be used as a weapon again. He returned Ravenclaw's diadem to the Hogwarts collection. He gave the remnants of Slytherin's locket to the Wizarding Heritage Museum and the gaunt ring to Dumbledore's brother Aberforth, who accepted it in stunned silence. He kept his holly wand. It was his, and it had always been his, and some things weren't meant to be given away. He used the Black family fortune to establish a foundation, the Lily and James Potter Trust, dedicated to supporting war orphans, funding magical education for Muggle-born children, and providing long-term care for victims of dark magic. The first beneficiaries were the residents of the Janus Thicky ward at St. Mungo's, where Frank and Alice Longbottom received the best treatment that magical medicine could provide. It wasn't a cure, but it was something. He lived quietly. He bought a cottage in the Highlands, not far from the Black family safehouse where everything had started, and he settled into it with the relief of someone who had been carrying a weight his entire life and was finally, permanently, allowed to set it down. He read. He practiced magic, not for combat, but for the joy of it, the wonder of a power that was entirely his own, unshackled, unlimited, used for nothing more sinister than making the garden grow and the fireplace light itself on cold mornings. He flew his broomstick over the Highland hills, banking and diving through clouds, feeling the wind in his hair and the sun on his face, and sometimes he shouted with the sheer exhilaration of being alive. He had friends over. The cottage became a gathering point. Hermione and Ron on weekends, Neville and Luna for Sunday dinners, Remus on full moon nights when the transformation was hardest and company was needed most. The kitchen table was always crowded, the fire always lit, the conversations always long and warm and punctuated by laughter. He was happy, not the complicated, conditional happiness that came with conditions and asterisks, the simple, bone-deep happiness of a person who has survived the worst and chosen to build something good from the wreckage. He had his friends, his freedom, his power, and his peace, and they were enough. On a morning in October, 2 months after the battle, Harry sat on the front step of his cottage with a cup of tea and watched the sun rise over the Scottish Highlands. The sky was pale gold, streaked with clouds that glowed like embers, and the heather on the hills was purple and fragrant. A hawk circled overhead, riding the thermals, and somewhere in the distance, a stag crossed a ridge line, its antlers silhouetted against the dawn. Hedwig landed on the railing beside him, a letter in her beak. Harry took it and saw Hermione's handwriting on the envelope. Harry, the Wizengamot voted to rename the Department of Mysteries after you. I told them you'd hate it. They did it anyway. I'm sorry. Also, the Longbottom Healers report that Alice responded to the new treatment protocol yesterday. She looked at Neville and said his name. His actual name. He cried for an hour. I'm crying writing this. Ron says he has something in his eye, but he's crying too. Come to dinner on Saturday. Bring that elderflower wine Neville likes. Love, H. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it carefully, put it in his pocket, and sat with his tea and watched the sun climb higher. The hawk circled. Hedwig preened. The stag on the ridge stood motionless, crowned by the light, a proud and noble shape against the brightening sky. Harry closed his eyes. He felt the magic in the earth beneath his feet, in the air around him, in the ancient hills that had stood for millennia and would stand for millennia more. He felt the wards around his cottage, humming their quiet song. He felt the distant, warm presence of the people he loved, scattered across Britain but connected to him by bonds that no pact could forge and no betrayal could sever. He opened his eyes. The sun was up. The world was bright. Harry Potter picked up his tea, went inside to write back to Hermione, and left the door open behind him to let in the morning light.